lying on the floor that was not cold but rather scorching hot. After contemplating life for about 10 minutes, Mr. Mew forced himself to sit up despite the pain all over his body. Hissed Tilda. He lightly rubbed his charred skin and it flaked off, revealing new, slightly tender skin that had already started to grow underneath. He's recovering fast. After all, he used a Duo-Lei template, and Duo-Lei possessed the talent of self-healing body, partial. Otherwise, he would have to recuperate for at least a day or two. Nevertheless, dead skin still existed in many parts of his body, and he also suffered from internal injuries due to energy backlash and explosive impact. It would be hard to fully recover without at least 2 to 3 hours of rest. After some thought, Yuan issued orders to a few newly recruited Green Hand troop types. Before long, Ding Nun card. 3 nuns entered the room, 2 of them wearing standard nun outfits, with their black robes hanging down to their ankles. The collars and hat edges were a pure white which contrasted with the serious black, and their body was fully covered by this attire. In comparison to the Imperial Guard in strong shooter's gear, their armor still seemed thin though. They all had different body shapes, tall, petite, curvy, flat. To put it simply, there were all varieties. The other one, her black nun outfit was adorned with considerably more magnificent patterns. Her robe only fell to her knees, revealing robust calves wrapped in high boots and black stockings. Around her waist hung a black battle hammer, which was much better suited for battle than her nun outfit. Her gaze was much more lively compared to the other 2 whose eyes were filled with clear but dull expressions. Nun, Rare 1 star, Level, LV3, Skills, Healing. AA Priest, Rare 3 star, Level, LV3, Skills, Healing, Purification. Talent, Power of Holy Light. A warm glow emerged from the palms of the nuns, and when it touched Lord Shepherd's charred body, dead skin quickly flaked off and pale new skin rapidly grew. His aching chest was soothed somewhat. He was recovering, but not quite fully recovered yet. The level of the nuns and the priest was too low, or maybe Lord Shepherd was simply too strong. Only after exhausting the nuns for 3 rounds did Mr. Mew recuperate significantly. Skills have risks. Experiments must be conducted with caution. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the nuns. As soon as the door was shut, he took out a brand new set of clothing and a looking glass from his dimensional pocket, tidied up his relatively undamaged hair and nonchalantly walked out of the silver building. Practicing was absolutely out of the question now. Definitely tomorrow. Having inspected the surroundings, Lord Shepherd walked back to the front of the core altar. Here, 2 cracks were suspended high in the air. The crack on the left led to a secret realm, and so did the one on the right. Ding! The crack on the right suddenly dropped down, forming an arch big enough for giant creatures to pass through. As he stepped in, there was no dizziness from spatial reversal. It was simply like stepping through a water curtain, causing ripples, yet stepping from one world straight into another. The sky darkened, leaden clouds shrouding it without a pause. Only a few gaps allowed strands of daylight to seep through, but they were insufficient to dispel the gloom. The earth was parched, plants withered, and wrecks of church buildings were faintly visible in the distance. Desolation and decay permeated everywhere. A seemingly more run-down atmosphere than the skeletal cemetery. On this black wasteland, humanoid monsters roam freely. They have skin as red as burning fire, horns growing out of their heads. They wear rudimentary clothes like a goblin, yet wear sharp knives and shields. In the distance, you could faintly see even larger monsters. Secret Realm A middle. Black Wasteland. Level 1. Explanation E. This secret realm extracts a period of historical projection, reproducing it. The beasts inside regenerate after a certain amount of time. Slaying the beasts won't yield remnant souls, but they will yield a certain amount of soul sand. Explanation A inverted exclamation mark. The secret realm cannot be upgraded by simply injecting soul sand into it like miracle buildings. It takes a long period of nourishment from the territory. The higher the land rank, the faster the secret realm grows. This Black Wasteland's secret realm is actually a resource secret realm. Continuously producing soul sand, it's as if you have a small, but never exhaustible and upgradable soul sand mine at home. This is simply Amazing. It's not easy getting by in the eternal world without money. I wonder if those old lords would regret if they find out that this key can open a soul sand secret realm. Would they feel regret to the gut? Mu Yuan transformed into Duo Lei's fortress. His palms spurted out hot and boiling orange fireballs, causing the whole secret realm to seem like it was shaking. He also wiped out dozens of apprentice-level fallen devils. He left the secret realm contentedly. This place was surveyed in the morning by Deadbone and several hurricane warhawks. The area was not large, and only a corner of the dilapidated church remained. Beyond that was the grey edge of the secret realm. Perhaps by leveling up the secret realm, more could be revealed. But for now, there were no formidable foes within this secret realm, only crops that could be harvested at any time. That's why it's called a resource secret realm. It's time for people to come and harvest. Mu Yuan sent a group task in the general's group through a spiritual link. Bone 4 raised his hand. Great Lord, I can lead 40 skeleton warriors to complete the task within 3 hours. Liu pondered for a moment. If you need it, my lord, I can also collect soul sand with 30 soldiers in 2.5 hours. After calculated carefully, he guaranteed that he could collect all the soul sand without wasting time. Paying attention to every single detail was his main feature. Rakshasa said, HMPH, 20 soldiers, are more than enough. June, chirp chirp tilde. In the skeletal cemetery, a head covered in red silk popped out of a mount. After a quick look, it withdrew back in. Hey, such boring competitiveness between men. A slime emoji popped up in the spiritual link network. Ms. Duo also expressed, beating weaklings. Tactical harvesting is what I do best tilde. No, you cannot. You have to complete your learning task. In the cultivation quiet room, in front of the large and elaborate character quiet, there was a study desk with more than 10 thick, hard-covered books. A light blue-haired girl sat cross-legged there, with a pen on the tip of her nose. It was swaying back and forth like a balance beam. Her pupils spun in circles as it swayed. Compendium of Military Strategies, Tactics, from Beginner to Burying the Enemy. 186 Important Points to Note in Hero Trials. Help. General Duo Lei, I can't take it anymore. She had read for so long, but the only thing she could barely remember was the complete monster manual. And even that was only half of it. The rest. She forced herself to stare at them a little longer as more and more circles appeared in her eyes. My lord, Duo Lei, I can't do it anymore. She fell face first onto the desk, completely overtaken by fatigue. The next day, the sky was clear and suitable for the trial. Duo Lei, who was packed with various supplies, though they were probably useless, turned back into her round and chubby slime form. Her big eyes were no longer spinning around but were full of excitement and anticipation. Don't worry, Lord. Duo Lei, will push through all enemies and easily pass the trial tilde. She was full of confidence. General Duo Lei was setting out. But, Lord Mu Yuan had no confidence in her. Besides being able to eat and fight, what else could Duo Lei do? Could she win by acting cute? Hero trials also required strategy. Only those who were brave and strategic could be called heroes. Deadbone also showed a worried big brotherly emotion. But it seemed that his experience was not suitable for Duo Lei at all. As a result, apart from compiling a book titled 36 Steady Strategies for the Trial overnight, it seemed he had no other solutions. It was still not strong enough. It still had its limits. Deadbone fell into deep thought. Lord Shepherd looked at Duo Lei and was also thinking, after all, Duo Lei has long awakened her self-consciousness. Although she is pure and a bit silly, she is still far superior to ordinary troops. And her current combat power has reached the trial passing line level. Probably, passing the trial is not a problem. Even getting a good evaluation was likely. However, if one wanted to get a perfect evaluation. Looking at Duo Lei, who was laughing alone with a silly smile on her face, he really couldn't figure out how General Duo could pass the trial perfectly. It was impossible. He really couldn't do it. He, Lord Shepherd, couldn't lead her to it. Forget it. At most she'll lack a specialized weapon and strategic skills. These things can be acquired later. Thinking of this, he looked at Duo Lei and said, You're prepared. Let's begin. Ding. Prompt: You have used the hero's proof. Target devouring slime middle. Duo Lei. Prompt: Hero trial has started. The badge in his hand shattered with a bang, turning into a mysterious mark falling on top of Duo Lei's head. The next moment, with a gurgle sound of surprise, Duo Lei disappeared. She had entered the special trial space. At the same time, Lord Shepherd also had a strand of consciousness that was constantly rising, breaking through numerous obstacles, and entering a grey world. He was consciousness descending and acting as an onlooker. About this, Yuan felt familiar with it. Prompt: During the hero's trial, the Lord can freely watch, but only has 3 chances to guide the trialist. Please see broken bar. To get a perfect evaluation, it seemed to depend entirely on the trialist's own power. The Lord couldn't give any hints. But not guiding Duo Lei. Let's take it one step at a time. From the spectator's bird's eye view, Yuan saw the vast land covered with a light white mist. On one side of the land was an imposing human city, with a dozen high defense towers standing tall. Armored halberd guards, strong shooters, and a large number of ordinary troops walked out of the city, along the increasingly desolate and broken road, heading towards the canyon at the end of the land. Just as they stepped into the canyon, boom! A deafening roar exploded in his ears. A giant dragon, without wings but with a huge red body and coiling limbs, woke up in the canyon. Its terrifying vertical pupils opened, and it spit out a sky full of hot red flames from its mouth, almost enveloping the entire canyon and evaporating all vegetation and water. For a moment, the entire canyon was like the mouth of a volcano, flowing with hot lava. There was a halberd guard covered in energy armor charging at the magma dragon, but before he could rush out 100 meters, the energy armor melted like juice, along with his body. The dragon-slaying army was completely annihilated. At this moment, outside the human city, Duo Lei had just woken up. All alone. Gurgle astm. Ding. Prompt: The hero trial dragon-slaying battle has begun. Trialists must vanquish the magma dragon before it leaves its valley and attacks the human city. Prompt: The enemy level is extremely high, but this trial has special rules. Trialists can increase their own levels and accumulate power by killing wild monsters. This power can only be used within the trial scenario. Furthermore, trialists can also acquire gold coins during exploration and use these coins to replenish troops and supplies in Order City. Prompt: During the trial, trialists will have temporary hero power. The prompt resonated in General Duo Lei's ears. She wasn't surprised. The procedure was mentioned by the Great Lord ahead of time. Yet, what about the troops? The troops she commanded? Why aren't there any? General Duo Lei was a bit lost, not sure what to do next. She urgently needed help. What should she do now? After thinking for a bit, she took flight and hovered in midair to look around. Quickly, she figured out her current location. It was north of the human city, not too far away. She then mimicked a human form and entered this thriving city. A crowd was bustling about here. There were many things that Duo Lei had never seen before. This looks delicious. Oh, this one is pretty good. I wonder if I can take some of this back for the Lord to taste. Duo Lei's big eyes were sparkling brilliantly, but once she reached into her pocket to quench her cravings, her initial 50 gold coins had all been spent unknowingly. Duo Lei, asthma fast and wait. Isn't she in the middle of the hero trials? After rearing several troop recruitment stations, she hurried out of the city. She didn't dare to face the boss dragon. The power displayed in the opening scene was too terrifying. She was afraid of ending up as roast Duo Lei. Wild beasts, right, there are also wild beasts. Finally, back on track. Mr. Mew, who was hovering in midair like a soul body, let out a sigh of relief. He was barely able to resist using Lord's guidance. Having to use guidance because of the gluttony of his troop type would be an unprecedented event in the history of the hero trials. He watched carefully. Duo Lei had found the first pack of wild monsters, 2 giant wolves lurking between the trees. But when Duo Lei spotted them, They also noticed her and let out a roar. A pale grey energy armor instantly covered the giant wolves. They stepped on the ground, rushing towards Duo Lai like ghostly shadows. These wolves, which seemed to be just beginner-grade wild beasts, unexpectedly had elite levels. Duo Lai took to the sky, blasting one fireball after another with her raised hands. The raging flames turned the entire forest into a sea of fire, crackling and popping with vigorous burning sounds. The giant wolves roared in the flames, each spewing out one energy cannonball after another. After dozens of exchanges, Duo Lai was only able to kill the two giant wolves with a combination of thunder, fire, and wind powers, expending quite a lot of effort. If average wild beasts are this strong, how can we deal with the boss, the magma dragon? Sounds tough, pondered Yuan. Under the special rules, the slain wild beasts only dropped about a dozen gold coins, but a handful of pure energy surged out and flowed into Duo Lai's body. Her level instantly rose to profession level complete. Her initially somewhat depressed and bewildered eyes suddenly lit up. Can't waste those either. Under the heat of the flames, the aroma of charcoal roasting oozed from the wild giant wolves, making them look very appetizing. Duo Lai returned to her original form, slowly enlarging and expanding her entire body, then opened her enormous mouth and gulped down a whole wolf. Looking at the faintly glowing energy coins in her hand, she was slightly hesitant, slightly non-committal. However, in the end, she grabbed them all together and stuffed them into her mouth. Her ability to devour was fully activated. By the burning fireside, Duo Lai's body expanded and contracted, then expanded again, a series of surging energy tides radiating out from her. Possibly due to the uniqueness of the trial space, all of Duo Lai's devouring effects transformed into the purest level-up energy. After a while, accompanied by a soft pop, the energy that Duo Lai emanated all flowed back into her, with her aura climbing steadily. Having reached the elite level, chirp tilde. Surprise filled Duo Lai's big eyes, but they quickly narrowed into crescents. It hopped forward, its wide-open mouth seeming like a black hole, slurping all the surrounding flames that were still burning fiercely to prevent the fire from spreading further. Next time I must learn some water spraying ability. In this trial secret realm, the wild monsters were very strong and high level, but the number of them was relatively small and they were scattered throughout the realm. Duo Lai just now fought without concealing its movements or probing the surroundings in advance and these other mistakes. But in the end it didn't make any major blunders. It didn't trigger attacks from the other monsters and even skipped the steps of hiding and probing. Considering the results, its way seemed more efficient. The clear and simple-minded Duo Lai certainly couldn't come up with such sophisticated tactics. It only buzzed like a little bee, flying over the forest. Suddenly, Duo Lai, serving as the bait, was attached by a wild monster, a burly and fierce gargoyle with scarlet light gleaming from its eyes. It flew up from a hill not far away. It spat out numerous energy bullets and flapped its wings to stir up a violent wind, turning into a grey shadow and charging toward Duo Lai. Bang, bang, banger! Silver wings spread out in midair, blocking the speeding energy bullets. Duo Lai was indignant. Damn monster! You're not following the art of war. But clearly, you're the one exposing yourself without probing. In this case, wouldn't you be wiped out if you ran into a powerful wild monster? Lord Shepherd was too tired to say anything and eventually didn't send any prompts. After dozens of rounds, the breakthrough General Duo Lai cut down the elite gargoyle in midair. The energy obtained from it allowed it to rise by half a level. Then, Duo Lai started to feast, devouring the burnt and unpalatable Luo roasted gargoyle, reluctantly nibbling a few dozen gold coins as well. After a moment, Duo Lai's energy began to surge again, and this time, it rose 3 levels. The upgrade seemed to have replenished most of the energy it had expended in this battle. Hooray! Keep chirping. Without any strategy or plan, not cautious at all, Duo Lai continued to zoom over the forest. 8 Duo Lai vanquished the wild monster Hurricane War Falcon. 8 8 Edu Olai vanquished the wild monsters Shadow Wolves X3. 8 Edu Olai vanquished the wild monster Wargilum. 8 The wild monsters Duolai encountered on its way were getting stronger and stronger, from ordinary giant wolves to wargillums whose levels were not inferior and whose combat power was even a few times stronger than that of the Earth Rock Dragon. Some powerful monsters could utterly blow the initial version of Duolai to pieces with just one punch. However, Duolai now, having killed 20 or 30 such monsters, was high-leveled, emitting a dreadful energy pressure that even it itself could not entirely suppress. It marched foolishly, scattering chaotically, feasting, and crushing all on its way. The whole forest was in uproar, and Duolai gradually approached the canyon where the magma dragon was located. At this moment, a slightly glowing place in the forest caught Duolai's attention. In the face of Mu Yuan's helpless and resigned gaze, it flew down and approached this unusual area. There was no ambush from monsters nor any trap. All it found was an ordinary little wooden house and an elf standing in front of it, dressed like a ranger, with a quiver on his back and a bow in his hand. Chirp tilde, brave one, are you here to slay the evil dragon? I am willing to give you a helping hand, but 8 prompt you have found a hero projection. Are you willing to hire the hero wood elf, phantom ranger, rigger for 1,000 gold coins? 8 prompt, this projection has 30% of the combat power of the hero rigger's final battle in the trial and will be balanced according to the initial level of the trialists. 8 prompt, you can only hire one hero projection to assist in battle. 8 It seemed to be the projection of a previous trialist. Indeed, Duolai found 3 other assisting heroes that it could hire nearby. Human Race A middle. Holy Light Master Sacrifice A middle. Julia Death Knight A middle. Black Iron Split Punch Grand Martial Artist, Surprised Thunder. This makes sense. Mu Yuan nodded slightly, indicating that he had expected this. He had been wondering how a regular trialist, even with extra strength gained from killing wild monsters and recruiting hundreds of elites, could defeat the final boss. The combat power that the magma dragon displayed was too powerful, hence the assisting heroes appeared. However, if a trialist did not probe in advance and only discovered these potential recruiting locations right before the final battle, but had no gold left in his pocket, he would be put in an awkward situation. Duolai only had a few dozen gold coins left, not nearly enough to hire the expensive assisting heroes. Furthermore, they even want gold coins. This is outrageous. Duolai was infuriated. Were they asking for gold coins? No. They were asking for his life. It snorted and left the assisting heroes behind, flying away with a swoosh. What comforted Mu Yuan a bit was that Duolai didn't rush to challenge the final boss. There was still time. Dusk had not yet arrived. Duolai weaved around the canyon, propelling quickly through the hills and woods on the wind. Wherever it went, thunderbolts and flames burst forth, filling the air with deafening booms. After more than a dozen battles, it had finally eaten and drunk its fill, and gathered enough strength. Its hair fluttered wildly, its ends aflame as if burning, and arcs of electric energy danced along it. A radiant energy that could not be restrained flowed around it, accompanied by red, blue, and green elemental particles, which whirled around it in a never-ending dance. Its eyes, too, changed color. Rings of irises radiated outward, intertwining red, blue, green and gray, creating an image that was both holy and indifferent to the world. However, the next moment, it wiped the corner of its mouth, instantly erasing its previous divine posture. I wonder what a magma dragon tastes like. In any case, it's time for the final battle. Duolai shot up into sky and landing before the canyon. It seemed to ascend invisible steps, one by one, to the highest point. Standing at the top of the sky dome, overlooking the vast expanse of land. Then, it lifted its hand, and fiery elemental particles from all around rushed toward it. From the palm of its hand emerged an endless light and heat. Its radiant orange hue dispersed the clouds in the sky, and it looked as if it were holding a sun in the palm of its hand. Duly weighing the sun in its hands, it hurled it down fiercely. The increasingly dazzling endless light burst forth, leaving the entire landscape bathed in a blinding white. Amidst a roaring thunder, the shock waves spread out like a tsunami, tearing apart the surrounding rocks of the canyon like paper. With just one hit, Duolei had altered the terrain. The canyon now formed a sinkhole, filled with flowing lava. A few seconds later, a large magma dragon with a vicious face and charred, partially damaged body, emerged from the lava lake, roaring up at the sky. Right, magma dragons have higher resistance to fire. Duolei knew this. It wasn't dumb. It had just let its guard down and forgotten about it. From high above, Duolei watched the scene, its eyes turning a pure blue, like a lake filled with the water of thunderbolts, reflective of destruction and indifference. In my name, invoke thunder. The voice echoed and resounded. Despite Duolei's voice being on the childlike side, it was filled with authority at that moment. Boomer, thunder echoed in the clear sky. The clear sky that was just evaporated by endless heat and devoid of any clouds, suddenly saw a rush of rising vapor. Gathering rapidly around Duolei, the vapor was quickly spreading in all directions. The dark clouds covered the sky. The shadows engulfed the land. Dazzling blue-purple thunderbolts surged among the dark clouds like dancing thunder snakes, casting a blue and purple glow on the magma dragon standing in the lava lake. Its face turned color. Is this even possible? If the magma dragon possesses sufficient intelligence, it would surely call out this absurdity. This, it can't handle. At Duolei's command, endless thunderbolts transformed into hundreds of roaring thunder dragons, crashing from the sky and colliding with the lava lake, creating an even more violent wave of destruction. Aurora streaked across the sky. Boomer! Eating. A reminder, your troop Duolei has passed the hero's trial. A Yuan stared at the quickly disappearing magma dragon and observed a moment of silence for it. Exactly 0.3 seconds. Magma dragon's combat power is beyond normal, unless the trialist has exceptional talent. Otherwise, they can only gather hundreds of elites, invite heroes to help fight before they could even have a chance defeating the boss. A broken bar. Compared to the magma dragon, the Duolei in this trial was a real superpowered creature. It was a result of the collision between its inherent devouring talent and special laws of nature, creating an invincible existence. In the face of this invincible power, no strategy was needed. General Duolei alone could flatten everything. Trial summary. During this trial, the quasi-hero Duolei has killed 66 wild monsters, and the map exploration rate exceeded 66%. Quasi-hero Duolei did not lose any troops during the trial. Since quasi-hero Duolei has increased its strength by $yen% in the trial process. £. In the final battle, quasi-hero Duolei took 16.3 seconds to kill the boss magma dragon. Currency. No lord's hints were used during this trial. Yen quasi-hero Duolei did not hire any assisting heroes. A broken bar. A comprehensive calculation in progress. A reminder, the hero trial assessment for this round is perfect. A reminder, because quasi-hero Duolei achieved a perfect evaluation during the trial, it can leave a hero's projection in the dragon-slaying battle trial. The projection will appear randomly in the future trials, and if it helps the trialist to defeat the boss and receives an invitation, the assisting hero can receive a certain reward. A reminder, do you want to keep the hero's projection? A reminder, you can make minor adjustments to the projection's appearance. Yuan. Duolei's trial process was far from perfect, but Duolei's trial result a broken bar. It killed the boss in a blink of an eye. If this wasn't perfection, what else could be called perfect? If the superpowered Duolei appears as a helpful hero, wildly slaughtering the boss, that scene. Wow. It's a pity, however, that such a scene is unlikely to be seen in the short term. The trial space shattered like a mirage, and the initiation of the rule's blessing began to descend. In the final moment, all Mu Yuan heard was Duo Lei's anxious outcry. "Wait, I haven't eaten my magma dragon yet!" And then it was kicked out of the space. Thudu a creak tilde. A softly glowing cocoon of blue-purple, which shimmered with faint starlight, burst open in an instant. A slime soared skyward. Duo Lei, am invincible now. Hovering midair, Duo Lei glanced at his round, chubby body and the empty energy bar within, as barren as a vast lake with only a few drops of water left, and fell into deep thought. Where's my power? Where is all that power I had? Duo Lei suddenly tumbled to the ground like a squashed glutinous rice ball, the light in his round face extinguished. He had thought he was invincible. If he was neither invincible nor able to eat charcoal grilled magma dragons, then what had all his fighting and striving been for? Oh, right, for the trial. It seemed like he was a hero now. Duo Lei bounced up again, revitalizing himself with half of his health. At this moment, he existed in the form of slime, his gel-like body surface shimmering with a subtle, stardust-like glow. The color was deeper than before, emitting a faint sense of mystery and still appearing innocuous as always. The only difference was that Duo Lei had a badge attached to the right side of his head, hanging there like a hat. Duo Lei, Hero, Level, First Order Level 8. Strategic Skills, Over Limit Swallowing. Hero's Talent, Enjoy Delicious. Hero's Aura, Level 2, Attack and Defense Level 2, Energy Limit plus 20%, Elemental Power plus 20%. After Dead Bone broke through the profession level, the hero's aura naturally upgraded from Level 1 to Level 2. Over Limit Swallowing. When using this strategic skill, Duo Lei can significantly boost his level in a short period of time by consuming a large amount of items, wielding power far beyond his own. The increase and duration depend on the objects swallowed. After the skill's duration, Hero Duo Lei's level will have a small permanent increase. Note, when using this skill, use it with a large amount of soul sand to reduce the burden of over-limit swallowing on the body. If you can swallow certain treasures, the effect is even better. Over-limit swallowing. Isn't this just the youth-limited version of Trial Duo Lei? Lord Shepherd had a peculiar look on his face. If he remembered correctly, the information from Xuan country described strategic skills as abilities that could influence wars, characterized by their wide coverage and large-scale effect. Duo Lei's strategic skill was solely focused on himself. It was a completely different style from others. You never cease to amaze, Duo Lei. Gurgle tilde. Duo Lei puffed up. He couldn't raise his neck at this moment, so he reached out his hands and did the slime teapot. In all fairness, when activating over-limit swallowing, massively raising his level combined with killer moves like Blazing Sun and Thunderbolt, Duo Lei indeed had the ability to influence a war. If he leveled up a few more times or tens of times more, it would be easy for him to destroy mountains and rivers and alter the terrain. As for Duo Lei's hero's talent. It was also very unique. Enjoy Delicious. Under Duo Lei's control, units receive an efficiency boost for absorption of all kinds of materials and treasures and an increase in the daily maximum extraction limit of soul sand. When Duo Lei is having a feast, the more guests under his control, the stronger Duo Lei's conversion efficiency from swallowing. At first glance, the skill description seems mundane and weird. But upon careful consideration, one would realize this hero's talent does not enhance combat power at all. However, it's a divine-grade supporting talent. Troops swallowing filling fruit could increase their maximum energy by +3, but with the boost from Duo Lei's talent, the increase in energy limit might be +4. Not to mention the boost to cultivation efficiency, which is among the best of enhancements. Mu Yuan could only say that Duo Lei's ability style is a bit offbeat, but not useless. It's a godly ability actually. Naturally, like Dead Bone, Duo Lei, who also received a perfect rating for passing the trial, obtained an upgradable weapon exclusively for himself. It was the badge that looked like a hat on his head. Ever-changing badge. Category: Special Hero Equipment. Ability: Features: high sharpness, high toughness, high resistance, high defense, and can moderately enhance the holder's physique, spirit, and energy. Moreover, the ever-changing badge can be morphed into warhammer, staff, robe, battle boots, wings, and other forms, each possessing different abilities. When fused with the holder's unique power, the ever-changing badge can also manifest specific effects. Ever-changing amidst staff form moderately enhances chance speed and elemental destructive power. Ever-changing amidst wings form significantly enhances flight speed. Ever-changing amidst robe form comes with an energy light shield. More operations to be discovered by the user. Note: the ever-changing badge is equipment that matches hero amidst duo AI. It comes back to him upon thought and can be upgraded. Duo Lai was already elated and enjoying himself. He sometimes morphed the badge into wings or threw it out like a dart and caught it as it spun back to him. He could even morph the badge into a big slime, face it eye to eye, and COO at each other. In this regard, Duo Lai seemed to be particularly gifted. Let this envoy tell you that back then, this duo bravely fought from the west of the wilderness forest to the east without blinking. This duo bulldozed through and trampled opposition underfoot. In the end, a humongous magma dragon was entirely fried to a crisp by my power. He was telling stories to Lu Liu, Hong Yi, and others with great animation. A story named Educating the Younger Generation, but in fact, it was about promoting his glorious battlefield achievements. Hearing this, Deadbone was also slightly stunned. Was even his imagination so limited? The Deadbone general fell into deep thought for the second time within a day. Duo Lai's elevation to hero status means that it, like Deadbone, can be entrusted with some territorial powers, and can help him manage many territorial affairs. However, Duo Lai dealing with affairs that could lead to accidents. At most, it uses its hero power to operate the thunder magnetic coil towers, giving itself a few thunder baths. Today, the generals and soldiers from Yuan territory who are out battling are under Deadbone's banner, enjoying the enhancements from aura and strategic talent. Those who stay at home are under Duo Lai's charge, enjoying the boost from the bulimic talent. One for battle, one for support. The combination is quite perfect. The small Yuan territory already has 2 heroes, but this is nothing to be proud of. Both Duo Lai and Deadbone are too weak. Their power is not enough. Even though within reach is the underground ancient city, Yuan dare not launch an exploration due to the fear of accidents. Yuan territory's ability to resist accidents and risks is still weak. At present, he can only honestly and low-key continue to develop. He placed an order to purchase a batch of little skeletons, slime, militia, battle falcon, and the green vine snake remnant soul, and he continued to browse the forum to collect information daily. The hero's proof that appeared yesterday is still quite an upsurge. While some senior lords show their envy, others chat about the trial scene. The trial scene is completely random, but when summed up, there are only a few types: campaign, city defense, escort, and so on. However, although it's random, the difficulty of the campaigns is not entirely the same. A few trial campaigns are obviously more difficult than others. If you randomly get these, there is a substantial possibility of failure. Under the rookie's continued inquiries, the senior lord paused and said, "Dragon Fight, Nightmare City, Hellgate. But I am not clear why there are trials that are significantly more challenging than other stages. Aren't the world trials supposed to be the fairest? The hero trial is still far away. What the newly established lords are most looking forward to is the upcoming Hero Festival. Last time at the Hero Festival, there were ordinary lords who successfully held hands with heroes. This fully explains that everyone has a chance. However, I heard that Wangba territory, Shanl territory, and other top-level second-generation lords have already set their targets on those high-level heroes. And also those second generations who underwent the trial last time, and the time before. I have exclusive high-level hero information here. Don't miss out. Profiles of 36 high-level heroes, absolutely confidential. Will you pay 1 soul crystal to download? No, no, no. This obviously seeks to hoodwink the newcomers. It's not entirely fraudulent. This paid information would contain some valid details, otherwise it would have already been reported and blocked by now. But the valid details wouldn't be many. It would be safer to buy from the official channels with this money. There are 3 grades of information. Basic information is free. Advanced information costs between 1 to 5 soul crystals. Top information costs 1000 contribution points and above. Holy Light Master Sacrifice Amidst Windsor. Introduction. This hero first appeared 18 years ago at the festival. He has extraordinary holy light power, rich knowledge, and has the hero talent of converting qualified people into soldiers. Recruiting Holy Light Master Sacrifice Windsor is equivalent to continuously cultivating non-soldiers. Disadvantage: Hero Windsor seems to have the power to see through people's hearts. Only those pure and innocent have the opportunity to recruit this hero. Recruitment difficulty: very high. Detailed information. Specific recruitment intelligence. Please pay 1000 contribution points to buy. Your balance is insufficient. Yuan Swordsman Amidst. Yuck. Introduction. This hero has deep sword skills, owns his sword intent, and has extremely strong individual combat power. Briefing: the hero likes alcohol and swordsmanship discussions. Only those with excellent sword skills have a chance to catch his eye. Recruitment difficulty: high. Information fee: 1500 contribution points. Amber Witch Amidst. Ronglin. Dragon Hawk Knight Amidst. Battlehawk. Great Arcanist Amidst. Blaze. The officials have a great amount of information, all obtained from the lords at the various hero festivals. The harder it is to recruit a top hero, the richer the information about them. Some of this hero information appears in gray, not available for purchase, status. This is because it has already been ordered by others and so a second copy won't be sold. Hero recruitment, mainly a matter of catering to their preferences. It is said that some lords started preparing from a year ago, just to be able to catch the notice of an ideal hero. Yuan stroked his chin. This is something he can't do. Forge the iron while it's hot. Hero recruitment does not set a combat power standard, but ultimately it depends on the individual's overall level, talent, territory, army units, buildings, environment, territory citizens. These are the most important. Wangba territory, Shanl territory, and other top-ranked second-generation lords may have already upgraded their territories to level 2. Yuan doesn't have the channels or wealth of the second generation, but he doesn't want to fall behind either. It's not only because of the Hero Festival. After upgrading the territory, numerous miracle buildings can also be upgraded, which will significantly enhance the strength of Yuan territory. After the upgrade, the rewards drop down by nature would enable Deadbone and Duo Lai, who are currently only at first order level 8, to rapidly push for elite level. However, Yuan territory still lacks one condition. Night. Inside the cultivation quiet room, Yuan held 2 soul crystals in his hands. His mind wandered as he practiced cultivation, simultaneously browsing the forum and opening the territory panel with one thought each. Yuan territory. Level 1. Details, not mentioned. Upgrade conditions: A more than or equal to 1000 territory citizens, and more than 10 talents. A inverted exclamation mark over 500 units of troops, and having at least 5 first-order troop types. As I sense over 100 units of miracle buildings, and having at least 3 rare level buildings. As a pound area safety index equals 60%. As a currency territory satisfaction index equals 60%. As upgrade cost, soul crystal A tilde, 20. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 territory, the conditions aren't very high. For the common lords, the third condition is the hardest. Depending solely on their own exploration and the monster hunting, they might not gather enough even in a year. But the lords can exchange them on the Yuan platform, or get them from their backup or financial backers. With time accumulation, Even the slower ones could promote their territory in half a year. For me, the weakness lies in the most basic, easiest to reach number of territory citizens. Currently, the Tanyuan territory has 339 citizens and 6 talents. Apart from forging master Li Erniu, the rest are only ordinary talents at N-card level. The number gap is big, and the refugees attracted by the guiding landmarks only come in larger number in the first 3 days and then only 10 or 20 a day afterwards. With time accumulation, he can manage to gather enough in 1 month or a month and a half. But isn't he wanting to be faster? Top second-generation rich kids can use some means to attract refugees from other territories. He was referring to those who were attracted by the guiding landmarks but haven't officially registered or entered the territory. If you want to do this, having money isn't enough, you need connections. For an ordinary lord like him, it seems that the only options are release more guiding landmarks, find special structures like a refugee camp, or find areas in the wilderness where ordinary people gather. Yuan took out the guide compass and injected some energy to start it. In an instant, the ancient and worn-out compass bloomed with a circle of light. In a blink of an eye, it appeared as if an old object had been renovated. The compass pointer lit up with a pale gold glow, shaking continuously, and in the end, pointing in a specific direction. Underground, outside the old and broken yet still majestic black ancient city, was one of the tribes, the Spider-Woman tribe. The tribe was mainly composed of spider-class monsters and enslaved numerous other monsters, goblins, jackal men, kobolds, humans, etc. At the top of the tribe's pyramid, there were only a few dozen spider women. They had upper bodies similar to humans, very enchanting, but the lower half was hideously chilling. Spider abdomen with black patterns, and spider legs sharp as blades. At this moment, they were driving a party of slave laborers, working on a grand construction in the tribe's central area. It was the totem pillar of the tribe. However, this totem was not in the form of a spider, or a spider woman, but a lifelike serpent, as if it were about to come alive. It suddenly opened its large mouth, shot down from the totem pole and swallowed several slave laborers before coiling back up its body. The snake seemed to say lazily in a hoarse and low voice, "Believe in my lord, the great snake god, and you will receive gifts. Go, take over the surrounding tribes, and find out one by one the territories in Tanming, especially." The Spider-Woman leader had a faint red glow in her eyes. She bent down on her spider legs after a moment of silence. "Yes." Compared to the turmoil in the underground world, the surrounding area of the Tanyuan territory is still calm. Early the next day, the Duo Lai squad set off from the territory with the guide compass. The squad members included Hero Duo Lai, Camera Bird Jun, Hong Yi, Rakshasa, and a group of auxiliary resentful spirits, all of them attached to Jun's claws in the form of soul orbs, inside a black hollow claw ring. The squad was quite elite. Yuan considered that looking for special buildings could be quite distant. One day might not be enough for a round trip. Moreover, many dangers await in the wilderness. No matter how strong Duo Lai is, it's always better to outnumber the enemy. Within 20 kilometers of the Tanyuan territory, it's hard to find powerful monsters. The Duo Lai squad advanced with ease, but upon entering the 30 to 40 kilometers, danger increases sharply. Below was a dense forest with wisps of white fog. Higher in the sky, the white fog thickens, continuously hitting one's cheeks. If they fly higher, monsters are few, but occasionally giant figures can be seen passing through the depths of the sky. A diffuse and faint, spine-chilling breath could be noticed. Jun was immediately taken aback and dared not to fly higher. Duo Lai wanted to trek through the forest area in the first place, occasionally hunting wild games. No, mapping the wilderness. Yes, that's exactly it. Boom! A sizable blazing fireball burst forth from Duo Lai's polymorphic staff, igniting an eye-catching flame in the forest. This flame completely enveloped a massive stone golem entwined with countless vines and moss, so much that only its silhouette could be vaguely discerned. Duo Lai did not continue its assault. Instead, it seized the opportunity presented by the uprising fire and signaled to Jun for a swift retreat. If it continues fighting, it might attract more and stronger monsters. The wilderness is filled with dangers like this. One must always be cautious. Duo Lai conveyed solemnly. Repeating the Lord's zealous instructions, it whispered in his ear just a while ago. Their flight speed had notably slowed, weaving with the wind vigilantly against any rustling in the vicinity. They continued to glide downward in the direction of the compass, as silent as the wind. The Duo Lai squad has delved dozens of kilometers into the wilderness. The good news is that the compass isn't pointing to the Blessing Temple. The bad news is that special buildings seem to be quite rare. Could it be that they would have to go hundreds of kilometers deep to find one? If that's the case, he could only halt his search plan. The current Yuan territory isn't capable of exploring further into the wilderness yet. Moving a few hundred kilometers to the south was possible, but Yuan speculated that special buildings discovered and occupied by other lords would also not be indicated by the compass since they were within the in possession category. The direction indicated by the compass could not be cancelled or reset. His view followed the Duo Lai squad, embarking upon countless thrilling combat encounters. Suddenly, a faint golden light column on the compass pulsed with a ding-dong ringing. "Have a broken bar? Have we arrived?" Duo Lai looked around anxiously, finally unearthing the object the golden beam was directing at an ancient statue buried deep within the bushes, with a hint of divine aura wafting off of it. "Alert, you have discovered a special building. Statue of Abundance." A Statue of Abundance. This is a statue of the goddess of earth and bounty. Gaining the blessing from the statue grants your territory a speed increase in crop growth by 50% for the following month. Note: only a lord or a hero can visit the statue. Duo Lai reached out its tiny hand and lightly touched the statue. Suddenly, the aura of the goddess of abundance erupted before it. It seemed to see endless stretches of golden wheat fields, the indescribably majestic bounty goddess herself, and a sky ablaze with red clouds, golden rain pouring down, and the heavens and the earth crying out in grief. When it came back to its senses, the statue of abundance that was engulfed in a divine glow vanished abruptly, as if it had never existed in the first place. The guide compass in its hand also faded, and the number of uses remaining was showing 2/3. Duo Lai continued to use the compass. With a buzzing sound, the compass needle started spinning again, and it pointed unwaveringly in a new direction. "Let's go." 3 hours later, the Duo Lai squad found the second special building. This place was far more conspicuous than the Statue of Abundance. It was surrounded by several monsters. Fortunately, they weren't too strong. Duo Lai, June, and a few resentful spirits spent some time quietly killing these monsters. "Alert, you have discovered the special building Evil Pit. By visiting this building, you can gain the power of evil which increases your troops' attack and destruction capabilities. This enhancement lasts for a week." The second building didn't offer too much improvement. You could say it was better than nothing. After all, not all special buildings are treasures. Some are useless as chicken ribs. "It's already not bad that we didn't find those kinds." Yuan took out the map and marked the location of the evil pit. It was almost 100 kilometers away from the territory. To run 100 kilometers for such a minor boost was not very worthwhile. Just then, the Rakshasa, with its green face and sharp fangs, seemed somewhat restless. His intuition told him that he should move forward. "Then go," Yuan said. The Rakshasa also had unique qualities, a peculiar appearance and compelling aura. So, he moved straight forward without hesitation. Standing at the outskirts, he didn't just touch or visit the building like the others. Instead, the entirety of his ghostly form plunged into the pit that was visibly humming with brown-red evil energy. The next moment, the entire evil pit erupted as if boiling water, steaming and churning to the point of submerging the Rakshasa that seemed to have sunk without a trace. Could it really have sunk? The intuition of the troops is not foolproof. There are all sorts of opportunities in the eternal world, as well as all kinds of accidents. Right as Yuan was thinking this, the chaotic energy inside the pit started to recede as if the sluice gates has been opened at the bottom, forming a visible vortex. "Whoa! The bystanders gasped in awe. Before their eyes, numerous streams of evil energy pervading inside the pit began to dissipate, revealing a sturdy, closing-eyed Rakshasa standing erect at the bottom of the pit. He had obtained tremendous escalation in this opportunity. The Rakshasa's level has been increased to first stage level 5. The Rakshasa's level has been increased to first stage level 6. Alert, your troop, Rakshasa, has absorbed a massive amount of evil energy and has awakened the skill evil coagulation. Hint, your unit Rakshasa meets the special conditions and is undergoing mutation evolution. Inside the pit, brown-red lines began to crawl up on the Rakshasa's body. His aura continued to rise, but his face showed a hint of pain. Evolution. Indeed, there is a possibility for troops to evolve. Feeding a large number of rare-grade materials to a common-grade troop and allowing some time for accumulation could potentially elevate the troop to the rare rank. However, the selection of feeding materials is a deep, almost bottomless pit of knowledge. Theory of troop evolution. It's just a bit disappointing. Apart from artificial and extravagant intervention, troops have a minuscule chance of striking it lucky with spontaneous evolution. Just like the Rakshasa right now. He is exceptional, seeming to harmonize well with the evil aura, causing a spark upon contact. The special bloody robe, absorbing countless fresh blood from the battlefield, awakened the blood clothing skill. The evil inside this pit, both in quantity and quality, far exceeds the fresh blood absorbed by the bloody robe. The Rakshasa stumbled upon a one-in-a-million opportunity. However, taking in a large amount of ferocious power of evil, there must be some risk involved. This indeed represents a chance, but it's a chance that requires risking one's life to capture. Under normal circumstances, Rakshasa could only rely on himself to resist. Either he resists, undergoes metamorphosis and advances, or he fails and explodes at the worst-case scenario. On Rakshasa's body, the reddish-brown patterns are becoming more and more apparent, wriggling like snakes. The situation is becoming more dangerous. Yet, the Lord Shepherd will make a move. He concentrated, seeing in his vision multiple light points and several evolution light spheres representing the major systems. However, they are limited to the Yuan territory and the surrounding areas. The location of Rakshasa is too far away. Again, he held his breath and closed his eyes. In the vast darkness, 3 lights emerged, 1 big and 2 small. The big light represents the Yuan territory, the core anchor point from which everything begins. The small lights represent the 2 heroes, Deadbone and Duolei. Heroes are an extension of the Lord's will. Yuan's gaze spreads, finally reaching the evil pit. Outside the pit, Duolei, Hong Yi, Red Robe, and June could only offer Rakshasa a bit of spiritual encouragement and nothing else. Yuan reached out and pointed from afar. Hand of Evolution. Undead System Evolution points -50.68. An invisible force descended. Rakshasa, who was struggling and feeling the pain, his face began to relax, and the patterns climbing on his body gradually melted away. His aura rose again, abruptly inhaling the last of the evil aura all at once. Tip: your troop Rakshasa has morphed into Evil Ghost General, excellent 3-star, and awoke in the talent evil body. After a pause, the Rakshasa finally opened his eyes, his pupils filled with endless menacing intent. His physique was almost as robust as before, but the patterns crawling on him made him seem even more fearsome, and even more formidable. Try your new ability. Yes. Rakshasa looked at his hands, slightly stretching out, one forward and one backward in a fist gesture, forming a reddish-brown long spear interlaced with countless condensed evil energies. The next moment, his spear shot out like a dragon, effortlessly penetrating the earth and rock, as if it was thin paper. After experimentation, evil coagulation was the most optimal weapon shape. It wasn't like the bloody robe's blood clothing, which could easily shape-shift into various weapon tools. Its destructive power was much stronger than the bloody robe's, ripping apart average armor. After piercing through the armor, the power of evil infiltrates the enemy's body. And the talent evil body. Boom tilde. Rakshasa's body suddenly exploded, transforming into a cloud of reddish-brown mist. The smoke wafted and condensed dozens of meters away, recreating Rakshasa's figure. At first, He was somewhat unaccustomed. After practicing, the speed of transforming into the evil's mist became faster and faster. Rakshasa's whole body seemed to be teleporting, whizzing in and out of the pit, leaving behind dozens of afterimages. The evil body has greatly enhanced the power of evil inside Rakshasa, and it matches well with the advanced skill evil coagulation, making his combat power increase many times over. Transforming into the evil mist, Rakshasa can move without a trace, making him incredibly elusive. Who knew that you, a man with bushy eyebrows and big eyes, could take the path of an assassin? Since that's the case, in the future, Rakshasa can be assigned to do some exploration work, so there's no need for Deadbone, who really wants to play safe but doesn't have many skills to do so, to carry out tasks that are not suited for him. The Duolei squad came and left, only leaving behind the empty evil pit that has lost its enhancement capabilities. It's not too early to return home anymore. Under Duolei's strong insistence, they hunted a giant bear for a feast. Despite Rakshasa and Hong Yi both saying they don't need to eat, they couldn't resist the warm hospitality of General Duolei. June started eating early. After having their fill, while darkness hasn't yet fallen, Duolei, equipped with the ever-changing wings, zoomed ahead, headed to the final destination. The trees here are growing even taller, towering tens or hundreds of meters high. As the target is a special building, and they are also in a hurry to return home, Duolei is unusually cautious on the journey, avoiding fights where possible. Even so, he still encountered many formidable foes. There were a group of wild giants acting like primitive men, wielding massive bone clubs, roasting an unknown monstrous beast around a bonfire. Duolei looked on tearfully but reluctantly departed. There were also some quite tricky creatures, bloodthirsty vine tree, the main body of which is a lush tree, which is not noticeable among the flourishing forest. Once prey steps into its range, sturdy vine tentacles, like pythons, will fall and tightly bind the prey until its blood is completely drained. June fell into it at that moment. Duolei was at a loss, so bombarding it with fireballs and lightning would probably take June away with it. It was Rakshasa who made the first move, his evil coagulated blade slicing through the sturdy vines, before making a swift retreat. They had already encountered formidable foes such as wind-toothed dragon, flying wing bee swarm, fallen black crow, etc. Duolei grumbles, "This is too challenging." Its hair appeared disheveled, even though it had managed to crush everything in its path during the hero trial. This region can be called the Forest of Giant Trees. Due to their lack of understanding of this area, Duolei and the others moved much slower, at a snail's pace. Soon, night had fallen. However, considering they had already been traveling for quite a while, they thought it wouldn't be appropriate to turn back now, so they cautiously continued to move forward. The light golden pointer finally began to waver, signaling that their destination was not far off. Suddenly, danger invaded them out of nowhere. A giant Tauran warrior wielding an axe emerged from a multi-meter-high pile of grass, the glowing red axe light slashing towards Duolei at the very front. Slime was taken aback. The ever-changing badge flew out, transforming into a prismatic shield absorbing the full force of this strike. The prismatic shield resonated, finally repelling the attacking Tauran. But in the blink of an eye, several other bulky Tauran warriors emitting faint light from their bodies leapt out from a distant tree trunk, a nearby pit, and the close-by grass clusters. Duolei could see a corner of a grand building partially concealed by the forest from afar. Could this be a trap laid out by the Taurans? It pondered anxiously, preparing to demonstrate the power of Duolei hero to its juniors. But Rakshasa was faster. His entire body exploded apart, turning into smoke and fog. In just 0.03 seconds, he dashed in front of the attacking Tauran warrior like a swift arrow. A cloud of brownish red smoke gathered, presenting his figure. He held his long spear and swiftly, accurately, ruthlessly stabbed it forward. The Tauran warrior seemed to want to defend with his axe, but he was too slow. The evil spear had already penetrated his neck armor, stabbed through it and then got drawn out. When the axe slashed out following its inertia, it was only able to sever a few strands of brown smoke. Rakshasa appeared on the side of the second Tauran warrior, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth. 5 figures possessing burly bodies and dark skin wrapped in wisps of brownish red smoke appeared beside the monsters, at the same time, all brandishing their spears. The next moment, bang! The smoke dissipated, and these Taurans with not low grade, who had already entered the mid-late stage at the professional level, were instantly killed like the little monsters such as goblins. A one-shot kill, spectacularly quick. Rakshasa Duolai gaped in disbelief. ASTM_ASTM. It hadn't even taken action yet. Wait, since when did Rakshasa become so powerful? It always had this feeling of illusion that even if it went all out, it might not be able to kill all these not-so-weak monsters in 2 seconds. Right, it must be an illusion. There is nothing better than not having to fight, said Hong Yi, who yawned leisurely. She was drifting nearby, standing guard. Duolai picked up all the soul sand and remnant souls released by the monsters, also conveniently taking the valuable armor from the bodies of the Tauran warriors. Through Jun's eyes, Yuan scanned the building hiding in the forest of giant trees. The building was simple yet grand, in the shape of a flat cylinder, looking like a huge ancient sports stadium. Warning, you have discovered a special building hero duel arena. Explanation, this place used to be where the ancient Bright Empire trained and honed the fighting skills of heroes. No actual deaths will occur in the duel arena. Challengers can progress rapidly in their battle skills and energy utilizing techniques while fighting here. Reminder, only heroes and lords can enter the hero duel arena, which can be entered with consciousness. Reminder, each hero or lord only has a free usage time limit of 3 hours. Obtaining Bright Empire medals and other methods can extend the usage time. Yuan, the Bright Empire Green Hand, had heard about the place. Seemingly it was one of the most potent countries in the history of the Eternal World. However, it has already been destroyed and become a part of history. So where was he supposed to find a Bright Empire medal? It doesn't matter, there's still 3 hours of free time. It's just a special building after all, which is more than 100 kilometers away from my territory. I don't have the time to run all the way here often. The duel arena looks like an open-air building from the outside, but you can only truly enter it through the main entrance. As soon as Duolai set foot inside, it felt like it had entered a unique space. Yuan also received a whether to descend with consciousness prompt message. He didn't rush to make a choice. Through Duolai, who serves as an anchor, he could already quietly observe the surroundings. The floor was paved with smooth and polished flooring, which was completely dust-free. Not far away, a gigantic light gate stood erect. Only by stepping into it can the dual grinding truly commence. Yuan also descended with his consciousness. In the dark, he learned more information about the hero duel arena. Skills also have limits. Breaking through these limits allows one to step into a new world. During the hero festival, the senior hero Yuan swordsman broke away from the mundane with his swordsmanship, reaching the artistic conception of the sword. This is a domain that only talented lords or heroes are qualified to glimpse. Ordinary troops, their self-consciousness hasn't even awakened, their skills at best are just proficient. How could they possibly break through? So, the hero duel arena is a treasured land for honing heroes to help them break through their limits. In that case, 3 hours of free time indeed seems a bit short. Damn it, he thought. Words suddenly floated up in the sky above the duel arena. Hero A middle. Loki initially entered the guns mentality. A broken bar. Lord Wangba initially entered the blades mentality. Lord of Wangba territory is actually so horrific. Hero duel arena, another entrance. A new lord who had descended for 2 years and 7 months, was taken aback as he watched a notice float above the light gate. This guy really is a top-notch second generation. He has entered the artistic conception level in such a short time. Ha, he just received special training from an early age. I bet I can do it too. Another lord, who had also descended for over 2 years and was nibbling on a lemon, paused and added, even newcomer lords are pondering over artistic conception now. We can't be left behind. Remember, We were once the proud geniuses who topped the leaderboard. However, the prestige of topping the leaderboard back then was nothing compared to that of today's edition. The Lord Trials occur every 6 months, and the Hero Festival every 3 years. This means that the new lords who enter the secret realm to participate in the festival have a seniority of over 2 years in the Eternal World. Thus, they have naturally done more work. Even though the festival's recruitment does not focus on combat power, it's clear that a hero would choose a territory with well-established facilities over a territory that is still in the pioneering stage and does not even have a toilet. Similarly, the personal charm and ability of a lord hold significant weight. Heroes like Yuan swordsman, who appreciate superb skill and outstanding combat power, are not few. This is why leaders like the Lord of Bamboo Sword Territory and Bashi Lord are willing to spend a fortune buying the use time of the duel arena. Otherwise, even if they are frontline charge type lords, they wouldn't be willing to spend so much money on themselves. It's not worth it. Even if one steps into the artistic conception level and greatly increases their combat power, how can it compete with recruiting more types of troops, or spend a great cost to obtain rare high-order troops? Even if the high-order troops have ordinary skills, they can still crush everything. Moreover, the outstanding individuals in the common troops may be 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000, but among the high-order troops, they are 1 in 10 or even all outstanding. They clearly crush in terms of basic qualities, possess advanced skills, and can also crush common troops and even lords in terms of skills and more. And heroes often come from high-order troops. Acquiring a hero, even a high-ranking hero, is worth any cost. It's our turn. They looked at each other, confidently stepped into the light gate. Tip: your hero Duo Lei has entered the hero duel arena and is undergoing trials. Duo Lei disappeared into the light of the gate. General Deadbone can do the same. Descend directly in consciousness as long as Duo Lei is still visiting this building. I should go and do some training now. Mu Yuan looked on, sighing slightly. He had always been a greenhorn, never killed a chicken before and had to give it everything he got to fight a southern cockroach, having 10 rounds of intense battles before he could kill it. Combating isn't easy. You may understand something in your mind, but you aren't able to perform it normally with your hands and feet. The recent fully powered validation in training field made Greenhand Mu slightly pressured. But everyone has to take this step. Improve his combat ability, no longer be weak. Isn't it what he wanted? Time to go. He took a deep breath, strode forward, and entered the gate glowing with white light. Holy shit! The aroma of plants, the earthy scent penetrated his nostrils. This wasn't any combat arena. It was an expansive prairie environment. A gray-furred giant wolf had appeared from the edge of his field of vision, barking and rushing towards him. Mu Yuan could clearly see the fierce teeth of the giant wolf and the small chunks of meat caught between them. A faint odor of blood was blowing in his face, nauseating him. He also received a tip in the spirit realm. The enemy's level is the same as yours. Kill monsters and pass the challenge to get higher training gains. In short, throw everything else aside, heart undisturbed by anything, just fight. Mu Yuan loaded the Rakshasa template, and a maroon spear formed in his hand at his command. He thrust the spear hard at the rushing giant wolf. The blood flying onto his face was warm and it smelled disgusting. A little nauseated, he could load the Duo Lei template and kill the giant wolf from a distance, or he could load the Lulu template, wrapping himself in an iron can, so even if blood splashed, he would not be hurt. But Mu Yuan still chose the Rakshasa template, without any armor. A real hero has to fight bravely. After all, he had seen corpses before. He licked some of the blood, feeling only a little uncomfortable, and swiftly killed all of the giant wolves. The giant wolves weren't strong. After all, they were only ordinary 3-star stage. Their strength, speed, compared to him, there was a qualitative gap under the same level, but he was still a bit struggling to kill them. He was not mentally prepared enough. Continue. He didn't need to say it. As the last of the giant wolves were killed, the environment in front of him silently changed. The vast prairie transformed into a forest with towering trees. Great trees, tens of meters high, stood erect. The dense canopy blocked the sky, with only slivers of sunlight filtering through, casting mottled light and shadow on the forest floor covered with dead branches and fallen leaves. Several silhouettes also appeared before his eyes. Goblin warriors. So, the enemy of the second challenge is already so strong? He lifted his spear to meet them. The maroon spear was swung fiercely in his hand, astonishingly suppressing several formidable green-skinned warriors with his own strength. Such an overpowering approach. Not only that, the more he swung his spear, the more skilled he became. From a beginner to proficient, to highly skilled, it all happened within a short span of time. It was as if he was a genius unmatched in the world, breaking through in every battle, making rapid progress in the heat of the fight. But in fact, it's just the effect of the hero duel arena. Mu Yuan's progress in the training field was much slower than it was now. Here, he could throw everything away and fight in his most unfettered style, which was like having divine help. If the training field was a rare level building, then this hero duel arena was at least an epic level or even a legendary level building. 3 hours of grinding time, too short. Plop, behind him, ripples of light and shadow suddenly rose, a black blade violently stabbed out. The great Lord Mu Yuan, who had focused all his attention on the goblin warriors, had been pierced right through the heart. The blade entered from his back and came out from his chest. When Mu Yuan looked down, he saw the tip of the short blade which was still dripping blood. He was somewhat stunned. He wasn't entirely dead yet, but it felt like something had drained his physical strength, and his chest was throbbing with intense pain. It got more and more painful. Too painful. The sneak attacker twisted and withdrew the short blade, splattering a red spray of fresh blood. Mu the Green Hand knelt on one knee, his spear pole falling and disintegrating into a mist. His pupils contracted sharply, and the last thing reflected in his eyes was the shadow of the goblin warrior's massive blade. Damn it! Mu Yuan grabbed a handful of grass, his heart thumping. He clenched his chest armor tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Even now, it felt as though a blade was still inside him, stirring back and forth. It hurt a lot. This was indeed just a residual illusion, but the experience of dying was all too real. Mu who needs anesthesia for surgery. Yuan could hardly bear it. The duel arena was as merciless as it was intense. The pain was heartrending. But he was given no time to grieve or ease his emotions. The familiar figure of the goblin warrior once again appeared before him. Mu Yuan's heart tensed up immediately, and he raised his hand to load Lulu's template. He paused midway. He bit his lip, clenched his fist, and bravely continued to load the unarmored Rakshasa template. Just great. A broken bar. After 196 seconds, Mu Yuan still died at the hands of the Shadow Assassin. 4 goblin warriors and 2 Shadow Assassins, that seems to be all the enemies in this round. His stats were far superior to his enemies. His skills weren't bad either. He was simply lacking experience and was not mentally prepared. Mu Yuan no longer sought to improve his skills, but to learn the most fundamental fighting instinctively. On his third attempt, after a 223-second battle, Mu Yuan, at the expense of 2 wounded ribs, had eradicated all enemies. By the end of the battle, he was drenched in blood. Waves of pain tugged at his nerves, but he gritted his teeth and thrust his spear through the air again and again. The art of battle, I've mastered it. Ha ha! A broken bar. The third round, death, 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 death. In a mere few hundred seconds, Lord Shepherd had died 4 times. There was only one opponent in this round, but it was quite challenging. A leader of the Tauren, Excellence 1 star. This was a monster about 3 to 4 meters high, draped in thick black armor over its dark red body. Its mane was dense, and in its hand it held an enormous battle axe, which it swung with enough force to split mountains and shake the earth. Charge! The hulking body of the leader of the Tauren rushed forward, trailing a series of dark red after images. Too fast. Even the smoke form of the Great Lord barely avoided the attack, only for the battle axe to swing towards him in the next instant. His mist form couldn't escape an energy-charged attack. Mu Yuan had to materialize, striking the side of the battle axe repeatedly with the tip of the spear, nudging the massive battle axe aside. Yet, The moment the leader of the Tauren planted his foot on the ground, the earth shook violently, and countless stones whirled up and transformed into a hail of bullets shooting towards him. He turned into mist but was still penetrated by the leader of the Tauren's punch. Great Lord Shepherd fell dead on the battlefield once again. Damn it, an element. How to defeat this leader of the Tauren? Loading Lulu's template would only lead to a more tragic death. Using the Dual AI template for long-range bombing might work, but he refused to accept that. Today, he would fight to the end with a single long spear. The unbearable pain seemed a little more bearable now. In the rocky terrain, Mu Yuan's figure reappeared, spear at the ready. Half an hour later, notification: you have defeated the third round's guard leader of the Tauren, and have entered the fourth round. Notification: you have gained a higher practice boost. Notification: due to your outstanding performance, you are awarded an additional 2 hours of usage. A broken bar. At almost the same time, gurgle tilde, gurgly a exclamation mark. Slapper a Dual AI, who was flying mid-air, once again turned into Dual AI source. Dual AI, O A Yeni diaresis superscript 1 A Yeno. It was a tough world. If you win, you can't celebrate. If you lose, you just suffer in vain. A broken bar. While Mu Yuan and Dual AI were constantly getting beaten up, scratch that, and constantly honing their skills, General Deadbone finally returned to his territory and logged into the Hero Duel Arena through his consciousness. He stepped in. A long time ago measured on the timeline of when Emperor Deadbone was born, it had become aware of its bottleneck issue, especially after using a particular experience stone. This bottleneck left it more perplexed. It also asked the all-powerful Lord, who said that above techniques was the artistic conception, but the path of understanding was through feeling rather than explanation. Even for the same sword intent, the two could be vastly different. Some people's sword intent makes their own strength sharper, capable of tearing through enemy armor easily. Some people's sword intent shows fearless determination, displaying extraordinary strength when they courageously advance. All depends on the individual. Deadbone hadn't figured out what his artistic conception was among daily chores: intelligence gathering, crusading against monster tribes, researching upgrades, improving the giant beast of death remains, developing more robust battle techniques, and so on. So the study of artistic conception ranked even lower. It shelved this problem for the time being. But now, stepping into the Hero Duel Arena, Deadbone had brought up the issue again. What is the artistic conception? On the plain, a pack of giant wolves was trapped by a sudden rise of bones, and amidst the pack, Deadbone sat pondering. It seemed to understand. There wasn't any energy variation, but a hard-to-describe, faint resonance began to diffuse from Deadbone, growing stronger over time. The artistic conception was about to appear. No, I still don't understand. Deadbone stood up, cutting off the sword intent that was about to sprout. That was not the artistic conception it wanted. This artistic conception shouldn't be so inconvenient. Squelchu a. As it stood up, the surrounding bones, like silver pythons, began to tighten, squeezing the trapped giant wolves to death. In the next moment, Deadbone entered the second level. Without unsheathing Wailing Death, it used its own bones as a blade, weaving around the goblin warriors and shadow assassins. It didn't attack, it was all defense. This kind of battle lasted for a full several dozens of seconds. Deadbone hinted not enough. It's still not enough. Deadbone pointed his sword, with the tip seeming slow yet quick, weak yet strong. Without bursting out any energy, the surrounding enemies fell one after another. Deadbone then made it to the third level. At this level, it thought longer. While parrying the overwhelming, formidable onslaught of Leader Nu, most of its mind had already sunk into contemplation. This was an extraordinarily dangerous method. The slightest carelessness would result in being slain by the gatekeeper. However, the rule that one couldn't die in the Hero Duel Arena allowed General Deadbone to settle down and think without worry. If it were to die in battle, it would indicate a flaw had been found. It's a good thing. Deadbone spent a bit more time thinking through this level. Perhaps it fought with Leader Nu hundreds of times, or even more. After it battled until its path was nearly worn out, Dead bone finally awakened from its deep contemplation. A faint, mysterious charm gradually emanated from its body. But it was still a bit lacking. Then, the charm silently dissipated. Dead bone looked at the tall and robust leader Nu before it, its eyes deep and fleeting. It began attacking with all its might. Its bone spikes danced wildly, tracing a trail of profound trajectories. 3 moves later, boom! A small hole appeared on Leader Nu's forehead, and his entire body fell down heavily. I yield. Deadbone entered the 4th level. A broken bar. General Deadbone surged ahead. A broken bar. General Deadbone slaughtered mercilessly. A broken bar. Several hours later, Lord Shepherd was in deep contemplation. Ahem. Lord Shepherd had gradually begun to find his way. When technique reaches its peak, the mysterious artistic conception's door flung open before him. Prompt: your hero Duo Lei has realized the fire intentions during training. Duo Lei's fire system technique's power increased by 30%. Inside a parallel training space, Duo Lei's body was surrounded by faint, twinkling fire. This wasn't energy, but the manifestation of its artistic conception. Under the fire intentions, using the same energy to activate the same skill, its power would inexplicably amplify a great deal. After stepping into this mysterious realm, Duo Lei found his control over energy also advanced greatly. Like the previous overflowing energy scene caused by eating too much in the trial space, it could now assure this would not happen again. It could handle eating more. Under the fire intentions, its mastery of roasting game improved dramatically, even making the ingredients inexplicably more delicious. The charred bird before it that was still yelping, emitted waves of roasting fragrance. Duo Lei became greedy. This was its artistic conception. A broken bar. Because the prompt message distracted him, Lord Shepherd was killed once more by the Chaotix blade. After resurrection, he fell into contemplation. Seems like there were no prompts from General Deadbone, or did I just miss it because I was too immersed? At this time, Deadbone, who was still unable to open the door of artistic conception, continued thinking as he slowly progressed to the 6th level of the Hero Duel Arena. There were no plains, forests, rocky fields and such, just a plain and unadorned flatland. In front of him, a man emerged from the opening of the space gate. He stood straight, wearing silver armor, with an image of orange flames engraved at the chest area, seeming like some sort of emblem. He glanced at Deadbone. Skeleton boy, even if you're not human, since you belong to the human side, I won't hide my skills. Come, let me see what capability you have to get this far. Don't disappoint. Perhaps due to rarely seeing newcomers, this gatekeeper who looked young but had an unusually hoarse voice, seemed talkative. However, as he spoke he had already made his move. He materialized a huge sword, cutting forward seemingly slow but in reality incredibly fast, as if transcending many dimensions in an instant. Simultaneously, a faint profound charm emerged from the gatekeeper. The blade's edge swirled, and an invisible force seemed to want to tear through armor. This was the artistic conception. Apart from the boost, just this intent to kill from the artistic conception could make weaker ones lose their resistance. Deadbone also unsheathed Wailing Death, simultaneously swung the sword, exchanging blows with the opponent in a blink of an eye. Interesting. The gatekeeper showed a touch of surprise. This was the last challenge. He would use a bit stronger power to match the challenger's level, providing the challenger with the best grinding experience. So, he increased his power. His sword intent resonated, and thousands of birds shrieked. He completely suppressed the skeleton boy, pounding him into constant retreat, dangerous and unpredictable. And yet, the intention remained hidden? No, it seems that skeleton boy has not grasped intentionality yet. Interesting. You reached here without stepping into the realm of intentionality. Should I praise you for being outstanding, or passing the stages with the power of the body alone was undoubtedly strong? Yet at this point, he hasn't been able to understand the power of intentionality, and his comprehension seems fairly ordinary. It's not too bad, actually. But compared to his extraordinary physical talent and advanced skills, it was a bit disappointing. And that was merely a disappointment. The gatekeeper, Dawn Sword, has seen all kinds of geniuses. No matter how peculiar or even odd they may be, he was used to it. He only continued to increase output, forcing out all the potential of the challenger before him. Come on, don't disappoint me, push open the door to intentionality. The faint, mysterious flavor permeated the area at last. But it was as if there was still a thin piece of paper in between, unable to break through. And so, the gatekeeper Dawn Sword triggered his intentionality power once again. It seemed like there were countless light swords hanging in the sky, locking in his opponent from afar. Even holding a giant sword of the same type as the dead bone, he swung it as if it were a quick sword, the shadow of the sword undulating and impenetrable. Finally, under his intense pressure, the skeleton boy pushed open the door of intentionality. The mysterious flavor began to intensify as if it were brewing something. Dawn Sword nodded slightly, showing a satisfied smile. Another genius had been groomed by him. Then he was surprised to discover that before the intentionality was fully born, the mysterious essence continued to escalate. It seemed that after a long period of accumulation, as soon as the door of intentionality was opened, it could skip the initial entry and directly reach a higher realm. With this, the comprehension ability of Skeleton Boy wasn't bad at all. Quite excellent. Interesting. He kept about the same offensive stance and quietly watched. The sword of the skeleton boy had sprouted the intentionality, but he was uncertain about its focus. Would it be pressuring aggression, invincible domination, or intricate cleverness? Warning, your hero Deadbone has learned sword intent ************ Warning, Deadbone enters the initial state of 20 intentionality. Warning, Deadbone has reached a minor achievement in 20 intentionality. Warning, Deadbone perfects 20 intentionality. Sword intent is often associated with sharpness and offensive power. Deadbone wasn't that it wasn't interested, it just didn't want the power of pure offense. It sought stability, but not in a conservative or compromising way. Power that could only protect itself was unnecessary. What it wanted was the whole exploration core coming back unharmed, all threats within miles of the Yuan territory being eliminated. That was the kind of stability it was after. The mysterious aura around Deadbone vanished, as if it had failed to open the door of intentionality. Even its entire being, whole body seemed ordinary under the invisible reality. The ordinary Deadbone raised its black giant sword slightly, dropping a dull slash. There was no sharp edge, no admirable skills, no force that stirred the surrounding world as if it were divine or demonic. There was only an unadorned, simple sword, so simple that it felt extreme, like the plain atomic bomb that exploded the moment it hit the ground. The simple sword also exploded with destructive power that could obliterate everything at the moment of collision. There was no deafening roar. Only, in the direction pointed by the Deadbone's heavy sword, the flat and firm ground had been cut away, carving out a crescent shape. The position behind Deadbone was intact, without a single pebble. The front and back seemed like two different worlds. It was the wall between these two worlds. Although I'm not quite satisfied, it will do for now. Deadbone sighed. Dawn Sword, with his ragged clothes in the distance, stood dumbfounded, holding his sword and gazing at the invisible sword intent that seemed to come with a protective shield. He seemed to have something to say but couldn't find the words. This sword intent. A broken bar. Lord D'Ari has entered the initial state of fire intentions. P.S. Quietly reading, in chapter 131, the penultimate sentence, replaced Wang with Lord Wangba. Lord D'Ari has entered the 4th round. In the hero duel arena, among one of the outer regions of Taixuan Alliance controlled by the officials, there was an entrance waiting area. Lord D'Ari walked out of the light gate. I've reached the 4th stage, not bad. Even just comparing personal combat power, I'm stronger than Lord Wangba. After all, his background was not comparable to Lord Wangba, Lord Shen, Lord of Huanzhou, and others. He needed to fight more, to show off. And at least, in the hero duel arena, his performance was stronger than Lord Wangba. Even, much stronger than Lord Tanyuan. Lord Tanyuan does not seem to have grasped intentionality yet. Maybe his combat power is weaker than assumed, not even appearing on stage during the fight in the secret realm. Lord Tanyuan has weaknesses too. Lord Daira was very clear. He knew there was a huge gap between him and Lord Tanyuan, but at least he had one aspect in which he was stronger than Lord Tanyuan. That was really exciting. Lord Tanyuan is not unbeatable. Another notice appeared on the light gate and then flashed out. Hero A middle. Dead bone perfects 20 intentionality. A broken bar. Lord Tanyuan enters the initial state of thunder intentions. Lord Tanyuan enters the initial state of gun artistic conception. A broken bar. Lord Daira retreat. Lord Shepherd, who had fought countless battles in the arena, wiped off the sweat on his temples. It took more than 8 hours to realize intentionality. No wonder, it's not easy. After fighting for a while, only until he had exhausted all his time in the hero duel arena did Yuan reluctantly leave. He was kicked out of the combat space. He believed his skills had significantly improved, and he was beginning to understand the artistic conception bit by bit. However, his combat experience, instinct, and courage from his training were not quite there yet. He wanted to die a few more times. Actually, he wanted to experience a few more intense battles. I made it to the 5th gate. This was his combat record. But he had gained the advantage only because he had used the dual AI template. If he had used the Rakshasa, Lulu, or even the Dead Bone templates, he would not have been able to defeat the Guardian of the 4th gate. However, using the Rakshasa, Dead Bone, and other templates allowed him to dance on the knife's edge, a feeling he was gradually falling in love with. It must be an illusion. It must be. Dying in the training space is one thing, but in reality, he would much rather stay safely within his territory. If there is a real fight, he needs to dominate, not just to evenly matched battle. Dancing on a knife's edge. This kind of training can greatly enhance my combat intuition, in case in the future I'll not be caught off guard if attacked unexpectedly. But if I really want to fight, of course. Dual AI mode is simple and safe. He only used the Dual AI mode for a short while in the 4th and 5th round, and he had already begun to understand the artistic conception of Thunderbolt. Yuan went to the training field and loaded the Rakshasa mode. With a thought, the power of evil converged to form a dark brown spear, and there was faintly a flash of lightning on the spear tip. He didn't possess lightning controllability at the moment, but his attack still carried the destructive power of Thunderbolt. This was the power of artistic conception. 1. The effect of artistic conception as displayed on the panel is to amplify power. Initial stage amplification is about 30%. And small achievement stage amplification is about 60%. Based on personal circumstances, artistic conception also has a tendency to boost certain aspects. His artistic conception of Thunderbolt and of Spear clearly manifests in speed. It makes his reaction faster, or, in other words, makes his opponents appear as if they are in slow motion, giving him ample time to think, react, and control his hands and feet. The invisible artistic conception brings many benefits. After entering the initial stage of artistic conception, Yuan began to practice his swordsmanship, boxing, and other skills more efficiently, progressing several times faster than before. His understanding of abilities and energy control has completely changed. Without saying much, at least now I can fully utilize my power. In actual battle, I won't be weaker than any second-generation lord. As for Dual AI and Dead Bone, aside from the increase in the power of their abilities, they can also better control their superior powers. Dual AI has over-limit swallowing, and Dead Bone can gather the power of his troops. Both have incredibly strong burst potential. Even if it's Dead Bone, with the help of artistic conception to control powers beyond his level, he would find it much easier and natural. If the Dead Bone possesses the perfect state of mind in his artistic conception to add to his venue skills, might he be able to create his own sphere of influence before breaking through to the 4th order leader level? Afterwards, he would only need to possess light of will, superlimit body to attempt to attain the legendary realm from the legends. When this happens, maybe he could roam freely around the perilous eternal world. He's thinking too far ahead. Most leaders don't possess any of these three elements, but anyone with just one of them would be a formidable force. As a green hand, he shouldn't be aiming too high. But the artistic conception that the General Deadbone began to understand truly amazed him. The artistic conception it mastered, it's not about being strong or not. It's that kind of ... the kind of rare conception that can lower its presence, hide its special effect while accumulating and erasing all powers, and it also has defensive capabilities. Maybe it's closer to the sword intent? Because his presence has significantly reduced, the name of the artistic conception that appears on the list is somewhat blurry and unclear. Maybe this is the mystery of artistic conception. Mu Yuan had naturally never heard of artistic conception. At most, he had heard of sword intent, knife intent, armor intent, etc., but he considered this to be due to his lack of knowledge as a green hand. For real powerhouse, there's no such thing as an artistic conception that they haven't encountered. Perhaps the artistic conception of Deadbone is very common to them. However, General Duo Lai widened his eyes after hearing about the artistic conception, with a surprised look on his face that revealed his lack of experience. So that's what an artistic conception can do? What Brother Deadbone said is right. Artistic conception is not a thing of inconvenience. In that case, I can totally create a culinary ... No, it should be an eating artistic conception. Outside the duel arena, Duo Lai's face was serious as he used up all his monthly earnestness. But after a while, he still couldn't come up with anything. He looked back at the light gate of the hero duel arena. Let me in quickly gurgle, thump 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 exclamation mark. But he didn't have any time left. He drooped his head. He wanted to work hard for the first time as General Duo Lai, but he was not given a chance. HMPH. He took note of this grudge. His time, just like Mu Yuan's, was 3 + 2 + 4 hours, had all been used up. General Deadbone still had quite a lot of time left, but the time couldn't be transferred, and he had no intention of continuing to hone his skills and struggle. To him, continuing his tough training could indeed improve his realm and push the artistic conception to the perfect level, but he felt that his artistic conception was not perfect yet. It was a bit complicated, and there was still a slight gap from the artistic conception he truly desired. He would think about it later. Mu Yuan was a bit regretful that the likes of Hong Yi, Rakshasa, and other generals from Tanyuan were unable to enter the duel arena. Otherwise, these generals who had also awakened self-consciousness and were not much different in ability would probably be stronger than Duo Lai. Unexpectedly, this special building even discriminates against status. He definitely needs to build a similar training building in the future. Meanwhile, in the highest echelon of the duel arena, within the pure white space, a special life-form dawn sword was glowering at the vacant arena in front of him. Where is the skeleton boy? How come he hasn't come yet? I have been waiting here for half a day. As Mu Yuan was still pondering over the artistic conception, his initiation into gun artistic conception and thunder artistic conception caught the attention of numerous lords. This year's Green Hand is already showing off again. Lord Tanyuan apparently managed to advance to the 5th level, indicating that his combat power is superb. Now I understand why Lord Tanyuan can steadily top the gold list, because he is strong enough. During the Lord trial, he could probably slay professional level monsters as effortlessly as killing chickens. Since he had remarkable combat power from the beginning, he could easily break through monster camps, collect treasures and develop like a snowball. It can be concluded that Lord Tanyuan possesses the top-level combat talent. Lord Dara nodded slightly as he read this thousands of words long analysis. In the end, he felt something was wrong. He seemed to have been beaten squarely by General of Lord Tanyuan. Seeing newcomers like Lord Tanyuan, Lord Dara, Lord Wangba, and others stepping into the artistic conception level, many high-level lords who have been in power for 1.5, 2.5 years looked grave. No, we have to work harder now. If we are surpassed by the newcomers during the Hero Festival, it will be a big embarrassment. Ah no, We were never able to compete with these monster-like newcomers. But I do believe our top-ranked Balong will show them what a real gap is. Even if Balong can't, our top-ranked Shen Mao from the northern region is stronger. He has fought 99 matches in the Infinite Arena and he hasn't lost a single game. In the end, there weren't many newcomers still being discussed. The veteran players argued heatedly about who was the most powerful lord of 2.5 years. A broken bar. The next day, after going through several battles, Duo Lei and other generals finally returned to the Tanyuan territory. A slime immediately fell in fatigue. Although there were significant rewards, they did not meet the refugee camps Yuan was most looking forward to. After all, there were as many types of special buildings as there were stars in the sky. It wouldn't be easy to find the one he desired. He had no choice but to spend a lot of money on the purchase of a common level blueprint for the guiding landmark. He placed the 5th, 6th, 11th landmark in the Tanyuan territory. He aimed to achieve quantity. Eventually, after 10 dull days of eliminating numerous monster groups and monster camps, he managed to scrap together enough to upgrade to a level 2 territory. Of course, he was behind the top-notch second-generation lords. After all, he was just a plebeian. He could only bring out a superb troop to maintain his appearance. Dead Bone, arrange for the strongest 30 troops at the Great Perfection level to enter the Breakthrough Dojo. After glancing around and preparing everything, he opened the panel and chose to upgrade. 8 Edip. Soul Crystal -20, Tanyuan territory is upgrading. A. No extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the sky and earth. The whole process was quite normal. Only Yuan, Dead Bone, and Duo Lei, the 2 generals, could see the mist outside the territory receding inch by inch from the top, and the territory of Tanyuan territory expanding inch by inch, incorporating more streams, forests, and hills into it. This expansion lasted for about half an hour before finally ending. 8 Edip, your territory has been upgraded to level 2. 8 Edip, you have unlocked the permanent blueprint Harrow Tower, warehouse, and received the blueprint guiding landmark, 3/3. 8 Edip, you have obtained the level 2 territory bonus. 8 This was the direct benefit of upgrading the territory to level 2, especially the territory bonus. Although 3% and 1% might seem not that much, this bonus could apply to all troops within the territory without any extra cost. That's just the bonus of a level 2 territory, high-class village. What about level 3, level 4? And higher level territories? There isn't a lord who doesn't pursue a higher level. For Yuan, bonus and blueprint were secondary. What he valued more was the expansion of the territory, and what followed. Upgrade gifts. This time the natural world wouldn't gift treasures, but light poured down, turning into numerous star specks, falling on each of the troops in the Tanyuan territory. The weak and pitiful little skeletons who were cold and merciless evolution point generators began to upgrade under the falling light. The green-hand little skeletons rose to LV4 and LV5. Some older little skeletons directly advanced to LV7, achieving the late period of apprentice. It is almost time for them to be inducted into the Undead Legion. Many of the main forces reached the stage of great perfection, but their experience values did overflow. Yuan felt it was a pity. Fortunately, he looked at the Breakthrough Dojo. Inside were the 30 oldest and highest-ranked troops, also the earliest ones reaching the stage of great perfection. Skeleton General, God Archer, Royal Guard, and so on. At this moment, under the falling light, their soul energy quickly overflowed, and under the assistance of the Breakthrough Dojo, it started to compress, overflow again, compress again, and repeat itself. Accompanied by a light pop sound, the first troop finally broke through the profession level barrier. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. One after another, they continued to break through. With all of them having at least the rare 3-star stage, nobody failed in the entire breakthrough process. In the blink of an eye, the number of professional superpowers in Tanyuan territory increased by 30. The outpour of professional level power. Red Yi, Lu Liu, Rakshasa and other generals, as well as Lord Shepherd himself, all have seen substantial level increases. This is one of the reasons why he exhausted all means and did not hesitate spending Krypton gold to level up as soon as possible. The other one is, your hero Deadbone level has increased and has reached the first stage of great perfection. Your hero Duolei level has increased and has reached the first stage of great perfection. Both of them have a slight overflow of experience points. With a touch of regret, Mu Yuan took out the long-treasured perfect breakthrough stone. Initial, he was reluctant to use even when Red Yi, Lu Liu, and others were making the breakthrough. They are ready to enter the elite level. Once they break through, the top combat power of Tanyuan territory will make a qualitative leap. The vast world could be explored a few hundred kilometers deeper. The breakthrough at the elite level is not as quick and easy as the professional level. Even if superior materials are used for the breakthrough, you need to adjust your status slightly and ensure you are not disturbed during the breakthrough. It takes some time. For this reason, the main forces such as the skeletal generals who just broke through the professional level hastily left the breakthrough dojo. They cleared the large dojo for General Duolei and Emperor Deadbone. Deadbone took the breakthrough stone and entered it. Without saying a word, it is unspoken that he will steadfastly defend the glory of Tanyuan and eliminate all external unstable factors. Seeing how serious Deadbone was, Duolei didn't feel like asking Lord if there was a promotion banquet. He referred to the territory promotion banquet, no matter the occasion, he just wanted everyone to celebrate together. One skeleton and one history, they adjusted their status and used the perfect breakthrough stone, Initial, to overcome the elite level barrier, which was not difficult for them. Inside the breakthrough dojo, energy began to diffuse. Mu Yuan cast his sight on the newly expanded territory. Regional Security Index, 81%, A. Compared with before the upgrade, this value is decreased quite a bit, because scattered red dots appeared in the new territorial expansion area, indicating the existence of monsters within the territory of Tanyuan. Wouldn't the safety index decrease? Most of the fleeing monsters have already been eliminated in the daily patrols, but some inevitably slip through. The area is vast after all. These small monsters and large cockroaches can't be killed completely. Even if they are eliminated today, a few will still appear tomorrow, or hide in some corners, difficult to detect. At this moment, under the Lord's realm of vision, they are exposed. Start cleaning. A faint mental power spread out, linking the soldiers and transmitting his will. The Hurricane Warhawks, Skeleton Generals, and skeleton warriors strike one after another, using overpowering strength to kill grey wolves, goblins, and walking corpses. If a goblin can die in the hands of a skeleton general, its life must be without regrets. Mu Yuan said it. As his thoughts drifted, his face changed slightly. In the northwest side of the territory, two skeleton warriors who went to clean up the monsters fall suddenly. Their entire helmets were almost shattered, with a dagger infused with shadow energy inserted in them. The soul flame of the skeleton warriors had been extinguished, turning into withered bones on the ground, losing their vitality. Not far away, standing on a branch of a tall tree was a figure cloaked in black armor, his cape fluttering in the wind. He is a shadow chaser, a top-ranked assassin in the underground world. He had been sent out by the new chieftain to search and find Danming territory. This is the third Danming territory. Humphrey, the Spider Woman is troublesome. It would be better to eliminate these territories when they are discovered. These small territories, like villages, could be completely wiped out by a shadow chaser like him. However, thinking of the ruthless Spider-Woman and some commands that could not be defied, the shadow chaser did not rush into the Tanming territory. He just vented his anger by killing two skeletons, and then planned to swagger away. A puff of brown-red smoke suddenly soared like a sharp arrow. The shadow chaser leapt down. The stout tree was blown to pieces with wood chips flying around. The brown-red smoke turned into a burly figure with black skin, a green face, and fangs, holding a long spear. General Rakshasa had intercepted the enemy. However, both Rakshasa and Mu Yuan looked serious. The Shadow Chaser is a rare 3-star monster, usually found in the underground and belongs to the tribal-level monster powers, but the one in front of us can dodge Rakshasa's deadly blow. Without a doubt, It's an elite level. A formidable enemy. Deadbone and Duo Lai are still making their breakthrough. Yuan thought about whether he should fight in person. He then thought better of it. This is a formidable enemy. I should command rear support and dispatch troops. The remaining generals are also on the move. At the same time, Rakshasa has fought a few moves with the Shadow Chaser. Both of them are extremely fast, one weaving through the jungle like a phantom, and the other sometimes disappearing and reappearing, leaving a faint afterimage. The sounds of clashes echoed throughout the forest, creating waves of air that could upheave rocks and small trees. The Shadow Chaser was getting more and more surprised as they fought. Aren't these territories at the outskirts of human civilization backward and weak? There are such powerful characters. 30 seconds ago, he planned to kill this general and leave gracefully. 20 seconds ago, he planned to probe the situation gradually and take it seriously. And now, he has condensed an energy armor, but still couldn't defeat the brute who looks like an evil ghost. If they continued to fight, he even couldn't guarantee if he could win and survive in the end. Could this territory be the one Lord Oki is looking for? No wonder the Spider-Woman, a broken bar the Spider-Woman chief, was so serious. The Shadow Chaser thought about it and tossed out something dark to the ground. It exploded, creating a cloud of black smoke that obscured everything. Taking advantage of this moment, he quickly shook off the extraordinarily tricky green-faced bruiser and dashed off towards the distance. By the name of Fearless. A loud, firm voice imbued with a sort of will suddenly rang out. A black figure crashed through everything in its path, a tower shield crashing down like a mountain. The Shadow Chaser roared out once more. After entangling for a few more moves, he quickly fled into the distance. This time, I should finally be able to escape. No, I have been ordered to guard this place. The road ahead is forbidden. He looked up and saw a pair of deep eyes, as if they encompassed the entire world. General Rakshasa had already arrived on plumes of smoke, his spear stabbing down heavily, pinning the befuddled Shadow Chaser directly to the ground, like nailing a live eel. The pupils of the Shadow Chaser gradually turned red, and a series of red blood threads spread out from them like worms. He roared. General Rakshasa again formed several long brown spears and hurled them all down. HMPH, monster, accept your fate. Evil heavenly dragon. The power of evil concentrated at the tip of the spear erupted at this moment. Brown smoke billowed into the sky, like a malevolent dragon. This great enemy likely comes from a tribe surrounding the dungeon. I've given up exploring the underground world and cleaned up any traces, but I still got spotted. This world is indeed far too dangerous. A slight delay in growth could potentially lead to a catastrophe. Fortunately, Yuan territory has already been promoted to a level 2 territory, making it a bit stronger in self-defense. Alert! You have consumed 10 soul crystals. The Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower is being upgraded. Alert! You have consumed 10 soul crystals. The Mage Tower, Junior, is being upgraded. With the promotion of the territory, most of the buildings could be upgraded to the second level by consuming soul sand, like the Arrow Tower, which could only deal with monsters like Big Goblin at level 1, but, after upgrading, it can even penetrate the defense of profession-level big monsters. The Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower will undoubtedly experience significant growth, regaining the glory of King of Territory Defense from the Duo Lai cookbook. Ding! Alert! Your hero Duo Lai has broken through to the elite level. Duo Lai has broken through. Quickly praise me tilde. Through the spiritual link, Duo Lai's emojis burst forth, as if it was saying so. MHM, you did very well. After Duo Lai's breakthrough, there was no significant change, but its mental power had a substantial boost, and its energy expanded from the level of a pond to that of a small lake. Based on these, with skill as a springboard, it could unleash power several times or even tens of times stronger than before. What it lacked was just the foundation. As for energy armor, which is the iconic ability of the elite level, other new breakthroughs might take some time to practice and master, but of course, for intelligent Duo Lai, it would understand at once and learn it immediately. Yes, That's right. Duo lay I diaresis sedilla 3/4 A1/2 I diaresis sedilla 3/4. Its breakthrough was relatively fast, possibly due to its devouring talent, but Emperor Deadbone naturally wouldn't be too far behind. Not long after, Yuan received the sound prompt of Emperor Deadbone's breakthrough. Unlike Duo lay I, who came out excited for praise after breaking through, Emperor Deadbone still stayed in the breakthrough dojo, still set in meditation, still. It suddenly flew out. Indeed, Emperor Deadbone couldn't possibly always come up with new things. It had just made so many breakthroughs yesterday, it must have exhausted all its potential already. Mr. Mew was initially somewhat disappointed, but after rational thought, he also felt guilty. Emperor Deadbone was, after all, only a skeleton and still a child. He couldn't and shouldn't. Emperor Deadbone, who had landed in an open wasteland, stood calmly and closed his eyes in meditation. Invisibly, the ground began to churn, exposing harsh white bones, transforming the surrounding area into a stark bone field. But in the next moment, it disappeared without a trace. Bones, trees, rivers, it was as if they were all cut off and disappeared out of nowhere. In addition to what disappeared, was the figure of General Deadbone. No, it's not disappearing. It's just being separated from our vision, from our spirits, from our consciousness. As if we are in a different space. As if the surrounding area is all held in the hand of a bone. Ding! Alert! Your hero Deadbone has created a domain using the skill Withered Bone Land. The black and white domain, with Emperor Deadbone as its center, spread out, engulfing everything surrounding it. Today is the 51st day in the Eternal World. Emperor Deadbone has broken through to the elite level and created a domain known only in legends. Holy smokes, holy smokes, holy smokes. Gazing at the domain that spreads out from the center of Deadbone, Lord Shepherd remained silent for a long time. Has a domain already been created? To tell the truth, General Deadbone possessing hero's aura, perfect state of mind, and venue skills as preconditions make it seem reasonable that he could take hold of domain power during his breakthrough. Damn hell no. E circumflex apostrophe superscript AF E circumflex apostrophe superscript AFs. This is a domain, one of the three major checkpoints to the legendary realm. As for what the legendary realm represents, Yuan actually doesn't know. Even with the three elements of domain, light of will, and superlimit body, his understanding is only limited to these terms, and beyond that. What exactly is a domain? What is light of will? As a green hand, how could he, Yuan, understand? Not to mention him, even the original newbie guide not a daughter fan, Yang Kong, a seasoned player who has been gaming for probably 2 to 3 years, said he wasn't sure how powerful the fourth order leader level was, let alone the legendary realm above the leader level. Everyone has heard of the name legendary, but how many people have really seen legendary? However, if General Deadbone can create a domain at the elite level stage, those strong figures, top-tier troops should be able to do it too, right? It seems like the depth of this world is deeper than I thought. In order for Deadbone to absorb more experiences from his predecessors, Yuan went to the forum to search for related information about domains. Luckily, he is now Lord, and his search permissions are relatively high. And with the peaceful environment of the Internet era and Xuan country, after some effort, he finally manages to download some domain-related materials for a paid fee. As I had guessed, a domain seems to be an extension of the hero's aura, artistic conception, and venue skills. Among these, venue skills are a compulsory prerequisite. However, most of the powerful ones who can create a domain have a very high understanding. A domain can enhance oneself, strengthen teammates, weaken enemies, control the environment, and so on. It is not easy to explain in a few words, but having seen Dead Bones with a bone realm before, Yuan has understood a bit more. It is worth mentioning that when he uses the Dead Bones template, he is unable to use the domain's power. The information in the materials has already mentioned this. Artistic conception is a state of mind, whereas a domain is a state of mind combined with ability. However, Yuan has a vague sense of grasping something, although it feels like an illusion. he has still managed to scoop up some ripples. He is getting the hint, even if by a very tiny fraction. Being able to nurture a future emperor like Deadbone, he must be a brilliant and stunning young talent, right? Cough cough. Gathering his thoughts, Yuan contemplates. From the initial entry to full-fledged mastery, the domain has a long way to go, and Deadbone is currently just at the initial stage of entry to the domain. Moreover, there are different levels of domains. It's analogous to regular skills, advanced skills, and top-tier skills. The gap between them is remarkable. The difference between high-order troops and ordinary troops is even more stark. Although there are no inferior domains, there are still stronger ones among the strong ones, and higher-order domains are more profound and have a wider coverage. As for the Withered Bone realm, Deadbone seems to have suddenly got it. After creating the domain, Bone always felt something was inadequate, but could not solve this problem despite thinking about it deeply. Now, at last I understand. Indeed, it can only be Lord. Just a few words cleared up its confusion, reminding it not to immerse itself in the creation of the domain, but to constantly look forward. Yes, how could it be enough with just a Withered Bone realm? A real skeleton should have the courage to create a stronger domain. Yuan. So, what else have you figured out? Emperor Deadbone, true terror indeed. With Deadbone and Duo Lei advancing into the elite level, Lord Shepherd's confidence has grown slightly. Plus, the crisis is imminent with all eyes from beneath the ground cast on him. He has no choice but to prepare urgently. There's no other way for him to choose. So, Yuan restarted his exploration of the underground world. However, the dungeon is quite far from my territory. Why would the monster tribe cast their gaze on this place so quickly? He happened to glance at the pinned news on the forum and found that his encounter might not be unique. A broken bar. Probably. According to the latest survey by the Taixuan Pioneer Group, the activity level of the monster tribe is 13.6% higher than before. Some pioneers say that this is also one of the subsequent effect changes manifested by the red fog. Earth Association also reminds all explorers here to be careful and cautious. As a new lord, Yuan also received a specially mass-sent notification related to the increase in monster activity. The notification reminds the new lords that they can ask for help from their surroundings in the face of a major crisis. Officials have set up a rescue strategy for group lords and independent lords. Asking for help requires a certain cost. But when it truly is a matter of survival, any price that can be exchanged for a life-saving straw is worth it. The charging standards of the official defense team is also quite reasonable. Except for, help can only resolve a momentary crisis. If one truly wants to survive securely, one can only rely on their own strength. Only strength is truth. A broken bar. The ambush hunter is very likely from the underground world, but it's still unclear which tribe he belongs to and where these tribes specifically are. This must be figured out before the war. War is not something he wishes to instigate, and he can't do so just because he wants to. Early investigation and preparation are indispensable. Previously, the Deadbone only vaguely guessed that several tribes existed. That day, the Great Lord Shepherd led the team, or rather, spiritually led the team deep into the underground world. He indeed wanted to join in person. If he fits into the templates of Duo Lei and Deadbone, he is an elite-level powerhouse. But, General Deadbone considered it not secure enough. The territory also needs someone to guard it. Under Yuan's command, skeleton generals, skeleton warriors, and resentful spirits continuously swept the surroundings, wiping out one monster camp in turn. This was just a superficial action to attract the enemy's attention. Underground, the real scout soldiers Deadbone and Rakshasa had already penetrated deep into the soil, heading towards the dungeon. Duo Lei hides within the cleaning troops to resist possible strong enemies. Just like that, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, while Yuan was continuously sweeping and improving regional safety, he naturally intensified patrols around the Tanyuan territory. He put mental effort into controlling hurricane hawks, scanning over the land with sharp eyes, but failed to find any traces of underground tribes. Even the cleaning troops encountered no strong enemies after 3 days, only exterminating a dozen professional-level monsters. This number is not high, it's too low. The hidden enemy seems to have disappeared. But Deadbone and Rakshasa, who had been scouting for 3 days, made a major discovery. The Spider-Woman tribe, seizing other tribes around and expanding outwards. Yuan is pondering. At first glance, it doesn't seem wrong. A monster tribes attacking each other is quite normal. However, upon careful consideration, it seems completely abnormal. The Spider-Woman tribe likely gained a fortunate opportunity and is developing rapidly. This poses an even greater threat. Deadbone suggests that the horrifying Spider-Woman tribe must be eliminated. Duo Lei summons a fireball. So what are we waiting for? Let's do it quickly. It's impatient to start. No, detest his strength. As General Duo Lei, it's strong. Crosses waist with arms tilde. No hurry. Let's prepare some more. Yuan has confidence in Deadbone and Duo Lei, but since they want to initiate the most significant war after the official establishment of Tanyuan territory, they need to be fully prepared. He silently commanded the evolution points. Immediately, one after another light orb appeared in his field of vision. Stars of evolution light emerged and converged on the soldiers, creating a stream of stars. Undead class. Skeleton Series X600, Phantom Series X150, others X3. The number of the undead system soldiers didn't grow a lot over time. However, within the accumulated evolution, a lot of rare 3-star and even excellent 1-star soldiers are represented. There are 120 skeleton generals and 30 resentful spirits. There are 5 skeleton morticians and 3 evil spirits. The red-clad undead general has evolved into the excellent 3-star stage ghost general. Compared to Rakshasa, it doesn't have a prefix, and its awakening talent has changed a bit. However, Red-clad is naturally gifted in illusion techniques. Rakshasa, on the other hand, almost discarded the skill Sinful Eye Prison. A burly man like him can't handle delicate illusionary operations. This is the current main army of the Tanyuan territory. Skeleton warriors have long been eliminated. Now is the era for all rare 3-star soldiers. Even if skeleton generals and evil spirits are of a relatively low level, under the boost of talent and hero's aura, they still possess impressive combat power. They could kill professional-level monsters across levels without a problem. If they attack the Snake Man tribe again with just the main army. No, even if they remove all the professional-level experts from the army, they can still flatten or crush the Snake Man tribe. In his view, evolving skeleton generals and evil spirits was very cost-effective. Coupled with Deadbone's revival ability, it could be likened to cheating. Additionally, with an energy limit far exceeding its peers, leading such soldiers would enhance Deadbone's talent and Dead domination beyond ordinary levels, significantly expanding Deadbone's upper limit, whereas continuous evolving skeleton mortician seems somewhat normal. There were still leftovers of evolution points for the undead system. Yuan didn't continue evolving. Compared to the dead class, the quantity of the human race soldiers was much less, and they were much weaker. Despite that, under the support of 1-star militia, the Imperial Guard had expanded to 30, while the strong shooter team expanded to 40. Both evolved entirely into rare 1-star stage. Among them, 10 elite soldiers evolved into Royal Guard and God Archer. A few of them even broke through to professional level. There were also 3 nuns. This is the secondary force of Tanyuan territory, responsible only for territorial defense, yet still far stronger than the full strength of most of the newly established territories. However, the Archer Leader 17 will go on expedition with the Undead Legion to reap enemy lives in the dark. 17. Soldier type, Star Archer, excellent 1-star. Skills, Charging Arrow, Triple Shot, Meteor. Talent, Mind Arrow. Meteor, burn your own energy, even mental power and willpower, to shoot an arrow with much more lethal power and range than ordinary. This arrow will pierce through the stars. Yuan took another look at the other major systems. The number of slimes has increased to 350, with only a few more golden slimes and silver slimes among the rare troops, and no major changes otherwise. He planned to save most of the evolution points for the gluttonous duo Lai. These days, the remnant that cost Lord Shepherd the most soul crystals was the Falcon's residual soul. The Hurricane Warhawk was practically his eyes and ears. However, there were too few Falcon-type soldiers in the territory before, and sometimes a few were bought and killed in battle shortly after, almost stopping the growth in numbers. It was challenging to accumulate the evolution points needed to evolve one or two more Storm Falcons. And if they do not evolve to the rare 3-star stage, there will be no 98% success rate when breaking through the professional level, which would be too risky. Lord Shepherd was reluctant to use the limited spots in the breakthrough dojo for the Hurricane Warhawks, which only had an 80% chance of breaking through. Even though, with the upgrading of the territory, the usable quota of the breakthrough dojo has increased to 60. However, compared to the increasing number of Great Perfection Level 9 troops, the spots in the dojo are still tight. After acquiring the Black Wasteland and having a somewhat less skinny wallet, Yuan began to spend heavily and at high prices to purchase Falcon's residual souls. Fortunately, the newbie trials were over and there were not that many whales competing. He finally managed to buy more than 100 Falcon's residual souls. Finally, he managed to form a reconnaissance corps, headed by June, with some scale, 12 Storm Falcons, 40 Hurricane Warhawks, and various Battle Falcons. The last of the natural factions was slightly increased in number. He also evolved some additional Flower Fairies and Dreamer Guards, but not in large numbers. Most of the evolution points were saved, because the ace of the third main force, the Tree Demon Granny, already has a considerable foundation, only one evolution away from a complete transformation. Yuan did not forget that the Tree Demon Granny was a troop with great potential and self-consciousness from the moment of its birth. Get up quickly, it's not old enough to retire yet. The Dreamer Forest was serene and tranquil, with a stream trickling and flower fairies and flower sprites frolicking in it. And slimes. Guji. A slime screams with a drawn-out sound, rolling out of the forest. Duo Lai glanced over contemptuously. It had long passed the age of eating leaves and knew to wait until mealtime to enjoy the delicacies. In the heart of the forest, the Tree Demon Granny leisurely enjoyed the sun, like a retired elder. The Tree Demon Granny doesn't feel young at heart. Even though its existence was only a mere 20 or so days old, it was extraordinary from the moment it was born. It was an excellent tier troop. This tier has already entered the realm of high rank. The Tree Demon Granny was born with the blessing of the world and woke up with self-consciousness the moment she was born, and received racial heritage. Just as if it had lived through many a life cycle of a dreamer, the Tree Demon Granny comprehended many principles and common sense, as soon as it woke up to consciousness and intelligence. How to take care of tree branches, to choose the soil that best suited to its roots, the 1,000-year sleep of a treeman, and so on. The Tree Demon Granny claimed to be well informed. The life of a person, the life of a tree, is destined from the moment of birth. The barrier of ranks cannot be overcome. Goblins will always be goblins, while dragons are born at the top of the world. But, more than 10 days ago, she witnessed the evolution of the Flower Fairy. The Tree Demon Granny's worldviews, she felt, were all shattered at the time. In the common sense she received from her inheritance, if she hadn't gotten it wrong, only those who were 1 in 1,000 or even million, only those with great talent and opportunity, could possibly evolve, right? But what did she see? Flower fairies, flower sprites, one after another evolved. What she perceived as miracles were wholesale, like they were free. They still cost money. The higher the order of the evolution, the more difficult it is and the more it consumes. So said Lord. The Tree Demon Granny thought this was reasonable. Reasonable my ass. It was a cultured tree, and today, Lord had decided to grant her the light of evolution. My old bones, can I evolve too? Of course, it's all basic. Duo Lai preemptively answered, acting like an old senior. Yuan slowly walked over from afar, with flower fairies fluttering around him or perching on his shoulder. He lifted his hand towards the gigantic ancient tree, with a distant wave. The light of evolution was then dropped. This power was mysterious and hard to explain. Only those who had experienced it firsthand would understand the miracle. At this moment, the tree demon Granny, bathed in the miracle, transformed into light. In the light, its tree body kept growing and becoming stronger, and even stronger. Boom. Boom, 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 exclamation mark. The ground began to tremble. This transformation caused a huge commotion. Countless thick brown roots jumped out like earth dragons, stirring the soil upside down, even threatening to affect the surrounding trees. Some trees couldn't sit still, pulling their roots out of the ground and running off. These were the ordinary treemen that had rooted around the area. But there were still many ordinary trees around which did not have the ability to move. Suddenly, an invisible force spread out from the still evolving tree demon Granny. The next moment, the surrounding trees seemed to come alive, moving out with the surging ground, clearing out large areas of space. Finally, ding! Notification: your troop ancient treeman amidst. Tree demon Granny basks in the light of evolution, advancing to war tree man, excellent 3-star, and becomes perfect through evolution, gaining the skill growth of 10,000 woods, and awakening the talent mood soul drowning roots. Mood soul drowning roots, when routed in the earth, war tree man can absorb a large amount of Earth's force and energy from plants to restore his own energy and body. At the same time, the power and defense of the war tree man will significantly increase when rooted. Growth of 10,000 woods, can control his branches, becoming more sturdy while rapidly growing. This skill can also be applied to surrounding trees. The tree demon Granny probably used this skill earlier, which influenced the surrounding trees to a certain extent. However, this kind of growth is different from the growth of the flower fairies. It's more like overstepping growth, a destructive mad growth. For the war tree man and ancient tree man, this move is best used on themselves, controlling the roots to whip at enemies. Their bodies are the strongest weapons. War weapons. The notification sound suddenly rang again. Notification: your troop tree demon Granny got a little insight during evolution, learning the skill realm of 1,000 woods. This skill possesses. This seems to be a venue skill like withered bone land. Could it be that the tree demon Granny also has the form of the little dead bone? Duolei hasn't even gotten a clue about the venue skills yet. No, probably, Duolei is just too stupid. Yuan thought for sure. Everything is ready. The Yuan territory's main army has already set off. Even though Deadbone hopes that he will sit and guard the territory, this time the Great Lord Shepherd has decided to go with the army. It's not because he particularly wants to fight, but because some things can only be done by the Lord. If things are as expected, then we can use battle strategy. In the core, Yuan, dressed in black armor, hides among the skeleton generals. Inconspicuously, he looks around him. The underground space is very dark with only some special moss giving off a faint light that doesn't drive much of the darkness away. Incredibly eerie, it always feels like a great horror could pounce out any time. Yuan's mood is unusually calm, not nervous at all. Occasionally, battles break out in the distance, stray arrows fly by, but his face remains unchanged, as natural as if he was back at home. After all, he is a man who has experienced death dozens of times. Based on the investigation, the headquarters of the monster tribe are inside the ancient underground city area, and the roads through the underground city are broken bar. There are currently 3 discovered routes. The first route is the most secretive, but the path is quite narrow. The second route is spacious, but it goes through a flowing underground river and requires a longer journey. The third route is just right, going through the quiet forest, but this road has a complex environment, suitable for hiding troops. So, we will take the third route. This route. I see. Deadbone understands. Duolei also understands along with Deadbone, the light of wisdom shining in his eyes. Wait, why are we taking the third route? The main core has no weak ones, so the rugged road is as easy as walking on a flat path. Soon, the silent forest comes into view. The flora here is all black and purple, not very tall, and they grow crookedly. In the dark environment, they look like a bunch of grimacing devils. The devils suddenly tear off their disguise, revealing sharp teeth and tusks. There are many cave people, crypt spiders, jackal men, lizard people, and even higher order creatures like man-nu soldiers and dark night stalkers, etc. They appear from all directions, instantly making the silent forest raucously lively with constant sounds of killing. The outermost skeleton general swings his sword, a single strike killing several cave people and lizard people. But the number of hidden soldiers greatly exceed their imagination. It seems that the enemy's goal is not only to wear down their strength, but to completely bury them here. Even if the skeleton general can face 100 enemies alone, they will eventually be drowned in the surging tide. At this time, the strong ones in the monster tribe have also started to move. "It's about time," Yuan said. Having said that, he lifts his hand. The Lord's seal on the back of his hand shines brightly, casting a huge figure in the dense forest not far away. The war tree man has entered the stage. The tree demon Granny, who was well prepared, appeared and began to root herself all around and extended her roots into the earth. At the same time, she began to madly absorb the surrounding earth's force and energy from plants using the roots that were spreading. Plants and trees with black and purple leaves started to wither at a visible speed. Meanwhile, the already massive body of the tree demon Granny started to grow rapidly again. The hands resembling tree roots with some leaves on them gently came together in front of it. The power radiated in all directions. The ground churned. Roots as tough as earth dragons broke out from the ground and turned the surrounding land into a world of trees in the blink of an eye. These roots wrapped around the monsters, binding and strangling each of them, and absorbed their corpses and blood as fertilizer. Invisibly, the talent mood soul drowning roots seemed to have changed slightly, with large blood-colored buds growing out from the roots, slowly blooming. Inside, there were grotesque monsters covered in slimy liquids. They suddenly opened their eyes and jumped down. This is probably the peace-loving war tree man. Deep in the shadows underground, the cries of warfare, the clashing of weapons, and the roar of thunder filled the air, incessant and endless. The earth continued to shift, writhe, and churn. Beside Yuan, there were tree roots thicker than his whole body, bursting from the ground, growing leaves, the leaves carrying a trace of bloody red, casting the vast tree realm in an eerie and bloodthirsty light. This is normal, isn't it? After all, the war tree men, with the prefix war, what's wrong with a bit more bloodshed in a fight? Yuan assumed it was due to his limited knowledge. Which troops are not good at fighting? Even those delicate flower fairies can rip apart a goblin with their hands once their level reaches high enough. The Allwoods realm, or the so-called Bloody Tree realm, continued to grow. It turned the killed monsters into nutrients to grow more roots, and these roots in turn strangled more monsters. Like a rolling blood ball, it just kept growing and expanding. Ordinary monsters are meaningless no matter how many are arrayed against the tree demon Granny. They are completely turned into nutrients. Only some elite monsters like Man-Nu Soldier, Dark Night Stalker have the power to cut through the resilient roots. But in an instant, they again are swallowed by even more roots, being gulped down by carnivorous flowers which appeared like giant mouths, with a series of crunch-crunch chewing sounds conveying a hair-raising horror. The Battle of Silent Forest lasted for more than half an hour, and in the end, the majority of the ambush monsters ended up annihilated, with very few elite-level wisdom monsters retreating defeated. At this time, the crimson trees and twisted roots gradually lost their nutrients and power to maintain. Like the surrounding drained vegetation, they quickly wilted and dried, their bark chipping away, and then the entire tree collapsed. In a blink of an eye, the vast and bizarre bloody tree realm that engulfed everything crumbled and dissipated. Even the tree demon Granny, who had grown to a size of 100 meters, began to shrink. Pieces of tree bark fell off her body, crumbled like ash. Even so, Duolei widened its eyes. It glanced at the tree demon Granny, then looked around at the almost non-existent fragments of corpse, wanted to say something but stopped. ultimately said nothing. Indeed, so powerful. Even though the tree demon Granny is currently only at the 6th level of the first rank and far from being elite level, the role it played in this battle was absolutely stronger than Duo Lei's full firepower. The tree demon Granny is very suitable for holding a specific area and fighting with war sustenance. It is also related to the surrounding environment. Venue skills are like fish in water when used in a matching environment. And the tree demon Granny has 2 talents: mood soul drowning routes and natural breath that also rely heavily on the environment. With the triple cooperation, it's like cheating. The cost, well, the entire silent forest has been drained, almost all the vegetation in sight is completely withered, even the earth's force of this piece of land has almost been drained by the tree demon Granny. It can be predicted that for a long time in the future, it will be impossible for any vegetation to grow here. This damage to the environment seems stronger even than the undead that are adept at sowing death. Mu Yuan vaguely remembers, aren't tree people environmental defenders? After the battle, Lord Shepherd recalled the tree demon Granny, which had also suffered considerable damage to itself, into the mark space. Following a short rest, they continued their march. After that, they encountered several ambushes in succession, perhaps because of the motto "if consumption fails, then be consumed." The subsequent ambushes were not in large numbers, and they were almost rushing up like suicide squads with the mindset of winning if they could consume even one enemy. Many of these cannon fodder monsters were even tied with high explosive devices. Indeed, they brought a lot of trouble to the Yuan Corps. Even the mighty skeleton general would be left exhausted after weathering more than a dozen consecutive explosions. So, Mu Yuan pointed from a distance, with strands of grey smoke erupting from his fingertips, swiftly entering the gnarled body and dim soul flames of the skeleton general. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton general was back to full health, but the undead resurrection skill could not repair the damaged armor. So, Duo Lei opened its bag, reached its hands inside to rummage around, and pulled out a set of brand new armor for the war general that had just been made in the last few days. Skeleton General Bone 4, the revamped version, returns. Not long ago, in the ancient, dilapidated dungeon where the Spider-Woman tribe resided, monsters such as Manu, Dark Night Stalker, and other wisdom monsters that had returned narrated the strength of the enemy incessantly. Giant trees, like mountains, so big. Black armor, warriors, as many as the hairs on a cow. No, more than that, at least double. These wisdom monsters gesticulated wildly. It wasn't that they were not strong, but the enemy was too strong. Even so, they had also killed many enemies and made notable contributions to the war. The Spider-Woman didn't fully believe in these powerful confederates she had drafted. She merely continued to order constant attrition warfare. Even if she could trade cannon fodder for the enemy's elite forces, any price paid would be worth it, she thought firmly. Sure enough, when Lord Tanmin's corps reached a place not far from the dungeon, there were only about 100 left. Seeing this, the Manu soldiers, Dark Night Stalkers, and other wisdom monsters howled excitedly, causing the ordinary monsters, who didn't understand the reason, to also follow suit, howling as though they had won a great victory. Had they really won a great victory? The Spider-Woman chieftain felt that it wasn't that simple, but even if the Manu and others had exaggerated the enemy's numbers, these 10 or so ambushes must have consumed at least half, or even more than half, of the enemy's troops, right? With this thought, she also let out a shriek. All troops attack, annihilate Lord Tanmin's corps. Naturally, the Spider-Woman chieftain still played it safe by letting the fighters from the various tribes she had incorporated take the lead. If things go smoothly, the Spider-Woman tribe would not suffer any losses and they could defeat the enemy's forces and accomplish Lord Oki's mission. At that time, the Spider-Woman tribe will also receive the Snake God's gift, breaking their own cage. Praise the Snake God, she murmured. As a Spider-Woman, she truly believes in the Spider Goddess, but the Lady Goddess never showed up, so she had to turn to Lord Oki. However, even if her body leaned towards the Snake God, her heart still believed in Lady Goddess. The chieftain of the Spider-Woman tribe thought so. In the empty underground world, a city cast in black stone stands. It did not seem to be originally here, but was brought underground by some kind of natural disaster. The whole territory is in the shape of a sunken valley, at the center of which stands a broken but majestic black ancient city. There are giant buildings hundreds of meters high, lying across the city, crushing countless houses. Various tall buildings in the city are also collapsed and in ruins. However, the ancient city seems to still retain the scene at the time of its collapse, and the rough wooden and stone buildings built in the city seem out of place. Even then, the tribal monsters relied on this ancient city, leveraging the geographical advantage. Looks like we'll have to fight street battles. These ancient city buildings may be very hard, otherwise they wouldn't have survived till now. Probably the monsters would have knocked it down. As such, the strategy of the General Deadbone relying on the giant beast of death remains to push forward would not be suitable. However, this strategy was ranked behind in Mu Yuan's preset, and he didn't plan on using it. He wanted General Deadbone to conserve as much power as possible in case of emergencies. "It's time for the Undead Legion to truly show their prowess," he murmured. The vanguard General Bone II has already held the Sword of the Dead, charged forward against the arrows falling like locusts. "For the glory of Tan Yuan, let's kill them, ha ha." He drew a long, pitch-black sword light over 10 meters long, swept it out, shattering the arrows, obstacles, and watchtowers and arrow towers that were blocking him altogether. Countless skeleton generals followed suit and rushed into the majestic and tall ancient city. Into the boundless monsters. They were like a drop of water, rushing towards the waves. But this was a drop of ink. Cleave, charge, spin, leap. Bone III's figure was agile, shuttling between monsters, his bone swords slithering like snakes, ruthlessly reaping the lives of monsters. Even the relatively common skeleton generals in the Legion are like fierce generals continuously charging and killing, and ordinary monsters are no match for one sword. There were Man-Nu soldiers who roared and used the leap skill, leaping over tens of meters. But they only pushed the 9th level skeleton general back a few steps. The two fought together in the blink of an eye, and after a few moves, they were evenly matched. The next moment, thud! A resentful spirit popped out from the side, slightly disrupted with a fierce skill, and the skeleton general beheaded the bull with one sword. Such scenes are happening everywhere on the battlefield. Under Lord Shepard's micro-control, the already formidable elite units kill occupational level monsters as if they were chickens, with blood raining down. However, there were still too many monsters. Several thousand, tens of thousands, or more. He could not estimate. With a 1-to-several exchange, plus some sneak attacks by wisdom monsters, the skeleton generals and resentful spirits inevitably suffered, one after another, tumbling down. Seeing this, the Spider-Woman chieftain, the chief of Man-Nu, the Lizardman chief and others who were in the distance finally breathed a sigh of relief and showed their joy. The chief of Man-Nu roared in excitement a few times. The Lizardman chief thought it was almost time to start the feast. But as they were waiting, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. The number, it seems, hasn't reduced. Has it reduced? Not reduced. It has reduced. Even the wisdom monsters, which were not good at math and had not received compulsory education, vaguely felt that something was wrong. Is 100 minus 100 still 100? No. It's just these skeletons that came back to life. The Spider-Woman chieftain, whose wisdom is 2 notches higher, quickly noticed something wasn't right. However, even if the skeletons could revive, their numbers were ultimately too small. If they kept consuming them, the power of resurrection would run out and victory would still be on their side. Just as she thought so, endless black fog suddenly surged up, enveloping the entire city. Following that, like the gates of the underworld being opened, thousands of skeleton soldiers, ghouls, zombies, skeleton mages, abominations, vampires, and other undead creatures gushed out. Under the cover of this black fog, broken bones regenerated quickly and severed limbs healed and reattached in a blink of an eye. Even creatures killed by the undead wobbled up, attacking like walking corpses around them. It's as if an undead legion that would never die is spreading their mark. Crack, crack tilde. The soul crystals in the hands of Dead Bone and Mu Yuan, 16 in total, were completely exhausted and turned into dust, drifting between heaven and earth. This move Legion of Death was a combined effort of him, Lord Shepherd, and General Deadbone. It covered a wide range and summoned many undead. The quantity and level far exceeded last time, so the consumption of soul crystals was more substantial. But he didn't regret it. War should be all out, striving to secure greatest possible advantage. If he could win decisively, he wouldn't drag it out. Legion of Death comes with a significant enhancement to the healing abilities of undead creatures. Paired with the undead resurrection skill, the invincible army made a name for itself in the dark depths. However, as the monster tribe sensed the looming danger, one powerful creature after another joined the battle, and there seemed to be no shortage of elite-level mini-bosses. Many of these forces were heading towards Yuan outside the city wall. They were intending to behead the leaders. Leave them to me. Duo Lai rubbed his hands. He finally had the opportunity to act. A brown figure floated past him. It was Rakshasa. His upper body was bare, revealing muscles as robust as pythons. Brown patterns crisscrossed his body like fierce dragon heads. As he wielded his long spear, they seemed to come alive, as though about to take flight. HMPH, petty tricks, monster, your life is mine. He thrust his spear out like a dragon, his weapon defying the one held by a mini-boss in just a few moves. Their spear pierced through its throat. Death in one strike. Hong Yi elegantly floated in front of another mini-boss. Why don't we sit down and have a cup of tea? She proposed. The lizard man in front of her wanted to roar, but its roar gradually weakened, and it closed its eyes. She floated forward, her blood-colored silk flew out, and sharp as a blade, it spattered the crimson blood spray. I don't like battling and killing, so why don't you all take your own lives? She suggested. Her clear blood-colored eyes swept over, locking gazes with the wisdom creatures of the profession level in front of her. The next moment, they simultaneously raised their weapons and plunged them into their chests. A gush of blood. A broken bar. Moments later, atop a skyscraper next to the old city wall, Duo Lai stood by the half-destructed building, looking around. I'm going to take down 10. Hundreds of monsters were closing in on it, from the sky and the ground. Was this all they had? Did they underestimate him, General Duo Lai? He lifted his hand, and with a snap of his delicate fingers, orange flames fell from the sky, surging and spreading, enveloping a street that was dozens of meters long. In just a few seconds, hundreds of approaching beasts were reduced to ashes. Then Duo Lai started bombarding the enemy-free regions like an artillery. One fireball after another erupted in the historical city, illuminating the dark space. Suddenly, Duo Lai's eyes lit up, and the badge in his hair suddenly flew out, turning into a flying sword, engaging the opponents. A humanoid figure emerged. It was an elite-level Dark Knight Stalker, one of the top wilderness warriors of the Dark Knight tribe. Also appearing was a Man-Nu Berserker, a Jackal Man leader, a Lizard Quick Shooter, and several elite monsters, as well as a Man-Nu Chieftain with treasure armor, wielding a gigantic shadow battle axe. This was a powerful gang. The most powerful among them, the Man-Nu Chieftain, had a combat power far exceeding the ferocious wolf warrior from the secret realm. However, Duo Lai was a hero now. Heroes should take on the tasks that ordinary people couldn't. He sucked in his breath sharply, then blew out a fan-shaped blaze, covering the entire building and the surrounding area. In the raging fire, several figures shrouded in intense energy flames charged out. The shadows of the axes, the glimmers of light, and the dark blades, were all flying towards him. Duo Lai's hair started to flutter, his eyes glowed faintly with red and blue lights. The next moment, thick lightning erupted from his body, sparking the intense battle. A broken bar. Yuan looked around. His side was mostly winning on the high-end battlefield. The elite monsters generally weren't as powerful as the main generals of the Lord's House. Rakshasa, Hong Yi, 17 and other generals successively slew them. He again summoned Tree Demon Granny, and with a clap of his hands, he initiated the bizarre and intricate forest domain. However, this time, the scope of the forest domain wasn't as broad as before. Even with the forest domain as the main arena, powerful monsters could jump out from anywhere around, not allowing any carelessness. Wishore, a spider woman, with a human face and spider body, stepped across the swaying roots and pounced at him from midair. Perhaps his frequent resurrection of the undead had finally drawn the spider-woman's attention. She launched an unsportsmanlike surprise attack. Standing by his side was the silent chief of the Imperial Guard, Lulu. However, I, the Lord, have died dozens of times. The spider-woman falling from the sky had a seductive face and a fierce lower body. Her arm shimmered with a faint green light like a blade. Her trajectory and even the hair on her body were clearly visible to Yuan. Time seemed to slow down. Only Lord Shepherd moved quickly. Cracker. Unflinchingly, he broke off a piece of bone from his index finger. The bone lengthened in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a silvery long spear like jade. The 2.3-meter-long spear, brimming with shadow energy, was held in his hand as it tightened and compacted. Only by this point, did the ambushing spider-woman hunter, fall several meters away from him. The spear tip flashed from Yuan like a dragon. One stab, 2, 3. Each strike targeted the blade-like arms of the spider-woman. Using his ultimate speed and realm far beyond hers, he firmly controlled the rhythm of the fight. After several stabs, the spider-woman who had been shaken multiple times in mid-air had her glistening green blade arms broken apart. Yuan took advantage of the broad opening and thrust his spear in directly. The shadow energy gathered at the spear tip erupted fiercely. An elite-level mini-boss who hadn't had the chance to exhibit their energy armor was killed on the spot. However, in the next instant, the spider-woman, her upper body already shattered, suddenly had her lower half inflate as if it were stuffed with explosives. It burst open, spraying countless doses of corrosive and highly toxic green liquid. It appeared to be the real killing move. But, a man who has died dozens of times has seen all kinds of traps. Yuan rotated the long spear, with sparks flashing from the spearhead. As the spear danced, it formed a windproof thunder net, extinguishing all the poisonous matter quickly. Then, he swiftly changed his position, disappearing among the vast trees. This was destined to be a drawn-out confrontation. The commanders and warriors of the Yuan territory had killed countless monsters, but the tides of monsters emerging from various parts of the ancient city also seemed endless. It was hard to say who had the upper hand at this moment. The Spider-Woman chieftain was confident she could win. If not, wouldn't her faith in the snake god be in vain? Suddenly, deep within the ancient city, quite far from the main battlefield, a great horror began to rise. On a giant snake sculpture, a viscous, eye-stinging bloodlight spread and it seemed to come alive. The terrifying Oki was coming. The Spider-Woman chieftain looked startled. Why? They obviously could still fight. But looking at the situation, it seemed like Lord Oki had prepared to descend even before the war began. She was at a loss. The remaining wisdom monsters and chiefs of various tribes, however, were ecstatic. Lord Oki is coming. There is hope. They no longer have to suffer under the soldiers of Lord Tanmin. This ascending terror, overshadowing everything under heaven, was the first time Yuan had ever truly felt it. It was very oppressive. He could see the viscous bloodlight from far away, and could vaguely glimpse the figure of a giant snake. A totem. Just like the experience when he attacked the Snake Man tribe, didn't they say that even during regular invasions of dozens of monster tribes, you might not encounter a reborn totem? This time, however, the totem was resurrecting from afar. They couldn't prevent or destroy it in time. All he could do was watch as a giant snake soared into the sky, rushing towards the battlefield. There was something vaguely familiar about the shape of the giant snake. Those distinct O_O eyes were unforgettable once seen. Oh, this. Oki ascended to the sky. From a distance, it could see the figure it had been yearning for. Even though it looked different, Oki would not mistake this aura. Oki, harbored a grudge. The destruction of this Tanming territory, which was blessed by heaven and earth, would bring it the snake god's reward. The merit was greater than that of destroying 10 or even 20 territories. For this reason, as soon as it smelled this aura from afar, it had quietly started to accumulate energy and descended directly. It learned from its past mistakes. The general of the human lord seems to have gotten stronger. But it doesn't matter. Oki, am personally present. Professionals, elites, and even war generals are merely ants in my presence. Even if, limited by its medium of descent and the quality of the sacrifice, this disposable body was not strong enough, Oki's consciousness, realm, and ability were more than sufficient to deal with everything. It had devoured countless leader-level snakes. It would bring a dimensional strike. With a serious expression, General Deadbone opened his bone wings and floated up. He had to intercept Oki, and an invisible domain spread out. Hong Yi, Rakshasa, Bone 2, Bone 3, and the others suddenly realized that the oppressive breath enveloping heaven and earth was gone. The domain covered the whole battlefield where naked white bones were strewn about. However, this was just a superficial phenomenon. There were some imperceptible changes occurring that those under the domain were unable to understand or perceive. For a Spider-Woman was astonished to find that she had unknowingly walked in front of Deadbone, and there was a hole in her forehead. Her eyes widened as she collapsed to the side. A Man-Nu warrior was just beating its chest and mooing when it found a black greatsword tearing open its armor, shattering its entire upper body. The Dark Knight Stalker, Crypt Assassin, Spider-Woman Dancer, Jackal Man Chieftain. One by one, knowledgeable and powerful tribal powerhouses were beheaded under the black sword amidst confusion, shock, and horror. Time and again, it seemed as if they had brought it upon themselves. The remaining tribal powerhouses were even more terrified. They looked in the distance, where Oki was continually rushing and roaring but didn't seem to have closed the gap at all. Their excitement had long since been doused in cold water, leaving only fear and resentment. They were being slaughtered before Oki descended. They were being slaughtered after Oki descended. Wasn't Oki's descent in vain then? The Oki is furious. The massive body, hundreds of meters long, is thrashing wildly in mid-air, shattering countless buildings. In its mismatched haze, a visible orange rage is shimmering, yet no matter how it speeds up, it seems unable to catch up. Is this domain? This human lord's general, so young yet commanding the power of a domain? The tribal chiefs and elite monsters of the Spider-Woman tribe, the chief of Man-Nu and the others, lacking education and experience, died without knowing why. How could the great Oki not recognize it? It can identify it with a single glance. General Deadbone has ascended to the elite level, far more powerful than when they last met. The Oki did not care much, simply considering it a tasty meal to be devoured. But now, amid the Oki's fury, there is surprise and astonishment. This general is so terrifying, they must not be allowed to live. However, only a domain can counter a domain, and the Oki cannot use a domain. No matter how powerful its body, how vast its energy, it is still unable to move freely when stuck in the quagmire of a domain. It can only watch helplessly as the Spider-Woman dancers, the chief of Man-Nu, one by one, fall. Each failure feels like a slap in its face. The Oki continues to rage. The entire space is shaking, making rumbling noises. But under the coverage of the domain, the pressure and power cannot affect the other soldiers. They continue to follow General Deadbone, slaughtering chaotically. Deadbone's expression remains serious. He is not as optimistic as Bone 2 and Bone 3 are, precisely because he realizes that the Oki is difficult to handle. Therefore, he chose to take advantage of the situation and deal with the other powerful monsters first. In this way, whether to advance or retreat, there is room for choice. After dealing with these, Deadbone shifts his gaze back to the Oki. His eyes, radiating a faint blue glow and depths unfathomable, meet the distant, vertical pupils of the giant snake. Energy sparks explode in midair. Deadbone flies to a high-rise building, away from the main battlefield. As it no longer suppresses fiercely, the furious Oki springs into the sky. Where its gaze falls, the space even seems to become viscous and heavy. Deadbone's entire body sinks down. A power similar to gravity. Taking advantage of the power of the domain, it effortlessly shifts, quickly freeing itself. In the blink of an eye, it appears at the side of the Oki, sweeping out wave after wave of shadow slash. However, at that moment, the already massive body of the Oki suddenly grew larger. It enlarges against the wind, transforming into a colossal creature encircling gigantic buildings, at least hundreds of meters long. The shadow slash from Deadbone does wound the giant snake, but the wounds are insignificant in comparison to the massive body of the snake. Moreover, the wounds heal in no time. Boom! With the power of the domain, Deadbone dodges the Oki's world-shattering attack. He stretches out his hand, points from afar, an invisible cursed power falls down. Slow, weaken, drain, weakening armor, and so on and so forth. Deadbone stacks his curses continuously. They work, but not significantly enough. The Oki still radiates an incredibly strong energy that seems to make the space viscous. If it weren't for the domain and the pressure on the boundary, Deadbone wouldn't even have the ability to cope with the Oki. It is still too weak, its power insufficient. Let's have Duo Lei try it. In the distance, Duo Lei, who has freed his hands, also sends out thunderbolts and flames from afar. However, his effectiveness is even more disappointing, doing virtually nothing to the Oki. If this stalemate continues, Deadbone undoubtedly will be the first to give out. As an elite body utilizing the domainer, even if Deadbone uses the hidden backup power that has been accumulated for over a month, he still can't hold out for long. Once the domain is gone, there's no way to restrict the Oki. Should one play it safe and make a strategic retreat, but the Oki's existence makes the skeletons uneasy. General Deadbone turns his gaze to the Lord. This time, Lord Shepherd indeed has a solution. The Oki crosses space to arrive, and it is not without weaknesses. Last time, Deadbone and the God Monster took action, destroyed the totem, and stopped the arrival of the Oki. This time, the Oki has arrived, but at this moment, several storm falcons that have been stored in the Lord's Seal earlier are flying over the ancient city after the tribal powerhouses are wiped out. After scanning around, they soon locate the anchoring point of the Oki's arrival, the giant wooden totem located in the Spider-Woman tribe. Most of the giant tree has come alive, becoming part of the Oki's body, but the base remains. Around the base, tribal monsters of various kinds are lying on the ground in suicide postures. The blood flowing from their bodies is constantly converging towards the base. As expected, the Oki's gigantic body requires a constant supply of energy. Duo Lei. Captain Duo Lei has received the message. The ever-changing badge transforms into a pair of white wings, attached to Duo Lei's back. In the next moment, he turns into a stream of light, leaving the pursuing monsters far behind, and arrives above the Spider-Woman tribe in no time. Then, it's Duo Lei's forte, bombardment. The badge transforms into a staff, held in his hand. Giant orange fireballs fall from the sky, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth one. He faithfully carries out the principle of steady output, to the end. Bright flames rise, illuminating the dark underground space. Even the entire underground trembles and rumbles, causing worries of a potential collapse. The Oki is furious. It roars out, but its body keeps shrinking, returning to the normal 100-meter size, and still can't stop continuing to shrink down, coming to a halt at several dozen meters long. Yet, even so, the Oki still boasts a power and energy far surpassing the single skeleton in front of it. As soon as it had this thought, General Deadbone swung down a seemingly ordinary sword, merely wrapped in a shadowy glow. However, beneath his sword, was a 40-meter sword aura. 9 layers of shadow accumulation condensed. Tens of layers of decline of the grief curses gathered at once. The massive power-up brought by wailing death, consuming endless dead bodies, and the power gathered from countless skeletons, resentful spirits, abominations, and other undead creatures on the battlefield. All things considered, there was a hidden and unfathomable power beneath the surface of the artistic conception, which revealed itself during the encounter. The tiny pupils of the Oki expanded in an instant. Behind it, one solid black stone building after another crumbled to dust. What also shattered was the enormous body of the Oki. It vanished in a tide of black fog as swift as the wind. Crack. Prompt: you have killed the projection of the fallen god's servant, causing injury to the servant Oki. Prompt: as you killed the projection of the fallen god's servant, the blood totem cleanses itself. Duo Lei had previously only managed to destroy the totem without having the time to use her heroic powers to cleanse it. But with the fall of Oki, whether it was cleansed or not was irrelevant. As the base of the totem was already completely dissipated, thin droplets of light of heaven and earth fell, forming a large light ball. At the same time, with the extinction of Oki, the monsters, which were previously frenzied and fearless in the face of death, had the red bloodlust in their eyes fade away. Some monsters began to flee in all directions. Even so, the battle continued for over 2 hours, only barely ending when many skeleton generals were exhausted. The streets of the ancient city were in ruins, covered with the corpses of all kinds of monsters. Copious amounts of soul sand and remnant souls were left behind. Duo Lei was picking up as much as she could, even though she could only indulge herself with these soul sands. Wasn't it great to be happy? Mu Yuan believed it was. Duo Lei derived happiness from it, and he, Mu Yuan, saved the effort of picking up the soul sands, which was a double blessing, perhaps because there was too much soul sand, scattered all over the place, making it difficult to pick up. Duo Lei squeezed out some extra potential and intuitively learned how to skillfully harness the power of gravity. Wherever she went, the grains of soul sand, which looked like fragments, floated up one by one. They occasionally contained dust and pebbles, requiring filtering. The method was much faster than finding and picking them up by hand. Soon, these soul sands and remnant souls were gathered by Duo Lei and ultimately brought to Mu Yuan. Duo Lei was asking how much these remnant souls would be worth. Mu Yuan gave it a look, and with an arithmetic ability much stronger than Duo Lei's. No, infinitely stronger than Duo Lei's, he estimated the value of these remnant souls in a blink of an eye. 8 rare remnant souls, 65 3-star remnant souls, 2-star remnant souls. The total value should be over 100 soul crystals. It's a pity none of the rare remnant souls I want are here. Jackal warrior, lizard swordsman, serpent shaman or anything like them. He looked disgusted. He would rather sell them for money, as Lord Shepherd, without any investor, gold owner dad, or backer. He could only rely on fighting monster tribes to earn a few hundred soul crystals of hard-earned money. And there's all this. Duo Lei again quickly turned out her pockets, revealing one piece of loot after another, piling up a small mountain in front of them. Mu Yuan originally thought that Duo Lei's habit of picking up everything had flared up again, but upon closer inspection, he found there was something. Indeed, the equipment worn by many humanoid monsters was not bad. With 80% of the standard equipment of soldiers, it was a hassle to sell, and even with cross-dimensional transportation fees and other costs, it was hard to make a profit. But he had a smithy here, and he could just melt and recycle some usable ore. At the top of the loot mountain were several weapons that looked quite impressive. Shadow battle axe, shadow short blade, elemental hand crossbow, thorny spear. A total of 4 pieces of rare equipment. These monsters were equipped more lavishly than his troops in his Yuan territory. They indeed deserved to die. And this. After turning out the loot, Duo Lei also brought out the most precious gift ball. Perhaps because there was no purification by the lord or hero, and the totem pole had completely broken, the ball was somewhat different from the past. While there was a single quantity, the size was significantly larger. I wonder what will come out of it. The specifications of the totem pole are not much different from those of the Snake Man tribe. He had previously thought that the snake people were crudely carved, but he didn't expect that the big serpent was naturally crude in appearance. However, the Spider-Woman tribe is the overlord of this place and can throw the Snake Man tribe several blocks away, and the gift should be somewhat better, right? Under Duo Lei's eager gaze, Mu Yuan reached out and lightly tapped it. A ripple spread out, and the half-meter diameter light ball disintegrated like countless crystals. In the next moment, rays of light burst forth. At the same time, there were also the pop-up messages that sounded by his ear. Prompt: you have obtained 10 soul crystals. Prompt: you have obtained Miracle Blueprints Guiding Landmark, 5-5. Common. Prompt: you have obtained Miracle Blueprints Breakthrough Dojo, Rare. Prompt: you have obtained a complete building magic furnace, Excellence. A deep blue brilliance burst out from the dissipating light ball, illuminating the faces of the individuals and the history. A top-tier item had appeared. Was this his Huang moment? Mu Yuan didn't think so. There was a limit to the heavenly gifts from the world, even Huang limit. If one could only obtain rare-level items, even being Huang himself could only yield a rare-level item. At most, it was about going from a rare equipment to a blueprint for a rare item. It probably has something to do with the Oki. The quality of the giant wooden totem wasn't initially high, but the descent of the Oki raised its limit and also elevated the heavenly gifts by a notch. I am grateful to the Oki for traveling thousands of miles to deliver these generous gifts. All three treasures were blueprints. The white level guiding landmark was beneficial for Mu Yuan. After all, upgrading from a level 2 territory to a level 3 small town level territory required 3,000 residents, and a guiding landmark could only absorb a small number of refugees. As time passed, this number would gradually decrease until there were hardly any left. The breakthrough dojo was also a good treasure. A level 2 dojo can accommodate 60 soldiers at the great perfection simultaneously. If he built another one, it would be a capacity of 120 units. The speed of the troops breaking through to the professional level would double. And finally, a model of a building the size of his palm, emanating a faint blue glow, was lightly floating above his hand. Precious array patterns surrounded it, and the interlinked nodes inside built up a starry sky window scene. Magic furnace. Tier, excellence. Description: you can input one spell after another, and merge them within the furnace to create large-scale magic. Please explore its usage on your own. Note: 1. The higher the user's understanding of spells, the more formidable and marvelous the large-scale magic that's created by merging will be. Many senior mages enjoy spending the whole day in the magic furnace, researching, creating, and striving for higher realms. Note: 2. Gather the magic axis and the magic celestial instrument for a total of 3 excellent tier buildings. You can then form an epic-level miracle building. After reading the description of this building, Mu Yuan was deep in thought, itching to fly back to his territory and start construction immediately. But there were many details still not wrapped up. The primary reason for Lord Shepherd's expedition against the monster tribe was not for the loot, but rather to create a safe and stable regional environment for the Yuan camp. The main force of the monster tribe had been eradicated. After resting, half the strength of the skeleton generals had recovered, and they let out a hearty cheer as the large army continued advancing, sweeping through one tribe after another. Duo Lai was picking up along the way, so much that his dimensional pocket could barely accommodate any more. Suddenly, fighting broke out in the distance. When Mu Yuan looked over through the battle falcon's vision, he saw several skeleton generals engaging with a dozen or so spider women. After a few rounds of combat, 2 of the skeleton generals had been killed in action. They couldn't hold them back at all. These spider women were the most elite of the bunch, and it seemed like the spider woman chieftain was among them. Without needing Mu Yuan to issue an order, the generals within Yuan territory who had awakened their self-consciousness and were experienced in combat knew what needed to be done. The Dead Bone swiftly deployed troops for a pincer attack from all sides. Rakshasa turned into a brown mist and shot out like an arrow. Even faster was 17. She stood on a flattened skyscraper with her bow drawn into a full moon shape. The charging arrow shot out like a stream of light and immediately pierced the body of a spider woman. These spider women were formidable. The weakest among them are midway or late professional levels, and there were 2 or 3 were at the elite level. Although they can easily fly between the towering skyscrapers at high speed, they still couldn't outrun Duo Lai and Rakshasa. They were quickly encircled and intercepted. The spider women started looking increasingly fierce and ruthless, and their pupils were beginning to glow a faint, bloody red. However, at that moment the spider woman chieftain raised her hands. "We surrender. We can pledge our loyalty to the honorable lord." "Oh, this." Duo Lai, who was just about to initiate the combustion operation, was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. What should he do? However, without waiting for him to ask their omnipotent lord, the faint bloody red glow in the spider woman's eyes rapidly expanded, filling their entire pupils and even seeming to spread outwards with blood vessels. just like the monsters during the trials. The next moment, including the Spider-Woman chieftain who seemed to genuinely want to surrender, they all let out shrill, hoarse screams. A faint red energy rose, swirling around like mad demons. A few dozen rounds later, they all finally fell. After a day of cleaning, organizing, burning the corpses, and taking away a few useful bodies, the ancient dungeon finally became significantly cleaner and quieter. Mu Yuan, along with Lu Liu, Duo Lei, and a few skeleton generals who were sticking close to him for protection, walked through the ancient city. The city was vast. Spiders, and other tribes, had only occupied a small area to nest. Everywhere you could see tall, black buildings that resembled square columns or large tombstones. These buildings were rugged and didn't have any windows or doors. Most of the black buildings had already collapsed, like knocked-down stacks of blocks, scattered everywhere. Occasionally, you could see some large pits, ravines, and blasted buildings. It seemed that this place had experienced a significant disaster in the past. Oh, this 100-meter-long chasm resembling an abyss was caused by dead bone recently, wasn't it? Well, that's all right then. Perhaps it was the recent battle that caused a great deal of damage to the ancient relics. It's an illusion. The monsters have occupied this dungeon long ago, causing it to become unrecognizable. After a whole day of cleaning and sorting, he found nothing of high value in the city. It seemed that the monsters had raided everything. Even within the monster tribe, there was no sign of any high-tier treasures. Duo Lei's efforts barely uncovered a few rare materials. Where did all the treasures go? These monsters sure knew how to make good use of their resources. However, after much effort expended by Duo, the treasure-seeking mouse, Mu Yuan discovered few antiques from an ancient dungeon outside of the black buildings. A few stone tablets. Information was recorded on them, like a diary. They detailed the escape process of a place called Black Feather City. Today marks the 101st day since our escape began. Our general says we're crossing the Tankin Mountains and may be able to escape the chase of the evil demons. The 125th day of the escape. Black Feather City has crossed the Tankin Mountains. The land here may be barren, but it's better than anything, as long as we can survive. It's been 136 days since we left our homeland. We haven't seen any signs of the demons chasing us. Maybe they're blocked on the other side of the mountains? That would be great. Today marks the 143rd day since we left our homeland. Black Feather City is looking for a suitable place to dock. Once everything settles down, I will propose to you. Day 144. We were chased by the fallen god. Fallen god. Fallen god. Everyone is going to die, so is the world. The strokes that followed became sloppy and chaotic, but with some imagination, Mu Yuan could picture the overall scene. Fallen god, red fog, great disaster, servants, Oki, monsters. What connects these things? The water is too deep here. After tidying up the loot, he triple-checked to make sure he hadn't missed anything before quickly returning to his territory. Back in his territory, without resting, Mu Yuan logged into the forum to search for information about the fallen god, servants, and so on. There was very little information about the fallen god, but there was some about the servants. Half a month ago, the Lord of Maple Leaf Territory encountered a servant while battling a Snake Man tribe. The Lord of Maple Leaf Territory, ranked third on the previous trial golden list, was killed on the spot, a sudden death that caused much lament. 2 months ago, the Silver Army, a top-tier mercenary group from Panshi City, encountered a servant when investigating ancient civilization ruins in a wilderness. According to the leader, Silver Eye, the space became thick as though covered in blood red. They had to sacrifice over 20 elites in order to escape. The vice leader, Silver Left Hand, also said that they would have been completely swallowed had they hesitated or delayed by even a half moment, just like the surrounding monster tribes. 6 months ago, Lord Long Shui was ambushed by a servant named Black Crow while defeating a monster tribe. Lord Long Shui and his subordinates, with powerful battle strength, killed the physical body of the Black Crow servant and received rewards from heaven and earth. 2.5 years ago, the Lord of Han City ventured into a desolate land and encountered a snake-like servant. After hundreds of bouts, the Lord of Han City crushed an eye of the servant and managed to retreat from the desolate land. The Lord of Han City is so terrifying. Mu Yuan relaxed a little. It seems that the activity of the fallen god's servants is limited. At the most they can indoctrinate the monster tribes to create their physical bodies. If that's the case, he doesn't have to be too afraid of the Oki. If his Tanyuan territory can kill the Oki's physical body today, it will surely be even more secure after half a month, 1 month, or 2 months. However, Mu Yuan didn't forget that the ancient city called Black Feather City was once chased by the fallen god. Overthinking is useless. Mu Yuan asked Duo Lao Broken Bano, Dead Bone, to construct the guidance markers, while he placed the magic furnace, which did not require any material investment, in the core area of his territory. Just like when the Breakthrough Dojo and the Fountain of Life were constructed, numerous brilliant light patterns interwove to outline the intricate shape of the building. Then, like printing by the heavens and the earth, the miracle building formed inch by inch. In just a few dozen breaths, a silver bowl-shaped building with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared before them. There was also a silver building more than 10 meters high next to it, which was connected to the furnace body and seemed to be the control room for manipulating, inputting, and fusing magic. Mu Yuan walked in. In the center, surrounded by ray patterns, was a crystal pillar taller than him that grew on the formation. He roughly knew how to use it and told Duo, who followed him in, "Input the spell in this direction. Just choose the super large fireball spell you're good at. But you need to slowly pour in the power over a long period of time. Can you do it?" Of course. Duo Lai had already attained the artistic conception level and had made great progress in controlling energy, so it was not difficult to perform such precise operations. Flames continuously spewed out of its hands and were being devoured by the crystal pillars, which seemed like black holes. After a while, a red light spot appeared on a control panel. "You have stored one spell, with the current remaining load '9/10". After that, Mu Yuan could cast the super large fireball directly through the magic furnace. However, it would not be called a superior building if it only did this. Continue. The second, third, fourth Duo Lai, who was pouring all of his energy into the super large fireballs, was soon completely drained and collapsed to the ground. Seeing stars, Mu Yuan had no choice but to do it himself to input the spells. Even so, it took him more than an hour to finally fill all 10 spell storage slots. Now, it's time to witness the fusion. Notice, you are fusing super large fireball 8/10, which will take an estimated 299s. Notice, you have fused the large-scale magic scorching sun. In the magic furnace, a silver-white container resembling a huge pot, there was a red-orange-colored flame. While it did not seem abundant, it was hiding an enormous destructive energy. The large-scale magic scorching sun can be projected, turning into a small sun that can incinerate everything in its path. Its destructive power is far from being as simple as the additive power of 10 super-large fireballs. If it were to fall, even the body of the mighty Oki, in its peak state, might be overwhelmed. How powerful is this scorching sun? It is powerful, but this large-scale magic, in essence, is the super-large fireball of Duo Lai. Its power is intimately related to the energy Duo Lai inputs. If Duo Lai is at the war general level or leader level, the destructive power of the scorching sun he fuses will far exceed what it is at this moment. Of course, it only has the power of one hit. After forming the scorching sun, the storage displayed on the magic furnace is already at maximum. Clearly, a large-scale magic created by combining 10 preliminary spells also occupies 10 storage slots. It is impossible to fuse it further after the initial fusion. By fusing one spell after another to create large-scale magic that covers a wider range and contains more energy, and then projecting it, this is the role of the magic furnace. However, forcing 10 of the same spells to fuse together like this may not even bring out 10% of the potential of this miracle building. The more proficiency the user has in magic, the more formidable and miraculous the large-scale magic they create will be. This was a tip Mu Yuan received when he got the building. He naturally understands. But does Duo Lei have a proficiency in magic? Number. Duo Lei's magical lethality and destructive power may be very strong, and the control is even more exquisite, but Duo Lei's understanding and cognition of magic can't be said to be very bad. It's almost zero. Unfortunately, Lord Mu's proficiency in magic is also almost zero. Therefore, he used the absolute fusion, but the least amplification change of the same skill fusion law. The magic furnace is not only capable of creating this slightly rough, but violent large-scale magic that can be a higher level, such as continuous thundercloud coverage. It can be more exquisite, such as forming a wind barrier to protect the entire territory. It can be more miraculous. For example, why not try it? Despite continuing to experiment, it is necessary to first throw out or annihilate the large-scale magic that has already been fused together, but for the sake of the excellent building, not trying it feels like ants crawling all over the body, very awkward. But, Duo Lei can't do it anymore. Its eyes are spinning, really can't squeeze out one more full strength. Mu Yuan also understands. He can't force slime to do something it can't do. No matter, we can reduce the energy output, use low energy consumption magic to try. After the test, if this combination is feasible, change to a full output magic. Yes, oh, indeed, the Almighty Lord. Wait, just now, it had output so many super large fireballs at full power. After the scorching sun was dispersed, Mu Yuan commanded Duo Lei to do a new attempt. This time, he selected several spells to match: 3 super large fireball, 3 thunderbolt, and 4 endless whirlwind, are all miniaturized versions. Then, he controlled the building to start the fusion. Tip: large-scale magic fusion is in progress. A broken bar. Tip: large-scale magic fusion failed. Don't panic. This is within our expectations. Let's reduce some more combinations, only use simple wind and fire skills. A broken bar. Tip: large-scale magic fusion failed. Then how about adjusting the ratio of the spells a bit? How many combinations can there be for 2 spells? 5 kinds. A broken bar. Tip: large-scale magic fusion failed. Then let's change the arrangement of the spell nodes again. How many combinations can there be for 2 spells? Failed, failed, failed. Darling. Duo Lei lay flat on the floor. It seemed to have an image of a feast in its mind, and the main dish on top looked a lot like itself. It even drooled. Great Lord Mu was in contemplation. Lord Mu tried for himself. Mr. Mu also can't. We can't even fuse the most basic 2 spells. Something definitely isn't right. Or should we say, being able to fuse before was just the magic furnace giving us dumb students a safety net. Mr. Mu tried again. Indeed, if you use the same skills then you can directly fuse in quantity, but if you input different materials, it involves many changes. He is able to use skills, and he is able to bring out the best of them, at least reaching the expert level in controlling the fireball technique. But he does not understand the principles, logic, and theoretical knowledge of magic. No can do. Even General Deadbone can't. Deadbone, I get it, I can use it, I created my own skills, I am skilled in 72 changes, but I don't know how to explain to you that I understand this issue. Just like a swordsman might be powerful, but he would likely not forge a peerless sword. These are different fields. It also has to do with one's military background. If it's something one naturally cultivates over 10 or 20 years, cultivating a very solid foundation of elite-level technical strength, then perhaps they would possess some theoretical knowledge of techniques. He heard that there was no such thing as a military background in ancient times. There was also no fixed rank. People could develop into warriors, mages, archers and other professions through their own cultivation. If they were able to gain some rare inheritance or secrets, they could become ghost swordsmen, explosive flame mages, solar archers and other high-order professionals. The direction of development was very free. However, it would take a lot of time, energy, and 99% of talent for a professional to learn a skill. So, The operators needed for the magic furnace are mages who have mastered a complete system. They are scholars, researchers, and far beyond just being able to fight. The magician's tower has somewhat similar requirements, but it is much less rigorous. This is why he didn't exchange for mage troops. A rare one-star mage at most would put points into the fireball technique. Even if they were to evolve and awaken self-awareness, mastering multiple techniques, they would have to start from scratch if they wanted to make magic scrolls. He'd be better off learning it himself as Lord Shepherd. We still lack talent, top talent. After slaying the Oki, the next few days were calm. Yuan reduced the frequency of his explorations. Firstly, he temporarily had some money, and it was necessary to slowly convert this wealth into domestic power, which was what really mattered. Secondly, he was worried about running into something unusual. He felt somewhat uneasy about fighting monster tribes now. What if the next attendant ascendant he encountered was stronger than the Oki? Servants were also ranked, as were totems. Thirdly, to find a suitable raid area now, he needed to go at least 100 kilometers away. The journey would be time-consuming and tiring, which would greatly affect the cultivation of dead bone and other deputies. It was time to lay low. Feeling the lack of strength, figures like dead bone were deeply immersed in full force cultivation. Even General Duo Lei felt his strength was insufficient. In the battle in the dungeon, it took a much longer time to kill a minor boss than Rakshasa and Hong Yi. As a senior, it was a complete loss of face. So, you need to develop a more penetrative and precise single-killing move, Lord Mu said. Using the Duo Lei template, he wove together the power of the wind and fire to form one roaring flame dragon after another, which disappeared in an instant. That's not enough, you need more focused power. Yuan considered that since Duo Lei had control of the thunder element, and could condense steel, why not develop a super electromagnetic cannon type of killing move? However, Duo Lei couldn't really understand the principles and assembly mode of the electromagnetic cannon, and at this stage, he may not necessarily be able to accurately control electromagnetic forces. Yuan thus compromised and said, let's start with the Thunder Spear, and try a more basic fusion of thunder and steel. Then, Great Lord Mu arrived at Rakshasa's cultivation spot where the muscular and dark-skinned man was repeatedly wielding his evil spear. As energy flowed through him, the evil patterns on his body seemed to come alive, exuding formidable power. This was a characteristic of the evil ghost general. Evil power ran through their bodies. Hong Yi did not have these patterns. Your technique is not wrong, but you can dig a bit deeper into the power of evil. For example, you can store the power that is not needed in the normal course of action in the evil patterns. When necessary, you can unseal the pattern to gain more power. This move, he borrowed from Dead Bone. General Dead Bone's talent, Death Extraction, allows him to turn excess energy which cannot further increase the limit into crystals attached to his bones. However, to deal with the Oki this time, Dead Bone used up at least half of its years of accumulation and felt quite insecure for a while. Rakshasa's evil patterns were somewhat special. Yuan knew very well as he had used Rakshasa's power before. Like this, and like that. It's almost there. You can continue to explore. So instructed Teacher Mu. If it could be created, he, as Great Lord Mu, could also gain access to this move for himself. No, what he taught couldn't be called copying, it should be called an inspection by the teacher. He quickly went on to check on Hong Yi. The construction of the illusory world was progressing rapidly for Lady Hong Yi. Yuan didn't have much he could instruct her in, but, based on the scene of the illusion, you could try to develop venue skills. Teacher Mu pointed this out with piercing insight. After satisfying his instructing desires, Yuan hesitated between the training field and the Mage Tower for a moment, eventually choosing to return to the Mage Tower to rest. Hardly had he lain down when the phone in Langsing began to vibrate. Yuan had no choice but to get up, go back to Langsing, pick up his phone, and continue to read while lying down. At all members, shocking news, quickly check the forum. There's the latest news about the Hero Festival. The Taixuan Astronomical Association predicts that the Hero Festival will very likely start in a month. The lords who have formally established their territories for not more than 2 years and 8 months can prepare in advance. Unlike some predictions, the Astronomical Society's forecasts are not plentiful, but when released, their accuracy rates are exceedingly high. The previous red moon tide 2 years ago, and the year before that, had very accurate predictions from the Astronomical Society. This time, in addition to the time, the Astronomical Society has also predicted more detailed rules for this festival. Yuan immediately perked up and sat up from the sofa, changing from his lying position to one with his elbow propping him up on the armrest as his fingers continuously scrolled through the screen of his phone. Logically speaking, isn't the Hero Festival supposed to happen in 2 months? There's only a month left. It makes sense for the Hero Festival to be moved up if the Lord's trial has also been moved up, right? Hurry up. I'm already restless with anticipation and can't wait to recruit a hero. I feel the same way. I've even prepared my gifts already. Wait. Isn't that too soon? It's unfair to us new lords though. But the voices of the new lords were drowned out in the forum due to the numerical advantage of the long-serving lords. They could only grumble within their respective groups of newcomers. They've lost the advantage of timing. However, not all newcomers share the same feelings. Yuan didn't feel too rushed. Actually, he thought it was taking a bit too long. He currently needs a top-tier talent skilled in scholarly and administrative fields, has research and teaching capabilities, and a rich knowledge reserve. A jack of all trades would be even better. But if this was a few years down the line, there might not be such an urgent need anymore. That is, one hero is too little. If one could recruit a team of talents, only then can the weaknesses of Tanyuan territory be completely made up for. The rules of the Hero Festival are rather rigid. Yuan was somewhat confident, but he dared not to be careless. If it was based on the battle rules, honestly speaking, he had no confidence in competing with those lords who had been in power for over 2 years. Being able to defeat old lords such as Liu Cheng and Wang did not mean that he could defeat the most outstanding lords from the same period as Liu Cheng's. After all, he was still a green hand, and the competition in the Hero Festival reportedly does not compare combat power. Then there is a chance to compete now. In the Beijiang Longteng group, Mr. Tan said, "Don't panic. The competition for heroes is based on charm and special factors. We may not lose to the old lords. Who knows? Maybe a hero might see our potential. In terms of potential, they are certainly not inferior to any outstanding lord." Moreover, Mr. Tan had specifically prepared a lavish gifting strategy, which he saw no need to show off in the group. A broken bar. The Hero Festival is like a jobs fair. However, with more applicants and less availability, not to mention the high standards of the heroes, it is usually not us who choose the heroes, but the heroes who choose us. We need to bring out our own strengths to attract the attention of the heroes. Ultimately, if we can secure the favor of a hero, it would be a great victory. The Hero Festival does not compete in the form of battle. Fighting is also prohibited in the secret realm, so, according to the information released by the Astronomical Society, this festival will be more specific than the last with the establishment of a certain number and rank of tags based on the lord's situation. For example, if they are lords of level 1 or 2 territories, a village chief tag will be established. And if they are lords of level 3 or 4 territories, they will have the higher level town chief tag. Aside from the tags that very few people have, only outstanding lords can earn extra tags. Symbols of wealth like well-off and wealthy, symbols of troop type like mage team, mage battle team, mage army. Different tags can also be established based on the usage of different rare buildings. Some tags have a pretty strong attraction to heroes, such as mansion. The lord's personal outstanding features can also form tags, like sword heart, sword intent, and sword master. These types of tags have extremely strong attraction to certain heroes. However, most lords can hardly earn them. Some tags do not garner heroes' attraction but their disdain, such as Goblin Lair and Goblin Army, etc. Many female heroes have explicitly stated their disgust with goblins, saying they will not join territories that have goblins. In addition, after reading the information released by the Astronomical Society, Yuan had a better understanding. In essence, it was like a jobs fair where companies showcase their advantages. Unfortunately, most territories appeared like small, insignificant companies to the heroes, experts, and masters being recruited, and were deemed unworthy. Many top-tier heroes didn't take a fancy to any company or territory throughout the entire fair. The rules this time have slightly changed compared to the previous Hero Festival. Armed with the information from the Astronomical Society, lords are able to prepare in advance, even though it's mostly a last-ditch effort. But Lord Shepherd soon discovered that there were many areas where he too needed to make a last-minute effort. For instance, mansion, and mansion. Only rare or higher-ranked residential buildings could be considered mansions. Yet, in Yuan territory, there's only the level 2 civil house. He had to cough up Krypton gold. Luckily he had hundreds of soul crystals at hand. However, by the time Yuan wanted to cough up Krypton gold and looked into purchasing the high-priced mansion-class miracle blueprint, he realized that the market had already been swept clean. Rare blueprints were scarce to begin with. With the release of the Astronomical Society's news, there wouldn't be even half a piece left. There were still some available for exchange on the Yuan government platform, but the exchange rate had also risen by 30%. Of course, even if the price didn't increase, Lord Shepherd couldn't afford it. Is it not okay for him to be broke? Forget it. Instead of finding ways to compensate for shortcomings, it's better to continue to strengthen advantages as they are what matter most. But for the majority of new lords who have no advantages and are beset with shortcomings, despair sets in, and their miserable cries can be heard all over the forum. Having gone through the association's data, I feel like I cannot form any additional attributes. Be confident, get rid of feel like and seems like. What's wrong with goblins? As a female lord, my entire territory is filled with goblins, and I don't see any issues. Really? I don't believe you. Show a picture. Let me, someone who has a lot of experience, tell you that attributes are not everything. In the previous generation, there was an ordinary young man who successfully connected with a widowed female hero. This shows that everybody has a chance. But of course, if you want to connect with advanced heroes or top-tier heroes, it's not possible without billions of advantages. Besides gaining the favor of the heroes, you also need to stand out in the competition with other lords. It's a cruel world. Wasn't there an extremely powerful hero, the Death Chanter, who was snatched away by a foreign lord? A lord suddenly spoke up. The chat channel for the whole area suddenly went silent. The Green Hands did not understand much, but there were also some old players who were familiar with the history of the Eternal World. In the vast Eternal World, there are both indigenous powers that have been rebuilt after catastrophes, and chosen lords like them who have received the invitation from the heavens and earth, built territories, and expanded the areas of civilization. But the players who have been chosen by the world and have been able to descend to establish territories, are not only from Langsing. 300 years ago, 200 years ago, and 130 years ago, there were chosen lords from other worlds who entered the continent. One semi-old lord who was familiar with history and the world structure said, "There is more than one festival secret realm, and the secret realm space we are about to enter is only open to Langsing lords. Our toughest opponents in the Yuan Alliance are actually the Xianyao Empire created by the Starlight Federation. If it were only that, we would not be scared at all." But the semi-old lord changed his tune and said, "Our Yuan Alliance, the neighboring Xianyao Empire, have quite an influence in the Eternal World, and are recognized as the 7 great nations chosen by destiny along with the Yongxing Empire, Shenmu Dynasty, Qi Cheng Federation, Wanshan Country, and the Zimo Empire. But because we have been present for a shorter time, whether in terms of the number of lords, the size of our territory, or all kinds of accumulations, we can't compare to the old powers like Yongxing. And these strong nations, there might have a few top-tier new lords who will enter our festival secret realm through special means to fight for the top-tier heroes here. The death chanter from the last generation was recruited by a lord from Yongxing. If we are not as skilled as others, there is nothing we can do. However, the most dazzling lord of the last generation was the lord of Han City from our Taixuan alliance. She even struggled to decide which powerful hero she should recruit. Actually, top-tier heroes are either heroic spirits resurrected from ancient empires or native wild heroes scattered outside the eternal world. In theory, they don't have any direct connection to the lords of Xuan country. Moreover, whether it's the lords from other countries or the lords of Xuan country, they are all competitors during the festival. Even for most of the lords, there is no direct conflict between them. Yongxing and Shenmue they can only possibly compete for and recruit the most common heroes. Only the best lords can enter the top-end battlefield. Once the Astronomical Society released the news, all the new lords were stirred up again. Many village-level lords, who were just one step away from becoming town chiefs, made their utmost efforts to sprint forward. Yuan pondered. Even with constant top-ups, it took me a month to upgrade Tanyuan territory to level 2. Now there's only 1 month left, and it doesn't seem so easy to upgrade to level 3 and get rid of the village chief title. Town chief doesn't necessarily sound much more attractive or competitive. There's no point in disrupting your own plans. Even if he only has the stature of a village chief, he can still be the most dazzling guy among the crowd. He wants to attract numerous heroes with his pure charm. Evolution points, I need them in full. However, because he is not very sure about what attributes he can have, Yuan decides to save up more evolution points and make a sprint when more specific rules are announced. Soon, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. One early morning, as soon as Yuan had finished his morning exercise, a notice from the heavens and the earth sounded in his ear. Ding. Notice: do you want to connect to the special secret realm festival grounds? Notice: the current hero festival has entered a preparatory phase. Lords can visit the festival grounds in advance, read the festival rules. The official start will be in 20 days. At that time, heroes to be recruited will appear. When he silently agrees, beside the black wilderness where the Lord's altar has opened a door, a golden portal slowly appears. Vaguely, he can see the vast and bustling landscape inside. After passing through the golden archway of the secret realm, a white jade cobblestone road appeared before his eyes. The road was wide enough for 2 or 3 carriages to ride abreast. Every few dozen meters stood a majestic arch resembling a doorway. On either side were quaint 2-story and 3-story buildings. Between the buildings hung a number of large red lanterns, their long tassels swaying in the wind, creating a festive scene. After passing about 3 archways, he arrived at a vast square. There were quite a few alleys around him like the one he had come from, and in the distance, there were wide steps that went straight up to the end of the line of sight, where a massive and simple bronze gate stood closed in front of a grand ancient hall shrouded in mist. Perhaps because the secret realm had just opened and it was not yet 6 in the morning, there weren't many people around. He only saw a few or more budding lords like himself, looking around curiously. But he believed that it wouldn't be long before this place became bustling. Ding. Hint: you have entered the festival grounds. This secret realm is a safe zone where the use of power is restricted, and those who start disputes maliciously will be repelled by the secret realm. Hint: the titles are invisible to outsiders. The heroes waiting to be recruited can only see like or dislike titles from themselves. Also, the more titles a lord has, the more information they can see from the potential heroes. At this moment, Yuan was wearing black armor that enveloped his entire body. He was gazing down and fiddling with something, just like many other lords. Suddenly, someone not far away shouted, "Ha ha ha, Griffin Breeder, I've really formed a rare title. This will definitely help me recruit heroes." Some envied him. Some were speechless as they looked at their solitary mare title. Motes of light started drifting out from within Yuan, scattering around him, where it began to coalesce amidst the surrounding white mist. Mare. The standard title appeared in white, making it look particularly unimpressive. Then, Explorer, Pioneer, Enemy of Monsters, Tycoon. He actually had the tycoon title too, despite being poor all the time. New king, sword mastery, gun mastery, spell mastery, man of battle, micro-operation master, individual of talent, gun intent, thunder intent, etc. He had exactly 17 titles formed by him personally, showcasing his many specialties. Among them, gun intent, thunder intent, man of battle, and micro-operation master were all blue rank titles. Goblin Slayer, Snake Destroyer, Barren Land, 3 feet below, Victor in Battle, Enemy of Divine Servants, A Broken Bar. These were the titles obtained from Tanyuan territories' raids from south to north. Fertile land, full of talent, peace and prosperity, practice ground, mage territory, A Broken Bar. These were the titles formed based on the rare buildings in his domain. Their number was not high, and having a rare building didn't necessarily mean a title would form. Among them Land of the Undead, Forest of 10,000 Trees, and Mage Territory were blue rank titles, even though there wasn't a single real mage in his Tanyuan territory. When these were formed, he had dozens of titles, but it was far from over. His greatest strength was yet unformed. Skeleton Legions, Night Parade of 100 Spirits, Undead Noble Guest, A Broken Bar. Dreamin' Troops, Fairy of Flowers, Friend of Nature, A Broken Bar. Friend of Elements, A Broken Bar. Friend of the Nun, and so on. Among them, Undead Noble Guest was a purple rank title, Friend of Nature was a blue rank title, but Friend of the Nun was only a green rank title, presumably because there were too few nuns. If they hadn't evolved to the priest level, there might not even have been a title formed. Yuan quickly skimmed through these titles and turned his gaze to the most dazzling ones among them. Mighty Troops, a purple rank title. Generals Like Rain, also a purple rank title. Matchless even among kings, a light golden title. Enlightenment, a golden title. Emperor's Path, another golden title. 3 gold and 3 purples. His competitiveness wasn't too shabby. Yuan couldn't gauge how strong the top lords who had been developing for more than 2 years had become. Some of them might even have established cities and commanded large armies. If they were to calculate based on the development of over 2.5 years for the Lord of Han, she probably would have already reached a peerless state. However, Yuan had almost understood the rules of the festival, and could upgrade his troops significantly to enhance his own competitiveness. The actualized titles are also a kind of hint, telling the Lord what their strengths are, and in which direction they can develop. This is the hidden benefit of the Hero Festival. It depends on whether the lords can perceive it. He took a tour and appreciated the scenery of the secret realm. However, since the festival hadn't started yet, he planned to return and come back on the day of the opening. He had heard that on the official opening day of the festival, there would be unlimited food available. He thought I might like that. He was just on his way back. Big Boss Tanyuan. Yuan instinctively looked back and saw a girl tentatively calling out to him. The girl was wearing a moon-white robe, her hood pulled up, revealing a flawless and exquisite face, and faintly visible cyan blue hair. It seemed to be Liu Miu. The Big Boss really remembers me. Yuan had only seen Liu Miu from afar in the secret realm of challenge. They were not familiar at all. However, this girl had a somewhat unique aura, like tranquil water, which he found somewhat familiar. He recalled her after only 2 seconds of thought. Compared to Liu Miu, his attire was completely different from the one he wore during the secret realm of challenge. How did you recognize me? Intuition. If I see the back, I know it's you. Proud face. She paused again and asked, do you have time, boss? That is. My sister wants to meet you. Why are you using speech that suggests a misunderstanding? It took a while for Yuan to understand what was going on. It had a lot to do with his secret identity. On the forum, it seemed that Tanyuan territory had lost its heat. In reality, domestic and even international forces were trying to uncover the identity of Lord Tanyuan. The domestic forces began to suspect that Lord Tanyuan did not belong to the elite. After all, there were only so many second-generation elites of the right age and background. The moment investigation started, Potential people were eliminated one by one. This made the major forces even more concerned. Whoever could find Tan Yuan would have the chance to make an ally of a future great lord. Foreign forces mainly harbored either an intent to rally behind him or destroy him on time. There's a $4 billion reward on the dark web to reveal your real identity and territorial coordinates. It's likely from a person with bad intentions. Don't fall for it. Do I look that naive to you? Well, to tell the truth, the $4 billion could be exchanged for a lot of soul crystal coins. He really was tempted for a moment. Just where is this dark web? Liu Miu quickly summed up the situation and asked, "Do you have time to meet my sister for afternoon tea?" After thinking for a moment, Mu Yuan asked, "How should we meet?" If it was to be a real-world meet-up, then he would decline directly. However, if the meeting place was considered convenient, quick, and safe, he would be open to it. After all, he'd have to deal with more and more such situations in the future. He might encounter some tracking methods that he couldn't anticipate. Liu Miu's elder sister, the Lord of Han City, was held in high regard within the Taixuan alliance and had an excellent reputation. She was a seemingly wealthy and powerful woman. At this point, Liu Miu took out a crescent-shaped key from the storage ring. This key will open the small public secret realm, the Elf's Courtyard. The courtyard is a combat-forbidden secret realm just like the festival secret realm. My sister said that she will arrange it there, so she could meet you whenever necessary. Mu Yuan thought for a moment and accepted the key to the secret region. All right. I just asked my sister, and she is free now. How about now? Okay, I'll come in a while. Liu Miu hopped back to her own encampment. Mu Yuan took a few looks at the key to the secret realm in his hand and also walked towards the entrance. Just as he was about to leave the main gate, a broken bar, ping, reminder, detecting the item secret realm's key, Elf's Courtyard, is moving cross-domain. An additional payment of 3.5 soul crystals is required. Do you wish to pay? Mu Yuan. Damn. The secret realm is such rip-off. Luckily, Lord Shepherd always carried money on him, otherwise, he might have to let Deadbone or Duo Lei bring money to the rescue. Why didn't Liu Miu give a heads up? Oh, maybe she assumed we knew all about it. But we're neither elite second gen nor from a rich civilian background. Or maybe, could she think, there wouldn't be people that can't even afford to pay a few soul crystals? Right? Mu Yuan was thinking painfully. If it were not for the fortune he earned, he wouldn't even have had 2 soul crystals to his name. With this thought, he went into the warehouse, grabbed a dozen or so soul crystals, put them into the storage ring, and then placed the key to the secret region inside. The third space gate opened above the Lord's altar, making the place look a bit crowded. Mu Yuan reached out to touch, contemplated for a while, and chose to load the Duo Lei template without turning into Liu. He adjusted his appearance a bit, then stepped in. Reminder, you have entered the Elf's Courtyard secret realm. This realm is a peaceful realm. Combat is forbidden, and only lords or heroes can enter. As Liu Miu had said, the whole secret realm wasn't large. From afar, he could see the rolling grey fog which marked the end of the secret realm. It was like an island in the sky floating above the boundless grey fog. There were various kinds of flowers planted here, streams of water flowing, small bridges and pavilions, and lush greenery that conjured up beautiful scenery. Liu Miu, who was far off, waved her hand and led him to a building that looked like a coffee shop. Follow me. As they walked in, a server in a black and white maid dress welcomed them softly. Welcome. They were not humans. Even though they had delicate features, flaxen hair draped over their shoulders, large eyes, and fair skin, there was a prominent joint connection at their elbow and knee distinct to humans. Mu Yuan, due to his sharp observation skills, took a quick glance without lingering. His attention had already shifted to a woman who was walking over from afar. Her appearance was similar to Liu Miu's, but it was hard to associate them unless they were placed together for comparison. Because she was as frosty as ice, her icy gaze, entrancing, yet inscrutable. She seemed like a fairy descending to the world, undefeatable and peerless. Is this what a true bigwig looks like? 3 cups of elves' prestige, one of them super-iced. Liu Miu called out to the maid, lively and enthusiastic. In contrast to her, Lord of Han City seemed like a cold lady from a noble family. Yet, after the brief conversation, she didn't seem unreachable. She was not as intimidating as she appeared. Boss Han, I have heard a lot about you. Now, at last, I am finally able to meet you in person. Mu Yuan said sincerely. Every time he referred to his research materials, the word Lord of Han City would appear frequently. He had lost count of the number of times he heard about her. There were tales about the Lord of Han City everywhere. In fact, she had a large number of fans, especially among females. The fan club following Sister Cold Moon was even a top-tier force within the Taixuan Alliance. He might also have a fan club of his own within the Great Lord of Tanyuan. Maybe the Lord of Han City, Liu Xiu, was studying Mu Yuan in return. Mu Yuan was no stranger to her. In fact, she had heard so much about him that it was making her ears numb. When her sister first mentioned about the legendary figure Slime and the invincible skeleton general of the era, she didn't believe it. Not that she didn't trust her sister, but rather she didn't believe in Liu Mumiu's judgment and vision. Later, when Lord Tanyuan surpassed Lord Wangba and her sister to top the gold list and won the title of the most golden new king, she didn't think much about it, considering him as a promising youth. Until, many speculated that Lord Tanyuan wasn't exactly a second-generation player with a powerful background. Liu Xiu was genuinely surprised. After all, she wasn't a second-generation player herself. She just came from a wealthy family. Her background was ordinary overall. She made her name from scratch, topped the charts, and then marched on triumphantly. Lord Tanyuan, who suppressed several top-tier second-generation players, could possibly be as talented as she was. I have been paying attention to you as well. The blue-haired girl who surpassed all her competitors in the resource secret realm, if I'm not mistaken, she's the slime you were talking about. Considering what Liu Mumiu said about the legendary figure of the slime, alongside her encounters with other unique beings, she came to conclude the only truth through observation, reasoning and simulation. Seeing Mu Yuan's slight surprise, the corners of Liu Xiu's mouth raised into a small smirk. Indeed, her deduction was correct. Who would dare to say that she only knew how to swing a sword from south to north? With a huff, she said, "You seem to be more inclined towards being an independent lord. However, I can offer you an investment without any contract to sign. Basically, it's a free offer, a gift." Mu Yuan hissed. This was not surprise, but fear. It's true that the Lord of Han City is a rich lady, but even a rich lady can have ulterior motives. The blue child needs to learn how to protect himself when he's away from home. Don't worry. It's truly free. Well, let me put it this way, between our Taixuan Alliance and the empires such as Shenyao and Yongxing, resources often are allocated according to the competitions among young lords. 1 or 2 years from now, you'll definitely be capable enough to hold such a position. In the future, you might be able to help in bigger ways. Just consider it as an upliftment investment from me, your sister, to a promising junior. Just owe me a favor in return. Mu Yuan originally wanted to reject, but the Lord of Han City was offering too much, and it was precisely what he needed. Miracle Blueprint, Domain Interferer, Category, Excellence. Description: after it's built, a special domain field will form, which can block and interfere with most observation, deduction, and divination methods. This is an anti-peeping artifact. Since Mu Yuan had witnessed the wonders of the Astronomical Society, he felt a sense of urgency. How many more magical methods existed in this world? At the moment, Tanyuan territory really isn't worth foreign forces to use strong divination methods. But what high-far broken bar Tanyuan territory draws more and more attention and shines brightly in the night sky. Let's not talk about the distance. On the day of the festival, he too would find it hard not to draw attention. He wanted to keep a low profile. However, oftentimes, the environment did not allow him to do so. This miracle blueprint, as well as the full set of building materials, is something that he really wants. Rich lady, generous, hungry. No, this blueprint is an investment from the officials. The rich lady of the Cold Moon explains, "What's to follow is my personal investment." Saying that, She took out a pile of items glowing with a seductive light. The most valuable of them were the 3 rare items radiating a faint blue halo, elite-level remnant souls. How about it? It's a nice investment, right? What is it that a lord with a limited background needs the most? They need everything. But as long as they have the most crucial high-order troops, they could slowly earn all the other lacking materials by themselves, and the earlier they obtain the high-order troops, the more time they can save, possibly reducing several months or even years of detouring. When Liu Xiu comes across promising juniors she admires, she is always this generous and caring. The corners of her mouth slightly rose, like a magnificent crescent moon. But the surprised, excited, thrilled, trembling, teary expressions she expected didn't appear on this handsome young man's face. Only the gaze of hesitation floated within Tan Yuan's eyes. Even though he didn't speak, she felt as if she saw him think, is this it? How could a newcomer show a slight color of disappointment towards the elite remnant soul? Wait a minute, there is only one truth to this. Not only does Tan Yuan own elite-level troops, but the number might also exceed 3. He already has his own general, so the elite remnant soul was just icing on the cake for him. It was far from reaching the level of sending charcoal in snowy weather. That's not good. It seems you are more excellent than I thought. If that's the case. Liu Xiu took back the 3 remnant souls, thinking about what to invest in that would surprise the junior in front of her. The hero's proof. She didn't have it either, and even if she did, she would certainly take care of her little sister first. Large batch of soul crystals. Money was too vulgar and too lowly for her. How could she offer it as a gift? She needed something high order, something that matched her status. So be it. Here's a perfect breakthrough stone. You've probably seen it before. She promptly produced a bag of breakthrough stones. Some were glowing green, and a few were glowing blue. The green light was from low-level breakthrough stones, only useful for profession-level and elite-level breakthroughs. The blue light, however, came from mid-level breakthrough stones, which could be used for war general-level and leader-level breakthroughs. In total, there were 3 mid-level stones and more than 10 low-level ones. Fearing that Lord Tan Yuan might not understand the meaning of a perfect breakthrough stone, she explained. The improvement a perfect breakthrough brings to troops is 15–20% greater than a normal one. It might not seem like much, but for the powerhouse aspiring to reach legendary realm, they need to perfect every step, or there's only ever a slim chance of reaching their goal. This was something Mu Yuan was keenly aware of. He had desperately sought perfect breakthrough stones before, but with his thin purse, they were simply out of his reach. Now he looked at the breakthrough stones glowing with a valuable light, then at Liu Xiu, who seemed to be bathed in the same light. What great wealth and generosity this was. Eventually, Mu Yuan decided to accept these treasures. After all, accepting one was no different than accepting all, and with more debts, he wouldn't fear rich Lady Han at most. He couldn't sell himself, but he could let Duo Lei and the others work off the debt. He had heard a bit about the disputes between nations and the new lord's competition. He had heard President Jiang Cheng mention it before. Jiang Cheng, why do I even bother? Young man, give it your best shot. I've got high hopes for you, said Liu Xiu. Starting from the festival, strive to set foot on an invincible path. After Mu Yuan left, Liu Xiu and Liu Miu continued drinking their coffee. This young man, he has my old flair. Is he really that amazing? Despite thinking highly of Mu Yuan, Liu Miu's number one idol was still her own sister. At this stage, he does have my old style, but whether he can keep it up is uncertain. Back then, there were other genius lords who weren't any worse than your sister. But now well, let's just say they failed. Wait a minute. Does this mean I'm far behind Big Boss Tan Yuan right now? She had a sudden realization. Liu Xi rolled her eyes at her foolish sister. I've already asked someone to bring you an Excellence 3-star mermaid high priestess. However, such a troop has high intelligence and pride as soon as they are recruited, so don't use it until you officially reach elite level profession, or you might not be able to control it. Don't worry, sis, I'll be able to reach elite level profession very soon. She thumped her chest and then glanced out the floor-to-ceiling window. I wonder which hero Big Boss Tan Yuan is planning to recruit. Liu Xiu said, he's going down a different path than you, so there won't be any direct competition between you two. According to the strategy I gave you, recruit that hero whenever you have a chance, but if the competition for that hero becomes too intense, particularly when you collide with the lords mentioned before, you should settle for second best and compete for the second and third choice heroes. The previous Heroes Festival had been Liu Xiu's playground, so of course she knew which heroes were the best. If only her sister had more time to develop, with her support there was no need to fear any rival. However, time was short, and the same applied to Tan Yuan. The problem was that Tan Yuan might stubbornly hold on to his desired hero without considering a backup plan. That's how she had been and still was. However, this festival's schedule was not in Tan Yuan's favor. When he got back to his territory and looked at the large amount of glowing treasures in his storage ring, Yuan still felt a bit unreal. How had he managed to meet two rich ladies on just one trip to the festival's secret realm? Notification: you have transported a large amount of goods across regions. 11.5 soul crystals have been deducted for transportation costs. Wake-up call for Yuan. He was brought back to reality like a bucket of ice water was dumped on him in the middle of winter. Despite the aid of the rich ladies, he, Mr. Mew, was still poverty-stricken, barely able to afford the transportation cost. After all, he was transporting several excellence-level items. First, let's set up this domain interferer. It's lucky that it came with a complete set of building materials, otherwise, I'm not sure I could afford them all. As for the rest of the treasures, let's see. There were a batch of cultivation aids and miracle blueprints for City Lord's mansion, bathhouse, high-class house, 3/3. Public toilet, 3/3. All of these were life-quality buildings, or rather, luxury constructions. Obviously, rich Lady Liu had perceived his humble background and reasoned that he wouldn't spend his money on these living structures, so she generously provided them as assistance. How thoughtful she was. These items were pretty useful, too, especially with the festival approaching. Even if we forget about the festival for a moment, a public toilet could effectively improve the sanitary conditions of the territory, helping to significantly improve the environment. Otherwise, as the population of the territory increased, the residential area in the southern part of the Tan Yuan territory would unavoidably be suffused with an unbearable stench. A bathhouse could similarly keep the territory citizens cleaner and healthier, also increasing their happiness. And with high-class houses, the living conditions of his generals could finally be improved. What territory would have its legendary profile generals living in crude wooden houses? What she gave me is just exactly what I need. The City Lord's mansion was built in front of the Lord's altar, on the open space that Yuan had previously reserved. The building occupies a small area, just a few hundred square meters, containing a hall, study, guest room, underground training field, storeroom, as well as several high-end living rooms and more. The facilities are quite complete, with its own water and electricity supply, semi-automatic system. As long as soul crystals are embedded in the energy storage position, it can constantly provide energy to maintain the operation of the entire mansion. Not only that, but there are also numerous shooting holes that can be opened and closed on the tall, silver-gray walls surrounding the City Lord's mansion. Yuan even found a set of armor and crossbows in the storeroom. This is more than just a residential building, it's simply multifunctional. It has everything you could want. Among buildings of the rare rank, it's definitely the top tier, he exclaimed. And it's completely move-in ready. Yuan immediately moved in, leaving the mage tower and such to the future chief mage of the Tan Yuan territory. Duo Lei also picked out a suite for himself and promptly took over the kitchen facilities of the City Lord's mansion. However, the likes of Deadbone, Hong Yi, and Rakshasa had no desire to live in high-end buildings. Hong Yi's review was, the tombs are cool and comfortable to sleep in. How can you sleep all day at your age? But it seems that Hong Yi has researched a method of dream cultivation, building dream illusions, so she is not totally slacking. A short while after the completion of the City Lord's mansion, The earliest started but long-term project Domain Interferer was also finally constructed. This excellent tier building looks like a tall antenna inserted straight into the ground. The base is dark gray and round, engraved with twisted symbols that look like tadpoles, guarding the black antenna in the center. Besides that, there's nothing particularly special. It seems ordinary at first glance and no one would think that this is an extremely rare excellent tier building. The maintenance cost of the Domain Interferer is 200 grams of soul sand per day, a bit pricey, and that's just the daily consumption. If any force tries to divine or observe the Yuan territory or me, the consumption will increase tenfold or even 100-fold, and I would also be notified and alerted, Yuan said. Not only the Domain Interferer, but even public toilets and high-end houses also have energy consumption. That's the thing about rare tier buildings. Despite being useful, they have a high upkeep. Yuan territory indeed has some rudimentary pit latrines, and Yuan hadn't bothered replacing them until now as he had no better option before. But now that he has the blueprints, of course, he is going to carry out a major upgrade and renovation for the territory. Building these miracle buildings cost a large amount of soul crystals, flowing out like water. Besides that, there is also the necessity for the main troops to upgrade and cultivate, which is the place where the largest amount of soul sand is consumed. Currently, the skeleton generals have evolved to 130. While my plan is to form a King's Legion composed of 200 skeleton generals and 100 resentful spirits. Additionally, there are also 30 treemen, 30 flower fairies, 30 imperial guards, 30 archers, 10 halberd guards, 30 hawks, as well as 30 slimes, and a few versatile soldiers who also enjoy being part of the main force. Adding up all these, he has about 500 main force slots, which is enough to rival the main force of a great lord's King's Legion. The daily consumption for cultivation is around 5 to 6 soul crystal coins. Now with the unstable income from exploration style learning method, he might not even make 6 soul crystal coins a day. Thankfully, the Black Wasteland's secret realm could be harvested once a day, yielding around 5,000 to 7,000 grams of soul sand, just enough to cover the daily consumption. Among the crops grown in the Yuan territory, such as snake scale fruit, jade crystal rice, and others, their growth rate has been very rapid under the influence of the farms and flower sprites. And in a while, they would be ready to harvest. At that time, selling these things in the real world is definitely not an option. The transdimensional fees are too high. The most suitable sales channel for these common goods is to sell them to passing merchant caravans or to transport them to the officials' cities and sell them there. This is a bit of a headache. Yuan hasn't disclosed the coordinates of his territory and hasn't opened it up for pioneering, so there are hardly any merchant caravans passing by. And the nearest official's city. He is pretty certain he is in Panshi City's region, but he doesn't know how far away exactly he is from Panshi City or how to get there. It will take a lot of effort, time, and energy to open a road. Headache. Deadbone can't help much in this regard, and Yuan doesn't want to rob General Deadbone of his cultivation time. As for Duolei and other officers, better not to mention them. Today he'll do other things and let the future him figure it out slowly. After he had built the city lord's mansion, public toilets, and other buildings, naturally new descriptions like luxurious mansion, bathhouse, etc., appeared for Lord Shepherd. Although they're all just green descriptions, who knows? The top-tier hero he wants might be very demanding, and these things might play a crucial role at a critical time. In the Beijiang Tenglong group, some guy named Mr. Tan was showing off his descriptions. Then he lamented, thinking about it, I'm really lucky. This Jiangnan garden architecture was bought with a large sum of money before. Even with money now, it can't be bought. Sigh. Those top second generation must have got inside information early, right? If I had inside information, I could have saved a few more descriptions. Unexpectedly, the Liver Emperor actually has quite a few descriptions too. Seeing that someone had mentioned him, Yuan, after thinking about it, he also didn't want to be too different, So Mu Yuan took screenshots of village chief, luxurious mansion, bathhouse, clean land, rich, and other unimportant descriptions and posted them. Mr. Tan was dumbfounded. Why do the Liver Emperor and Mu Yuan have no fewer descriptions than him, and these descriptions are obviously those of big spenders. He is the one who's supposed to be the big spender. The Liver Emperor also paused. Yuan, have you also hooked up with a rich lady? Even the Liver Emperor has become so strong, we certainly can't underestimate our competitors in this ceremony, especially those upcoming lords who have been growing for over 2 years. However, as a green hand and a non-privileged player, Mr. Mu could only get information about these lords if they revealed themselves. Besides providing a large amount of resources, the rich Lady Liu also thoughtfully included a dossier. Apparently, it was compiled by a higher-ranked lord with extensive intelligence networks and was only circulated amongst a small group of people. It recorded some very powerful new lord players we should try our best to avoid competing directly with. Hiss, they're really that strong? Mu Yuan sat up straighter and slowly opened the dossier. 8 Lord Shen Mao, a lord that has been in Eternal World for 2 years and 7 or 8 months. Ranked first in their newbie trials and has since accumulated luck, now commanding over 200 booted cat swordsman corps, with 20, 30 and other notable achievements. Indeed it's strong. The booted cat swordsman is a rare 2-star unit that can both show cuteness and fight. It is indeed not as high ranked as his own skeleton general, but the boot cat corps of this lord probably has already matured, which can overthrow countless monster tribes. 8 Lord of Balong was also the top of the 116th newbie trial. He has a very strong general called Cheyenne Dragon Descendant, who helped the Lord of Balong win numerous battle competitions. According to rumors, this general probably has already passed the hero trial. A new lord already has heroes? Hiss. This is indeed too powerful. The high-ranked lord who summarized this edition of the intelligence dossier rated Balong even higher than Shen Mao, which means this information is only provided to a few insiders, otherwise, it would definitely cause arguments in the forum. However, Balong and Shen Mao are only the strongest in public's opinion, but they can only rank in the top 10 in the dossier. 8 Lord of Kongming City. Their territory is not open to outsiders, so few players are aware of it. This Lord of Kongming City has already upgraded his territory to the city level with absolute quietness. The difference between the city level terrain and the town level terrain is like heaven and earth, because, as long as you are a lord, as long as your territory is not broken by the monster tide, you can certainly run your territory to a small town level over time, but to expand to a city level, it is very difficult. Not only the requirements are strict, but you also need to go through challenges similar to Hero Trial and Lord Trial to get promoted. Commercial title as City Lord. The Lord Kongming City can surpass countless people. Another one, who is ranked high with Lord Kongming City by the compiler, is the Lord Wuji. 8 Wuji Lord possesses no particularly strong generals. The construction of his territory is also just fine. However, this Wuji Lord is a martial arts fanatic with extremely high martial arts talents. He has obtained the knowledge of Wuji faction, and his spear skills are superb. He entered the artistic conception level a long time ago and is now even more unfathomable. I evaluate, first armor up, limited to personal martial arts. Wuji Lord has 50% of the demeanor of the Lord of Han Satire. This evaluation can't be high because the rich Lady Han is not only the strongest amongst the young generation of the Taixuan Alliance, but there is no other lord of her age in the Xinyao, Yongxing, Shenmu and other countries who can compare with her. Her demeanor is not weaker than those several country pillars that came through the wind and rain at the beginning of the establishment of the Taixuan Alliance. Other foreign lords were also mentioned in the dossier, such as Glory Knight and Queen of Xinyao Empire and so on. Because the other countries have not been able to build up their forces, their competitiveness is a bit weak. The comprehensive and detailed lord information collected in the treasured research materials also includes several new lords. 8 Lord Tan Yuan, with a mysterious identity and an unknown background, possesses a potentially high-ranking mage, and probably has 2 types of military buildings, and has already entered into artistic conception level. He is undeniably the current best new king. My evaluation is promising for the future. Even now, Lord Tan Yuan has very strong competitiveness and is capable of being in the top 30 in this festival. The information is quite detailed, almost. This is 10% of his real information, Mr. Mu, which is quite terrifying. Tan Yuan is indeed very strong. Even with my all-out effort, I still fall short. In the real world, within a private garden, Wang Ertan put down the dossier in his hand, clenched his fists, a touch of unwillingness in his eyes. Sitting next to him was a burly man with muscles like hammered gold and stone. He sat there like a towering mountain. His name was Wang Longtan, the eldest son of Lord Beating, a legendary man. Compared to his oppressive physical presence, Wang Longtan's smile was warm, especially in front of his family. He said, "It's a good thing to have excellent people to pursue and learn from, but in this festival, you should pay more attention to big enemies like Kongming and Wuji. They have been in the world for much longer than you have. If you ought to avoid them, then do so. It's not a disgrace." As he spoke, he changed his tone. Of course, the festival isn't directly a comparison of strength. Even when facing these strong enemies, your chances of winning aren't entirely zero. How much chance you have and whether you ought to strive for it depends on how you grasp it yourself. Lords like Wuji and Kongming, although strong, ultimately do not possess the ability to compete at a higher level. Under a very small probability, his younger brother, fighting for a match with a top hero, isn't entirely impossible. Unlike himself back then, with Liu Xiu. When facing the Lord of Han City, he experienced the trembling of being completely crushed and dominated. At that time, as long as Lord Han extended an olive branch to a hero, no one could compete. He didn't even have the ability to make the hero hesitate or dawdle. At least his younger brother still has a peer to chase, but he can't see the back of Lady Han anymore. In the Tan Yuan territory, the sun was shining brightly and there was not a single cloud in sight within the 10,000-mile radius. Lord Shepherd walked around his territory with his hands clasped behind his back, inspecting every newly constructed building. After nodding his head in approval, he patted Liu and 17 on the shoulder before turning around to leave. He returned to his small residence within the city lord's mansion, quickly changed his clothes, and lay down on his bed. Then, while lying down, he extended the hand of evolution and pointed it towards a specific location within the Tan Yuan territory, showering it with the light of evolution. Over this period of low-profile development, Mr. Mu naturally accumulated high amounts of evo power. Besides that, his largest troop of undead had grown to 1,300 units. The somewhat smaller natural element troops had increased to 300 units due to constant purchases, including 10 additional treemen recruited in the last month. In his main force, there were also 30 royal guards and god archers each, as well as 30 flower fairies in his reserve force. All of these were rare 3-star troops. In terms of high-rank troops with unlimited potential, there was an explosive growth of excellent tier troops from Yuan. Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4, these 3 old but distinguished ministers, all evolved into excellent 3-star skeleton generals. At this stage, even the previously dull and silly Bone 2 and Bone 3 were gradually showing signs of genius. The strength of high-order troops was reflected not just in their abilities and skills, but in many more aspects. Besides, the Tan Yuan territory now had 5 skeleton morticians, 5 evil spirits, 5 ancient treemen, as well as the holy light priest Laney, the valiant warhorse Nu Si, and the flower spirit Hualing, making up a total of 18 excellent tier troops. In the Tan Yuan territory, these were still not worthy of being considered as generals. Old Lord Jun had also finally evolved into excellent tier, transforming into an azure bird. Liu and 17 had also advanced further, climbing up to excellent 3-star stage, and received advanced talents that significantly enhance their potential and combat power, starlight body and fearless body. Now, excluding Dead Bone and Duo Lei, My tiny Yuan territory has a broken bar. 8 unbeatable fierce warriors at the excellent 3-star stage, and 19 young warriors at the excellent 1-star stage, with a promising future. There were a few other miscellaneous troops that could be easily evolved to an excellent tier, such as the 2 rare rank troops Spring Spirit and Earth Spirit that he had exchanged as rewards from the trial. The former was mainly used for irrigation, as it was exceptional in canal water diversion. The latter, on the other hand, was highly skilled in earthwork. Under these circumstances, Mr. Mew naturally showed no interest in the prestigious excellent tier remnants who, in his eyes, they were just ordinary young troops. In due course of time, he would be able to achieve the splendid sight of excellent troops being everywhere and rare troops not worth mentioning. As for Deadbone, it was time for it to step up a level too. Yuan opened Deadbone's panel. Deadbone, status, hero, tier, skeleton general, level, 2 order level 35.6% apostrophe, dash. Duo AI, level, 2 order level 297.5% apostrophe. The level upgrading speed, after reaching elite level, became slower and slower. It even stagnated, sometimes between small levels. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Deadbone and Duo AI, but their soul san energy had to be accumulated slowly on a daily basis. The level upgrading speed never caught up to the promotion speed of tiers. However, to evolve from an excellent 3-star to an epic 1-star, it required more evolution points than expected, a full 5,000 units. This seemed to suggest something extraordinary about the epic tier. Indeed, the remnants of the excellent tier could be obtained from external sources like backing, rich patrons, contacts, prices, and so on. But I've hardly ever heard of deals involving epic tier troops. On the forum, information about epic tier troops is extremely scarce. Most of them only have their rank names. Probably, these have already become strategic weapons and are not easily exposed. Since a large number of evolution points were acquired, Yuan waited for another 2 days and cancelled the replenishment plan for the skeleton war generals, just to gather the 5,000 units of evolution points. He walked to the skeleton cemetery. The wind was particularly noisy that night. The skeleton general stood atop a burial mound, surrounded by a black fog. Like breathing, the fog gathered towards it, then spread apart, gathered again, then slowly spread away, and so it spiraled. The current skeleton general was not only no less formidable, but even stronger than epic troops of the same level. Yuan believed that, however, evolution could take the invincibility of Deadbone to the next level. Around the same time, in another location in the Eternal World, under the cover of the dark night, Wang Longteng gazed at an ancient palace in the distance where the lights were dim. According to the clues, there is an epic tier unbeatable brute waiting to be recruited inside this palace. My opportunity, a broken bar, it's finally here. He clenched his fists, with anticipation, excitement, and anxiety all surging forth like the tide. He thought of that unreachable figure. He once laughed at himself for not even being able to catch sight of his rival's back. But he was also a genius, who had his own pride and stubbornness. How could he willingly settle for being just a bystander? Once I've acquired the unbeatable brute, I'll have the qualifications to catch up, at least. I'll be able to see his back again. On my orders, the entire army a broken bar. Advance. Behind Wang Longteng, a black-armored Imperial Guard tore through the night and charged towards the ancient palace in the distance. Ding. Alert. Your hero Deadbone is bathed in the light of evolution, undergoing a metamorphosis. Vibrant white light enveloped the entire form of Deadbone, forming a radiant pillar that dispersed the drifting black fog within the cemetery, piercing the sky. This time, the duration of evolution was longer. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 100 seconds. The light of evolution hadn't subsided but had grown brighter. Strands of purple ascended from within the pure white light, faintly illuminating the sky with its purple radiance. Like a rise of purple air from the east, ready to leave their mark in history. The Central Territory, Domain Interferer, had begun operating on its own. Invisible circles of canopy with the exceptional building as the center spread out, obscuring the faint phenomena. Who would have thought that the promotion to epic would cause such anomalies in heaven and earth? Right, I've heard on the forum before that the birth of top-tier troops or treasures would accompany dazzling light and constant anomalies. It doesn't seem like the forum brothers were bluffing. Forum brothers have not deceived me. No, maybe these seemingly ordinary netizens, who appear to be only good at boasting, are hiding some incredible secrets. Alert! Your hero Deadbone has evolved into Skeleton Lord, Epic 1 star, and awakened at a broken bar. The dazzling light gradually began to fade away. From a distance, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone N, and others are watching with eager anticipation. Everyone kept their distance, staying at least 1,000 meters back to avoid disturbing. While occasionally, a new skeleton general would like to utter an excited crackling sound, it would be immediately pushed into the grave mound by a senior skeleton, forcing it to be quiet. Mountain. A black mountain suddenly appeared behind Deadbone, laden with countless skeletons. At the top of the mountain, a throne was erected. Above the throne, sat the king of skeletons, ruling over everything. Skill: Deathmane's territory. Description: the skeleton lord needs his own territory, but the territory is not necessarily an inconvenient thing. Thus, the skeleton lord opens up a territory that exists between reality and space. The territory is initially small but can be expanded continuously with the level up and development of the skeleton lord. The specific function is to be explored. Alert! Your hero Deadbone had a slight epiphany during the evolution process, upgrading Drybone Realm to Realm of the Dead. Alert! Your hero Deadbone has developed Deathmane's territory, transforming it into Wraith Sacred Mountain. And that was the first thing Yuan and his skeletal followers saw, an endless mountain range covered with countless skeletons, and a throne erected at the top. However, this was merely an illusion, an overloaded version. The actual Wraith Sacred Mountain was just a small mound with several dozen bones sticking out of it. Only that. But Deadbone was very pleased, because it immediately figured out the use of this territorial space. It could save troops, cultivate undead creatures, and could be operated independently. If he developed the territory larger, he could obtain more enhancements in battle. Most importantly, the Wraith Sacred Mountain could store a large amount of energy. Since dealing with the Oki, it had been anxiety-ridden due to consuming most of its reserved hidden energy. It was still too weak, the energy was too meager, far short for need. Now with the storage territory, its reserve of hidden energy could undoubtedly be increased by several levels. Lords, you know the bone too well. Tears in eyes. Yuan felt that the skill of Deathmane's territory exceeded the category of skills, carrying some characteristics he didn't comprehend. He would have to take the time to slowly figure it out later. This evolution is far from as simple as gaining an additional skill. Because the epic tier differs from the previous tiers, there's a world of difference. Epic troops possess long lifespans and transcendent aptitudes. Regardless of the type of troop, as long as they reach the epic level, they can undergo a transformation. Also, epic creatures can keep getting stronger with the passage of time, even without practicing with soul sand, and their energy and level will keep rising until they reach the summit of the fourth order leader level. The lower the level, the faster the growth. For an epic creature in its infancy, it could likely surpass the most fragile apprentice stage with just a few days of natural growth. However, if they practice with soul sand, the upgrade speed of epic creatures is even more unimaginable. This is what makes it epic. Epic enough to become a legend in history. Many top-level lords have risen because they acquired epic warriors, thus achieving a dramatic overtaking. Epic troops can simply get stronger by breathing. Seeing Deadbone breathing deeply, Yuan silently left. The next day, Yuan snuck off to the festival grounds for a moment and had a peek. As expected, after multiple batches of evolution, the condensed lines he had gathered had significantly improved. For instance, the previous undead noble guest had been promoted to undead reverer. After all, he was the man who possessed the skeleton lord and several skeleton generals. Even with one or two epics and dozens of excellencies under his belt, Great Lord Shepherd would never forget his own cultivation. In the following days, he quietly passed the time immersed in his plain yet fulfilling cultivation. Bimo A. Outside the borders of Yuan territory, a monster that dared to venture a few kilometers away from the territory was seized by a large blue bird. The bird's piercing claws thrust into its shoulder blade, hoisting it into the sky before dropping it heavily onto the ground. As a coup de grace sense, the monster endured several strikes of blue blade of wind. In an eye blink the monster was transformed into today's meal for the feast of the Yuan. Duolei, I said many times, dropping them like this will greatly affect the meat quality. COOCOO. Apart from lone wandering monsters, occasionally, scattered creatures would group together, forming an invasion of a few hundred, 1,000 or even over 2,000 monsters against the Yuan territory. Such invasions are part of the daily routine of a lord. Even outside the Red Moon period, monsters occasionally form a small wave and swarm in. If a lord is careless, his territory might not be breached, but he would suffer a considerable loss. In the Beijiang group, there was a newly appointed lord in tears. A swarm of goblins has stormed his estate and reached his doorstep. Over a dozen civilians have perished, and countless others have been injured. He's currently in a panic buying all kinds of healing supplies. It's said that the morale of the people in his territory has significantly declined. The monster surge that Yuan territory encountered had a larger scale. During peaceful times, the largest monster tide exceeded 2,000 and was comprised of over 10 professional-level large monsters. That was no less impactful than the final incursion during the novice trial. Of course, under the round-the-clock surveillance of the Storm Falcon squad of Yuan territory, incoming monster tides have always been detected while they are still far away from the territory, and thanks to the increasing number of Storm Falcons awakening their consciousness and becoming smarter, Great Lord Shepherd no longer needs to micromanage them. These falcons have matured, and they now know how to patrol, forage, fight monsters, bring back spoils, and report any unusual situation on their own. When necessary, Yuan would pick up the mental thread that maintains the bare minimum link and connect to a falcon's vision to inspect the situation. That massive monster tide attack, for instance, was eliminated by the Undead Legion while it was still miles away from the territory. Afterwards, General Deadbone traced the path of the incoming monster tide and found a deeply hidden monster tribe. After a round of strategy and combat primarily against itself, the Undead Legion swept through this tribe, only slightly tougher than the Snake Man tribe, without encountering any crisis or running into descending servants. After celebrating the victory, General Deadbone was slightly disappointed. Great Lord Shepherd remained inside his territory throughout. Aside from the occasional inspections to ensure the situation was under control, he didn't need to do much. He continued his cultivation, training, and occasionally helping his subordinates to evolve, granting them the radiance of baptism. This included a general who was preparing to evolve discreetly and stun the world. He spent most of his time not in the luxurious and comfortable city lord's mansion, but in the barren and frigid training field. Constant fighting. He frequently invited Rakshasa, Lulu, or Hong Yi, 17 to spar. His progress was formidable. Chopu A. Yuan wielded a war saber and launched a heavy down chop with the force of a cleave. At this time, he wasn't using any templates and remained in an unenhanced lord state. Skills: cleave, thrust, charge, tear. After a period of cultivation and the borrowing of templates, he naturally mastered these skills. The lord's power played a significant role in this. Buta broken bar. It's mainly because I'm too talented. Even the festival categories clearly pointed that out. Mr. Mew said so. Of course, high-level, high-grade troops could also learn these skills through efforts. For instance, Bone 2 has learned charge. General Deadbone naturally could learn more, but he seldom specifically studied these basic skills since there was no need to do so. It already has a plethora of high-level and top-tier skills that are hard to acquire and learn. It only needs deep understanding, further development, occasional improvement, modification, and upgrade. Time gradually passed, and the festival atmosphere grew stronger. Finally, Dong Tilda. The melodious bell ringing spread afar, and ripples spread around the golden gate of the secret realm, reminding everyone that the Lord's festival has arrived. Even those who aren't newly appointed lords and don't have a ticket to the festival could hear the resonating bell ringing across the world. Another day of the Heroes' Festival. In the Alliance capital city, two elderly men were playing chess under an ancient and robust tree. One of them had a pipe in his hand, the curling smoke from which seemed to make the surroundings feel ethereal. The other man had white eyebrows and a white beard, with sharp eyes and a spriteful appearance. However, he couldn't help but scratch his head and cheek when he looked at the chessboard. He then picked up the conversation. Afing mentioned that this batch of newcomers isn't showing promise. Indeed, they're rather mediocre. The pipe-smoking elder said, both the previous batch, where little Han outshone everyone else, and the one before that had very commendable performances from Lushi. However, this batch, our Yuan isn't competitive and recruiting top-tier heroes, even though Wuji has decent martial arts skills. Unfortunately, he is overly specialized. The elder sighed. He exhaled a couple of smoke rings, then added, it's not like there are no promising youngsters. This year, a few of the lads that just passed the trial show considerable potential. Tan Yuan, Da Ri, Wangba, and others. Han seems to think very highly of Tan Yuan, stressing that he's her pick. If only these youngsters were chosen to be lords a few batches earlier, we wouldn't be so worried over who to choose in our competition with countries like Shenyao and Yongxing in the future. At this point, the old man picked up a red chess piece and gently placed it on the board. Checkmate. Checkmate what? The old man with white eyebrows on the opposite side froze, then his face changed dramatically, realizing 6 facial changes in just 2 seconds, looking extremely grave. Old friend, I forgot to turn off my space pot at home, and it's very urgent. I have to go first. We'll spar again next time we meet. Before his voice had fully faded, his whole being gradually dimmed, turning into countless dust-like particles that dispersed between heaven and earth, leaving only his lingering words echoing around. At the same time, the chess piece marked general that was surrounded by a large army also disappeared. The time has come, we can set off. Deadbone, aren't you going? Deadbone shook its head. For it, spending this time at the festival grounds eating and drinking was not as good as spending it on training to become stronger. It had plans to further improve more than a dozen skills. Furthermore, both the Lord and Duo Lei had left, and someone needed to be constantly guarding the territory. As for Duo Lei's eager anticipation to go and eat, it had no complaints or feelings of frustration. It would take on the burden of the territory, while the other brothers and sisters could go and have fun. Festival grounds, the big red lanterns hung high and swayed in the wind. With the official start of the festival, the entire secret realm was already bustling, with lords stepping in from the outside, and the figures of some foreigners often visible. Moreover, some of the buildings and areas within the festival grounds had already been contracted by whales in the capacity of sponsors, providing a variety of food and beverage services. Of course, it was all free. What these whales were hoping for, naturally, it was an opportunity to make their territories famous and brush up their presence and favorability in front of these potential recruits. Some sponsors also displayed the names of Red Lotus Group, Medicine God Group, White Shark Group and other large groups. These were probably tasks of the rich backers, also providing unlimited May food. The quality of the food and drinks was not low, most of them were rare-level beverages and food. So, that's how the unlimited food supply on the festival day is arranged. Duo Lei's big eyes were already shining with impatient light. It looked at the Lord and saw Mu Yuan nodding. Go on, enjoy your day. Consider this as your day off. Gulilu tilde. Duo Lei suddenly shot off and disappeared into the crowd in a blink of an eye. Only then did Mu Yuan adjust his black armor and walk forward unhurriedly. The festival day would last until midnight, and the last few hours were the competition peak hours. Before that, he should enjoy the festive atmosphere a bit. After some thought, he decided to change his pendant to Duo Lei template. No other reason. In the full-body armor of fearless General Lu Liu, how could he enjoy freely? It would be better to slightly alter his shape and facial features using Duo Lei's power and then put on a set of black armor. Half a moment later, Mr. Mew stepped back into the festival grounds, holding a rare level drink called Ice Heart Snow Lotus, blissfully strolling within this quaint yet bustling secret realm. Most of the lords he saw were brimming with excitement, anticipation, and enthusiasm. After all, even for trivial lords, there is still the opportunity to recruit heroes and make a leap forward. Who wouldn't be excited? Even if they can't recruit heroes, eating and drinking here would make the trip worthwhile. Over here, in front of an unlimited beverage supply area sponsored by Huangjiao Territory, Liu Mumu was waving at him. Looking around, there were a few other familiar faces. Jiang Luoxing, Lord Da Ri, Lord Yan Uyu, etc. After all, they were all new lords and ranked highly, naturally forming a small circle to counter the pressure from old lords. However, the main point was signs of Luoxing territory, Da Ri territory, Yanu territory, Wangba territory and others were hung around the supple Li area. Looking around, how come everyone sponsored a large amount of supplies, and only I was freeloading? Cough, cough. Mu Yuan sat down without showing any change in expression. We are regular players, and we are proud. They're here, the heroes are out. Not long after he sat down, there were excited shouts from afar. Mu Yuan looked up, and at a distance, the grand ancient doors of the hall towering atop a mountain finally opened. At this moment, one after another, shadows walked out from the hall, taking the long stone steps slowly or quickly down. It was like walking out on a red carpet. They were dressed differently. Some heroes wore silver armor, looking incredibly magnificent, like mighty generals on the battlefield. Some heroes wore luxurious robes, with several gemstone accessories on their fingers, maintaining the elegance and arrogance of a grand noble. Others carried decayed wooden coffins. Some heroes wore one-eyed eye patches. Others were carried forward step by step in a sedan chair by puppets. All of these people had common features, looking extraordinary and exuding a powerful aura. In the eternal world, lords indeed held noble positions, at the very least belonging to the middle and upper classes. However, here and now, the heroes emerging from within the hall, they were the center of attention, attracting countless hopeful gazes. They have arrived. When recruitable heroes appeared, some lords couldn't wait to present themselves. But with Mu Yuan, everyone here were leading newcomers on the golden list of the lords. They certainly wouldn't rush forward. Recruiting heroes is not that simple. It's not just about the fierce competition, high standards of the heroes, but also about avoiding pitfalls. Pitfalls? Yu Xiao asked. She was just a second-generation player with a bit of family wealth. Her background and information channels were far less than those of a second-generation lord like Jiang Luoxing. Jiang Luoxing nodded slightly. Although he felt it was futile to show off information in front of God Tani Yuan and boss Liu Momo, since these two had no intention of speaking up, he continued to talk. Because some heroes are not prepared to accept any lord's recruitment, no matter how excellent or powerful the lord is. There are two types of recruitable heroes. One is ancient heroes who have been immortalized in history and returned as heroes after falling. The other is wild heroes who are already active around the world. Most of them hope to serve a lord to lead a better life and further opportunities, but there are a few heroes who already have considerable power in the real world. These heroes are unwilling to serve anyone. They came to the festival's secret realm just to eat and drink, enjoy the festive atmosphere, and chat with other heroes. This is fine, everyone has the right to choose their own life. But in the last event, a hero pretended to be willing to accept recruitment, led several lords to compete, and eventually deceived a lot of resources and treasures from these lords. There are such cunning heroes. For a simple and kind-hearted lord like him, Mu Yuan, it is easy to be deceived. So, it is best to not compete. The safest option is to sit here and wait for heroes to come and compete for him. At this time, they were in the second stage of the Heroes Festival. The first stage was the opening of the secret realm. When the heroes had not yet appeared, the second stage was where the heroes gradually arrived, and the wine cups clattered during the banquet. The heroes could not see the sparkle points on the lords during this stage, and the lords could not see the information of the recruitable heroes. Perhaps the festival event left relaxed time for everyone to eat and drink. Many heroes had already started to eat and drink. Mu Yuan immediately spotted Duo Lei, not because of her size, but because she was eating like a storm, devouring food in a heroic manner. Judge a hero by her appetite. Appetite and combat power often show a proportional relationship. Perhaps it was Duo Lei's all-accepting attitude, competing with other heroes in eating and drinking, that had won over many. In the blink of an eye, she had already formed a bond with many feasting heroes. Although it was still the preparation and observation stage, the competition had already begun. Compared to the carefree heroes, the lords were much more serious and focused, not paying attention to eating, but observing carefully, considering strategies, or taking action. If their abilities were strong enough, before the final stage arrived, the lords could still entice the heroes away and establish contracts. Liu Mumu, Jiang Luoxing and others were also looking for and observing the heroes they wanted. But all along, Mu Yuan was focused on the various kinds of food, eating and drinking non-stop. This was definitely due to the Duo Lei template. But one must admit, the meals and drinks provided by different people were really good. Freeloading doubled the joy, and he never seemed to feel full due to the Duo Lei template, being able to enhance his power by devouring food. That's triple joy. So cool. Big boss, aren't you ready to make a move yet? We're going to go first. Jiang Luoxing, Liu Mumu, Yu Xiao, and other lords got up one after another, preparing to go in front of the heroes they liked, to make themselves visible, to show their importance. In this way, they could attract some high-level heroes and top-level heroes. If they wait until the final stage to make a move, what if the heroes feel that you don't value or respect them? With so many competitors, unless they have overwhelming competitiveness, no one dares to be careless. Under the clinking of wine cups, time slowly passed. After Liu Mumu and others left an impression on the heroes, they returned here. They still had some cards and promises yet to be played, and naturally, they will only throw them out at the last moment. Look, the Holy Light Master's sacrifice. Windsor once again rebuked the visiting lord. Jiang Luoxing, like a layman, smacked his lips. Actually, I also want to recruit her. She has top-tier rank and also the highest level hero talent, but I dare not. Windsor has the ability to see through people's hearts. This is not referring to mind reading, but the obscenity in a person's heart can't hide from her eyes. Dirty, fearful, and lustful thoughts absolutely can't fool her. Not only that, but this master is also very solemn and even pedantic. She can't tolerate any obscenity in her eyes. Over the years, the lords who dare to show up in front of Holy Light Master sacrifice Windsor are less and less. Liu Mumu also didn't dare to go, although she is a girl, but so scary. Mu Yuan looked over. This Holy Light Master's sacrifice indeed looked sacred, noble and extremely intimidating. Her ability also made people fearful. Mu Yuan was also a person, so of course, he was scared. Luckily, he had no need for nun troops, so the Tanyuan territory already had several nuns, so the Holy Light Master sacrifice Windsor ranked low on his desired recruitment list. High-level heroes and top-level heroes are usually more reserved, thus hard to recruit. Lords, what's your offer to recruit me? Does it include an annual salary of 1 billion? No, can't afford it. Get away from this hero. Who are you to let this king serve you, when I used to lead 99 mountain strongholds? Young man, you're not bad. Why don't you become my adopted son? However, plenty of ordinary heroes had had a good conversation with the lords, and some lords had even formed contracts under the witness of heaven and earth. Big boss, are you really not making a move yet? Jiang Luoxing was puzzled. Since the big boss Tanyuan arrived, he has been eating constantly, and even if an occasional hero passes by, the talk is limited to food, what's delicious, what's precious, but there is no intention of deep communication. So, Big Boss Tanyuan loves to eat. How can he be so calm about it though? The boss must have a deep purpose in doing so. Liu Mumu said confidently. Indeed, what we were waiting for was the comprehensive abilities to show up, to lure the heroes to us using our best assets. For civilian lords like him, who has neither money nor access, and couldn't specifically target certain heroes. Their best strategy was this kind of passive fishing tactics. Suddenly, a commotion came from far away. A lord was striding towards them, and next to him stood a sturdy young man with a bare torso, his body covered with striking red lines. It's Lord of Balong. And next to him is... oh, it's the Cheyenne dragon descendant to a famous general from his territory. As expected, his general has completed the hero trial. Ordinary soldiers cannot follow lords into this mysterious secret realm. Only heroes can. The Lord of Balong arrived a bit late, yet his arrival, like that of the protagonist, attracted many onlookers, including some heroes. The presence of a hero-level general itself indicated that such a lord wasn't someone to be underestimated. Many heroes thought the same. They were still being cautious, but when the Lord of Balong approached them for a conversation, they all returned the gesture with a smiley, no more cold expressions. Owning a hero gives them such a clear advantage. At the scene, lords who had hero-level generals, not just Lord of Balong but also Glory Knight, Lord of Kongming City, the Queen, and so on, were all the focus of the crowd. They each had significant advantages. Lord Wangba seemed a little unwilling upon seeing this. He could have obtained the hero's proof, but he didn't have a general who could confidently complete the hero trial yet. However, compared to Lord Tan Yuan, who seemed to do nothing but eat and drink, his results still seemed acceptable. Suddenly, a group of heroes stood up and started to move towards another zone. All of these heroes had one thing in common. They loved to eat. There was a powerhouse of a man who was 3 or 4 meters tall, a majestic woman with red hair like fire due to her giant dragon bloodline. Both were extraordinary individuals, yet they were all huddling around a small, cute-looking, blue-haired girl who looked harmless. It's the May group. The big guy is General Gluttonous, Giant Frog. The majestic woman is Dragon Blood Martial Maiden, Xilu. These two are top-tier heroes with 3-star credentials. And who is that blue-haired girl in the middle? I don't know. She doesn't seem to be on the list of public powerful heroes. Maybe she's a new hero in this round. She's obviously not average. Not average? Look. She eats faster than General Gluttonous. I suspect she's a glutton disguised as a human. Can any lord afford to feed her? As if you could recruit her. I've heard that she ignores all lords. Many of the lords murmured. In the crowd, the Lord of Giant Stone Territory, the Lord of Water Transformation, and just seated Yusayo, looked at the blue-haired girl surrounded by others. They had the feeling that, could it be, really? The May group had arrived at the supple area indicated by Huangjiao Territory banner where more than 10 lords stood up, adjusted their clothing, and put on confident smiles. And then, Lord, I've just met quite a few new people. She looked at General Gluttonous, Dragon Blood Martial Maiden, and others. This is our Lord, a loyal, prestigious, and friendly who we follow. If you get the chance, remember to visit Tan Yuan Territory. Duo Lei introduced her new friends, and Mu Yuan naturally entertained them warmly. Everyone quickly sat down to eat and drink, as if they had been close friends for ages. Such an extravagant way of eating. No wonder you're the Lord of Sister Duo Lei. Truly extraordinary. All the heroes were impressed. The surrounding lords were dumbstruck. How could that be possible? No, it's not simple. The strategy of mingling with heroes and then recruiting them was tried decades ago and was mediocre at best. This could only mean that the blue-haired girl is incredibly powerful. Does enjoying food really have such a big advantage? Not entirely. Even if Duo Lei was simply innocent and foolish and looking only for fun, she still discreetly disseminated an aura, a kind of aura that unintentionally earned the respect of the heroes. This was an aura possessed only by high-position creatures. The lords didn't understand. The heroes didn't either. They were genuinely impressed by Duo Lei's capacity to eat. Wait a minute. A lord suddenly realized something. Did the blue-haired girl just say Tan Yuan? Everyone's gaze fell on the still eating and drinking, utterly calm figure draped in black armor. And when comparing with the limited information available, good heavens, Tan Yuan. Lord Tan Yuan already possesses a hero. But isn't he a pure beginner? It's only been a few months. Lord Da Ri, Lord Wangba both clenched their fists in frustration. Liu Miu admired. Boss really is a boss. He didn't even have to make a move and the heroes have already come to his bowl. So, which one did you prospect? General Gluttonous or Dragon Blood Martial Maiden? Yuan. Could it be possible that he hasn't actually made a move yet? Time slowly slipped away, and the festival ground's secret realm, which was perfectly synchronized with the eternal world, quietly ushered in its dusk. The setting sun slanted westward, the daylight gradually darkening. Taking its place were the lanterns that lit up across the town-like venue, appearing to intensify the festival atmosphere. The lords became more and more anxious. Even though half a day had passed, there were only a small number of lords who were confident in recruiting heroes. Aside from Kong Ming, Wu Ji, Ba Long, and others like Big Boss Yuan, not even the second-ranked Wang Ba dared to say he was secure. This was because he was not satisfied with recruiting ordinary heroes. Since Yuan could freely choose among the top heroes, how could he be content? In the supple area, Jiang Luoxing sat down with a slap, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and gulped down a few cans of cold drinks. This competition is too intense. If you can't gain the favor of the target hero before revealing the benefits, it will be more difficult when the final stage arrives. After all, he was under a lot of pressure. How could the conditions of their new territory and troops compare with those of the veteran lords? He had to continue to strive, unlike Big Boss Yuan, who could freely enjoy the time to come. Lord Shepherd wasn't just indulging in a feast. He was constantly observing the heroes. But he didn't approach them, didn't try to make connections. From what he learned from Jiang Luoxing and Liu Miu, as well as the information from an earlier gift given by a Sister of Wealth, he already had a deep understanding of the famous heroes in the festival grounds, limited to the previously known heroes. The heroes here don't come from troops. Most of them didn't get promoted through the hero trial either. Rather, they did something that fits the bill of being a hero, and then were rewarded by the world to become heroes. This, too, can be seen as an alternative form of trial. There are no weak heroes. They start off at least from 2 or 3 star rare rank. But heroes can't be measured solely by their rank and stage. The combat power of heroes is often far superior to those of the same rank and stage, and it's not uncommon for A-rank heroes to slay excellence-ranked war generals. This is not because heroes are domineering, but because only the strong can reach the realm of heroes. Similarly, heroes have a higher chance of a major rank breakthrough than regular troops. With the advancement of the land rank, heroes bound with the Lord and the territory may someday leap into higher realms. This is what the Lords call ordinary heroes, who still possess infinite possibilities. Further up, there are advanced and top-tier heroes. If we talk about rank, 1 or 2 star excellence rankers are advanced heroes, and 3 star excellence ones are top-tier heroes. But rank isn't everything. The General Gluttonous and Dragon Blood Martial Maiden, who were enjoying themselves with his feasting, were both at the 3 star excellence rank. In particular, the latter had a high probability of awakening abilities like transform into a giant dragon, due to her not-so-low dragon bloodline purity. If he was able to recruit the Dragon Blood Martial Maiden, he could become a full-fledged Dragon Knight, which excited him just thinking about it. However, as a lord, Mr. Mew needed to consider the bigger picture and not just rely on his personal XP and happiness. When Mr. Mew observed heroes, he did not focus on their rank, strategic talents, or XP appearance but mainly studied their character and accumulation. Character matters. Even if the recruited heroes made a contract under the witness of heaven and earth and wouldn't harm the territory, a hero with poor character can still bring bad influences to the territory gradually and subtly. The great Arcanist Blaze was said to have been the head librarian of some ancient kingdom. He has stored countless knowledge in his mind, and is essentially a walking human library. In Mu Yuan's mind, this great Arcanist ranked in the top few. Valkyrie Luolajaya, the military commander of some ancient kingdom, has the ability to train and upgrade female warrior troops. Moreover, she is proficient in both magic and martial arts, and is not a simple brute. This one was good as well. And to be honest, some part of this liking was due to her appearance. Who isn't a member of the Appearance Association? Whether heroes or him. Fzai, Princess of Pure Water, according to legend, She was born in a weak principality and was inevitably offered as a sacrifice to a monstrous vortex out of desperation. However, she turned misfortune into fortune. Eventually, she transformed into a water spirit and killed the monster, gaining her heroic status from the world. However, Fuzai was heavily injured in this battle and didn't live long. Princess of Pure Water. This profession was basically a hidden one, very powerful and even seemed good at production. Liu Mumiu was keen to compete and recruit this princess, but the Queen of Shenyao Empire and several other powerful lords were all vying for her. Even though Liu Mumiu had a good rapport with Fuzai, she was far from competitive. Mr. Mu had heard from her that she was prepared to give up and recruit other heroes. The lords were displaying all sorts of strategies. Mr. Mu was still busy eating. Duo Lei was in the middle of a feast. Amid the somewhat tense atmosphere, suddenly, ding, a melodious and cheerful bell sound resonated above the secret realm and echoed far away. Many of the lords who were on edge jumped up, as if they had heard a bell ring during a tense examination, and only then came back to their senses. That scared me to death. I thought the festival was going to end. I haven't even managed to talk to any heroes yet, damn it. But the tolling of the bell also signified that changes had quietly taken place. From this moment on, the lords could view the basic information such as the names, ranks, abilities, etc., of the heroes, as long as they focused their attention. The details of this information depended on the lord's personal abilities. That was the rule of the festival grounds. The heroes could check the lords as well. Mu Yuan immediately looked over the heroes he was interested in, and the information he saw at this moment was very detailed, surprisingly so. Without focusing, without waiting, he just looked over and information surfaced like a data stream. The level of detail. It felt like a lord was checking his own troops' information. While I certainly am a man with numerous gold and purple attributes, this detail is, quite frankly, incredible. At the same time, various lights were reflected in Mu Yuan's eyes. The rank of the heroes was only Excellence 3-star, but they each had a few advantages and characteristics, emanating a bit of purple light. No, there is another true epic hero present. A Thunder King. Born as a thunderbolt giant, with unparalleled battle power, he is the undisputed ruler of the Lei'an mountain range. Mu Yuan has long known this information, but what he sees now is far more detailed, including the Thunder King's likes, favorite food and drink, key experiences, etc. What the Thunder King likes most is to adopt sons. This hero cannot actually be recruited. He was already active in the festival grounds over 60 years ago or even earlier. Yet many lords who come here would be recruited by the Thunder King, who asked them to become his adopted sons. Indeed, there are quite a few idle lords who have pledged allegiance to the Thunder King. Cities and territories rely on the Lei'an mountain range, amounting to a small kingdom. Mu Yuan knew it well. He understood that he could not recruit this king who does not wish to pledge allegiance to anyone and is high in position and power. Moreover, the Thunder King's attraction to him is just so-so. He has already had 2 epics in his family and there will be more in the future. He continued to look. Steel Fire Alchemist, mastering a complete set of alchemy skills, possessing equivalent strategic talent, and having the venue skill Steel Boiling Furnace. Blind Nun, excellent 2-star special occupation. Unlike ordinary nuns, she purifies all filth with unparalleled swordsmanship. Her realm of sword intent has already reached accomplishment and she possesses several destructive techniques. Knight of Daylight, a knight inheriting from the ancient Bright Empire, knowledgeable and dutiful. He already possesses the venue skill Land of Radiance, etc. General Longxiang, Star Maiden, Moon Shadow Dancer, Ghost-Faced Swordsman, and so on. These people, along with the Valkyrie, the Great Arcanist, the Holy Light Master Sacrifice, the Princess of Pure Water, the Dragon Blood Martial Maiden, and other heroes, can be placed among the top 10 heroes. 3 of them are not on the list of power heroes given put forward by the officials and the archival information. Obviously, they are new heroes. As for the rest of the heroes, Mu Yuan sees more detailed information than the archived data. For example, the Blind Nun, The archived data just listed her as a high-tier hero, obviously unaware that she has already accomplished sword intent. This information can be provided to the Taixuan Alliance. The data in the previous archival information was also provided by the previous Excellent Lords, which is convenient for the newcomers to recruit specific heroes. As for getting contribution points from providing information, it's not so important anymore. Finally, it is the real recruitment time. The lords became anxious and restless. Those heroes who had the idea of allegiance were also serious and solemn. Today's choice will concern their whole lives. Then suddenly, in the center of the secret realm, on the festival square, a silver line appeared out of nowhere and, as if being pulled outward by an invisible hand, it turned into an uneven silver space gate in the blink of an eye. A lord with silver hair and red pupils walked out of the gate. 2 heroic generals flanked him on either side. The space gate closed. The silver-haired lord disdainfully glanced around, a slight corner lifting at his mouth. An invisible stifling atmosphere spread out, forcing the surrounding lords to back away in dismay. This was artistic conception. Although the festival's secret realm forbids combat, such suppression by artistic conception and aura is not within the forbidden scope. The newcomer clearly knew the rules, and silver hair and red pupils. This is the lord of the Yongxing Empire. Damn it, they're here again. Deep in the secret realm, inside a temple, a figure emitting a faint golden glow was a bit annoyed. He or she was the spirit of the secret realm, the manager of the festival's secret realm. But the lord from the Yongxing Empire who arrived had not violated the rules. He had just made use of extra special rules. The spirit of the secret realm could not expel him, only clicking her tongue, grabbed some food in apparent annoyance, and stuffed it into her mouth. The lord of Yongxing ignored the other Taixuan and Shenyao lords, or those who didn't even have any faction at all. He just surveyed the surroundings, looking for his only goal. According to the astrology guidance, there is an extremely potential hero here. He gulped him down. Otherwise, considering his noble status, he wouldn't condescend to do such transboundary things. Found it. He had a faint smile on his face. The air of artistic conception spread out, forcing the people to separate where he passed. He walked straight towards his target. The heroes looked at this domineering lord. For the majority of heroes, there was no difference between Yongxing, Taixuan, or Shenyao. But in the eyes of some of the heroes waiting to be recruited, suddenly a dazzling golden glow burst out. It was brilliant, resplendent, and extremely warm, like an enchanting harbor, driving them to explore it.